So you could see even around that time the kind of person he was. Then he engaged in importation business.
Okay.
He was bringing gramophones, he was bringing radio sets at the time, and made a huge money. While making this money, he also realized that the newspaper publication in Accra has gone down with passing of some of the owners of the paper. So he also came out with his own newspaper called African Morning Post, and then the Gold Coast Spectator. In the course of it, he was the first person to hire an outsiders who are very influential. So he brought in Nnamdi Azikiwe and ITA Willis Johnson, and bringing
as his editors, and employed Augustus Molade Ocansey as his lawyer, in-house lawyer, with Kofi Adum Augustus Molade
Akiwumi as his lawyer. So Augustus was working at the editorial department of the African Morning Post. And this was the time, it was his paper that introduced radical nationalism, which Nnamdi Azikiwe was writing. And it was his paper that was the most fearsome. The Europeans didn't like the paper at all because of its radicalism, being spearheaded by these two iron-hot radicals from Sierra Leone and Nigeria. So in the course of editorial of one of his papers, Nnamdi Azikiwe wrote that African has a god and attacked the Europeans, and as a result, he was cited for seditious libel, and he was defended by Adum Abosman, Molade Akiwumi, and their legal team was headed by Franz Dove, whose daughter is Mabel Dove. He at that time was the president of the Gold Coast Bar, and he led the case, and he won the case so much. In fact, he defeated the colonial white lawyer so much that year the law report was not published because of the way he devastated his opponent at court. So as a result, despite winning all these cases, he was deported from Ghana to go back to Nigeria.
So this is Nnamdi Azikiwe,
who
later became the first Prime Minister of Nigeria.
Yes,
so
president of Nigeria.
So he did a stint with the African Morning Post, founded by Alfred J.
Ocansey. And he did a very solid work. He is the one who produced the radicalism in Nkrumah. A.W. Kojo Thompson, Anthony Kojo Thompson, all of them. It was his newspaper, which was the organic, iron-hot, reactionary nationalist paper of the time, where everybody who wants to get heard, if you go through his paper. In fact, the paper was so famous that Nana Oforiatta was the one who was the first to call for Adikiwe to be sacked from Ghana. He banished him at Achimegbuakwa areas that for him to come there. And then he came to Accra to enforce the Legislative Council to also get him to be sacked from Ghana. Because Adikiwe often referred to Nana Oforiatta as a Sir Oracle, whom the British, whatever come out of his mouth, they used to make law, and they listen to him than any other person. So African Morning Post was really an opponent, and it was being bankrolled by A.J. Ocansey. Apart from that, he had a Spectator, which was often also edited by J.B. Dankwa for his nationalism activities. So he offered opportunity. In 1934, when there was the need to go for the deputation on the introduction of the seditious libel law as well as the Accra water rate, he participated and contributed money towards the movement of the people. Apart from that, his nationalism courses also include he supported during the cocoa hold up in 1938, forming the Gold Coast Federation of Farmers. He bankrolled them, and they were able to, hold the cocoa up to ensure that the prices of the cocoa goes up before that. And it could only be done by someone like him who have the financial muscle to really actually bring the farmers together to fight against the colonial policy of sending the cocoa overseas. So that is how Alfred J. Ocansey behaved.
Did he have political ambition, so it was just business?
It was business, and the business was also mixed with nationalism of his people, because independence means opportunities for him. So beyond the nationalism contributions, A.J. Ocansey was the man we call the cinema king. He traveled to England and he saw the still movies, and he was so fascinated at what he saw at the Palladium cinema in England. So when he returned, he bought the equipment and everything. He came to Accra and he opened his Palladium Cinema, which is in Accra today. So Palladium, he was the one who brought Palladium to Accra and opened the cinema. And then also opened a printing press he called Palladium Publication Press, which he also was using to produce the newspapers as well as publishing other people's work around that time. And then he thought the man was really ahead of his time, competing with Benjamin Holt around that time, who was also into cinema. He started to move out of Accra. First, he went to Koforidua and opened the Mikado Cinemas in Koforidua. Then from Koforidua, he went to Ashanti, Ocansey movie cinema centers in Ashanti. There's a colonial pictures about it. And then he went to Sekendi Takoradi. For people who are in Sekendi Takoradi who do not know, he opened the Princess Cinema in Sekendi Takoradi. So this is the man who really spent his tentacle in terms of cinema business. So historians call him the king of cinema. The king of cinema. The king of cinema. When it was still, he introduced a sort of innovation. During the period, you know, it was still movies. So like Charlie Chaplin, you don't hear this thing. And he brought the radio sets that he has bought to give it a voice. So his cinema was quite entertaining. Not only the still pictures, but you will also be hearing a kind of voice overs that talk about what is going on. And this man did really well in terms of how he contributed towards our nationalism dispensation. He was one of the bankrollers of Ratepayers Association because of his elitist nature. He was a supporter of Ratepayers Association, bankrolling a lot of the guys involved in their politics. So A.J. Ocansey later on will marry a woman called Ocansey, and with her he had a lot of children, whom today many of them are in England. And then in the United States, they are top-time people. I have a couple of meeting some of them and having some discussion in something I'm writing on. So his contribution for me was in the area of cinema business, as well as nationalism drive, contributing financially towards deputations that were sent to England to go and make a case for the Gold Coast. Some of the obnoxious legal frameworks that were churned out that were not good for the nation. He contributed. And also in the Cocoa Hold Up, what he did for the farmers, it was really an important step towards our nationalism agenda. People don't talk about the economic nationalism aspect, but Cocoa Hold Up played a critical role in our nationalism drive.
Amazing. Alfred J. Ocansey, one of the moguls of media, business, cinema, our first subject for today's episode, where we're looking at persons of historical significance in the Greater Accra region. When we come back, we'll look at Augustus Molade Akiwumi, a contemporary of Ocansey's, as we continue this journey on the Heritage Month. Stay with us.
For the Swesco 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming. The dates: Friday 21st of March 2025 through till Sunday the 23rd of March 2025. Now on Friday at 10 a.m. at the school complex, How I Got There. At 1:30 p.m. at the forecourt of the school complex, alumni interhouses Gary Soaking's experience. At 6 p.m. on campus, candlelight procession. At 8 p.m. at the school complex, alumni roll call and welcomes jam with the Kwampa Band. On Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Esther Hansen grounds, speech and prize-giving ceremony. At 1 p.m. the commissioning of the new Masters Flats. At 1:45 p.m. at the school complex, alumni all-year groups lunch. At 7 p.m. at the school complex, alumni dance party with Inchin Chin Band. Then on Sunday at 9 a.m., Thanksgiving service at the Esther Hansen grounds. It's the 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming of Swesco. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best. Ago.
Welcome back. This is still the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and on Channel 1 Television. And we're looking at persons of historical significance through the regions. Today, our focus on the Greater Accra region. We've spoken a bit about Alfred J. Ocansey. I call him a mogul, business of newspaper, a merchant who did gramophones, vehicles, and some very fantastic publications as well. A Dangbe, born in Adum. Our next person of interest is Augustus Akiwumi. Now, that's an interesting name. Sounds Nigerian. Yeah. So who was A.M. Akiwumi?
So Augustus Akiwumi is our second speaker
of Parliament.
After E.C. Quest. And he's also a lawyer. Mm-hmm. He was also a politician and a nationalist.
Okay.
And then a judge. So these were his rules. His magnus opus is becoming the Speaker of Parliament.
Would he be the first Dangbe lawyer or judge?
No, he's not a Dangbe.
Sorry, he will be the. Okay, so he was. So where is his origin?
Very good. So he was born in Nigeria.
Okay.
He was born in Nigeria. He's of Yoruba extraction. Yoruba extraction. Both his mother and his father. His father came to Gold Coast around 1870s.
Okay.
He's called Samuel Oyeyemi Akiwumi. He was a trader and he was into cocoa production. In fact, he had the best of cocoa. That is, his cocoa are always signed with SOA, Samuel Oyeyemi Akiwumi. When you see that cocoa, you know it's of the best. Wow. If you go to Mangwase areas in the eastern region, he was the major man who cut all the cocoa and then sent them to England. He made so much money in Gold Coast that he was even a patron of Accra. He was also a Red Cross. He was the head around that time, being chairman of the businessmen in Accra. He made money and owned much of the Makwala market.
So this is the father of Augustus.
Augustus. So he named the Makwala area. It's a Yoruba name with the meaning that is there. So he used to own. But around the time that his children grew up, a lot of children, he decided to send them to England. So he sold the property and the money he made, he sent his children to England to go and stay with the Smith Crosby family in England. And Oyeyemi Molade Akiwumi, who had some little education in Nigeria and some in Accra, was sent to England where he studied at Taunton College. From Taunton, he entered to Fitzwilliam's College, Cambridge, where he had his first degree. And while there, he studied banking too at the same time.
Wow.
Then he entered Lincoln's Inn to train as a barrister. And then he was called to the bar there. After being called to the bar, he worked a little bit at England, where in banking sector, and then he returned to Gold Coast. When he came to Gold Coast, his father's business partner was A.J. Ocansey.
Okay.
So he quickly moved to A.J. Ocansey's newspaper, African Morning Post, where he became the in-house attorney, checking all the library's information and reading it out. I wonder even today some of the radio stations employ lawyers at their editorial department to vet what they air. And at that time, the people were curious because the seditious libel law around that time could cripple a newspaper. So they had him as an in-house editor, copy editor who looks through before publications comes out. It was there he met Ocansey's daughter, Helen Kabuki Ocansey, and married her around that time. And he himself also had 3 sisters, very famous sisters. Banjoku, for example, will marry lawyer Ofeare of Ikrapium, who is the 4th Ikrapium lawyer. Then one will also marry A.W. Kojo Thompson. And another one will also marry Adum Bosman, who produced William Nate Adum Bosman, whose son is Carlos von Brazi, Emmanuel Adum Bosman. So you see, it's a lineage like that. So Molade Akiwumi practiced at the African Morning Post as a copy editor, and then he joined A.W. Kojo Thompson's organization, Gamma B Party.
Okay.
So he became a member of Gamma B Party, founding member, and around that time also contested for the election for Accra Town Council.
Okay.
And he won one time, but the rest or he lost. However, in the 1930s, when Kojo Thompson stood against Dr. Nanka Bruce of Ratepayers Association, Akiwumi joined Kofi Adum Bosman, as well as the Nnamdi Azikiwe and Willis Johnson. And they campaigned vigorously, and Kojo Thompson won the seat. Unfortunately, Nanka Bruce went to court that it was rigged. So that is the first attempt that a rigged election issue had occurred. The case went to court. They brought in Community from Cape Coast to lead them, while Nanka Bruce also had Franz Dove leading him for the first Accra, because the Accra one was sort of a rigged election petition. But the first election petition occurred in Cape Coast in 1928. Sir Kobina Kukosa winning the Cape Coast seat, he was sent to court by Kobina Sechi and the Cape Coast Omayan.
Wow.
So the second Gold Coast election petition is the one I'm talking about, the 1934-35 election petition, which Kojo Thompson won. So in the court, they lost the case, and then the election was rerun. Of course, Molade Akiwumi supported Kojo Thompson heavily, going around writing articles for him, and then Kojo Thompson won the rerun of the 1934 election in 1935, and he became the member of the Gold Coast Legislative Council representing Greater Accra. Afterwards, the next election Molade contested, he lost to Gillis Heward Mills, who is the founder of the Abado Chambers, which is one of the oldest chambers in Ghana today. So when he lost, then he continued to engage in his legal practice. Later on, he moved to the bench.
So this Hayward Mills will be the father of Bishop Dag Hayward Mills.
That is his grandfather.
His grandfather.
Yeah, so grandfather.
The Agbado Chambers.
The Agbado Chambers.
Interesting.
So he continued his legal practice, and later he was called to the bench, and then he became a magistrate. So while being a magistrate, he was transferred to many places, and then later on was also appointed to the, he was elevated to the High Court bench.
At what point did he become our second Speaker of Parliament? So this is obviously after Justice Quest,
yes,
who had 3 terms.
Yes, so this is in 1958.
Okay.
In 1958, when Quest was old, he decided not to go again, and then Molade came in, and Molade, excuse me to say, in 1956 when we had independence, he and Justice McCarthy from Sierra Leone were one of the first people to be granted Ghanaian citizenship.
Okay.
Because McCarthy was from Sierra Leone, Molade too was a Nigerian, as I stated, and as a result, he got his Ghanaian citizenship, and that qualified him to become the Speaker of Parliament in 1958 as our second Speaker of Ghana Parliament.
So are both his parents Nigerian?
Both his parents
so
are
he
Nigerian.
Was Nigerian.
He was
of
Nigerian.
The Yoruba extraction.
Of Yoruba extraction.
But he lived in Accra.
He lived in Accra.
Which is why we are discussing him under the Greater Accra region.
Accra region.
So he was not a Ga like that.
He was not a Ga like that, but he was immersed into Ga society. His father first. His father was with the Ga chiefs and all that. And his children, he lived and died here. His father lived and died here. And he and his siblings, all of them also lived here. Only one of them went back. Who is Abiola Akiwumi. Abiola Akiwumi, who is the second president of the Gold Coast West African Students Association after J.B. Dankwa. Who also became a lawyer in the Gold Coast, practiced in the Gold Coast, until he later went to Nigeria to become a High Court judge in Lagos. So only him, the rest, all of them stayed here. Even his uncle, who was also a newspaper owner in Nigeria, came back to Gold Coast and was also dwelling in Cape Coast, and all the children lived in the Gold Coast. So they became Ghanaians. And they married, as I have shown you, sisters, marrying Ofeya Agyemang, marrying A.W. Kojo Thompson, marrying Kofi Adum Bosman. And he himself also married Alfred Ocansey's daughter and producing children. And one of his sons, Akilanu, Akilano Molade Akiwumi, also became a justice in Ghana. He became a lawyer and a high court judge. During the program of the judges following the overthrow of Nkrumah in 1966, his son became a casualty of what Akufo-Addo's program of sacking judges around that time. So he was sacked from the bench and he found his way in Kenya, where he became the Justice of the Supreme Court of Kenya.
Wow.
And he is well known. You just need to Google Akilano Akiwumi and what he did there. His father is the man we are discussing today, Augustus M. Akiwumi.
So it's a prestigious family of business and law people. But our Augustus M. Akiwumi was more a lawyer, judge, and politician than a businessman.
And a businessman.
I see. So what was his legacy in terms of his law practice? Any memorable things he did?
So his legacy, when you look at the issue of the is called Rex versus Nnamdi Azikiwe, that famous sedition case. He was one of the people who did the backroom legal work. He drafted a lot of the briefings for Franz Dove. In fact, he was the one who was appearing at first at the magistrate court and at the high court until the case went to the Supreme Court of the Gold Coast before Franz Dove came in, and then to the Privy Council. All along, he was involved in those cases. He also did a lot of cases for his father, who was also involved in the cocoa business. This is his father's major counsel as a family lawyer. So he was involved in that. Again, whenever the Accra Gamambi party is in trouble, he was one of the lawyers. There were 3 top core lawyers of Gamambi party, which were Ofeyare, Kofi Adum Abosman, and himself. They were the people who were at all times representing Gamambi and Kojo Thompson's brushes with the law. They were people who were giving. When Kojo Thompson had a case with regard to his issue of punishment for in history, it is stated that he went to take money without accusation from the Association of West African Merchants, and as a result, he was supposed to be moved from the Legislative Council. So he was sacked from the Legislative Council, and then the legal proceedings was also instituted to disbar him. The case even went to the Privy Council. From the very beginning, it was Akiwumi and others that really gave him a solid defense. So I will say he too was deeply involved in the legal practice, and then also all the activities of Gamambi party. For the Gamambi party were the party for the ordinary people. And as a result, he was involved. Many people argue that how do you have a party that have no lawyers and so on? But if you delve deeply into Gamambi party, you will realize that these were people like him who make the party not to be so-called tagged as party of the masses or party of riffraffs, as the Ratepayers Association often describe the Gamambi party.
So Molade Akiwumi's contemporaries will be Kojo Thompson, Nanka Bruce, and also
Kofi Adum Abosman, JB Dankwa, Ofeyare, Edward Akufo-Addo, all those people of R.S. Blay, Hefron Benjamin, all those big lawyers of the 1920s, because he became a lawyer in 1921. He was called to the bar in 1921. So
in Ghana?
In Ghana. So in 1921, he was the first lawyer to be called to practice law.
I see.
In Gold Coast.
Now, let's wrap up in terms of what will be Molade Akiwumi's legacy. What will he be remembered for? So
he is likely remembered for his case in the Rex versus Nnamdi Azikiwe. He is also remembered for his role as a member of the Gamambi party, where he was one of the lawyers as well as a member who went to Accra Town Council, and then again as a speaker of Ghana's parliament, second speaker. This is epochal because when we're talking about in 1958, he had opportunity of gracing the front page of Life magazine. So if you look at Life magazine, he is there. It's an African American newspaper, magazine, and he is there. If you go to online, you see this colorful, beautiful thing about New Ghana, and he was the one who was on the front page.
What a fantastic run through a history that we did not really pay attention to. We could open our eyes to two colossuses. We've spoken about Mr. Alfred J. Ocansey, a media mogul and a business tycoon, and of course Justice Augustus M, Akiwumi, the second speaker of our parliament and a very eminent jurist and a lawyer. Thank you, Kweku, for being on the show. Thank you for watching and for listening. We'll be with you for another episode as we continue the month of Heritage 2025. Stay with us.
Ago.
Hello, you're welcome to What the Papers Are Saying. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. Thank you so much for joining us for another edition where we'll look at the big stories for the week, the different angles developed by the various media outlets, and then we also discuss some of these angles that were published by the various media houses. When we come back, I'll take you through the stories that made headlines for this week. Stay with us. Welcome back. Our first story is around the raid of the former governor of the Bank of Ghana's residence, that's Dr. Ernest Addison. How was that story captured? Let's start with citynewsroom.com. They say Ernest Addison's home raid was conducted lawfully. This is the Deputy Attorney General speaking, Srimsai. Channel 1 News, Richard Jackpot, 20 armed men raid former Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Addison's home. Let's see how myjoyonline.com captured that story. They say national security raids were carried out lawfully with proper warrants. Srimsai speaking. Another raid or another arrest that we saw this week has to do with the journalist Okatache Frifa. Let's see how that story was captured. Citynewsroom.com, Okatache Frifa Mensa released after arrest. Citynewsroom.com, National Security Operative stole Ernest Addison's cash, wife's jewelry. This is according to the minority leader, the Honorable Alexander Fenyo Market. And finally, on this story, we'll take you back to citynewsroom.com because they have another angle to that story, which says warrants for lawful searches not to steal food and money. This is Franklin Kujo of Imani speaking. So those are some of the stories around the arrest of Afrifa as well as the raiding of the former central bank governor's residence. Let's move away from that. Let's go to the revocation of small-scale mining licenses, of course, to do with those that were issued after December 7th. The Chronicle says all post-December 7th small-scale licenses revoked. Daily Graphic, government revokes small-scale mining licenses. Action affects permits issued after December 7th. Daily Guide, government revokes small-scale mining licenses. Graphic Online says government revokes small-scale mining licenses. Action affects permits issued after December 7. And finally, on citynewsroom.com, deploying blue water guards now is premature. This is Ken Ashibe speaking there. So those are some of the stories around the revocation of the license. Let's move to the court case to do with Ahmed Swale, his murder. Let's see the latest around that. Daily Guide, Ahmed Swale murder, court remands suspect. citynewsroom.com, GJ commends police for arrest in Ahmed Swale murder case. Channel 1 News, GJ hails police over arrest, prosecution of Ahmed Swale murder suspect. And finally, with Daily Guide, Anas wins $18 million defamation suit against Kennedy Ejapong in the United States. When we come back, I'll introduce my guests. Stay with us.
It's time for the Swesco 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming. The dates, Friday 21st of March 2025 through till Sunday the 23rd of March 2025. Now on Friday at 10 a.m. at the school complex, How I Got There. At 1:30 p.m. at the forecourt of the school complex, alumni inter-houses Gary Soaking's experience. At 6 p.m. on campus, candlelight procession. At 8 p.m. at the school complex, alumni roll call and welcomes jam with the Kwampa Band. On Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Esther Hansen grounds, speech and prize-giving ceremony. At 1 p.m. the commissioning of the new Masters Flats. At 1:45 p.m. at the school complex, alumni all-year groups lunch. At 7 p.m. at the school complex, alumni dance party with Inchin Chin Band. Then on Sunday at 9 a.m., Thanksgiving service at the Esther Hansen grounds. It's the 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming of Swesco. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best. This March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM.
Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought return.
So welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. Let me introduce my guests for today's discussion. I have in the studio Selim Adono, who is here with us at Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM. He's the host of The Big Issue as well as City Eyewitness News. Selim, welcome.
Thank you, Vivian.
And then we have Sami Rafi. Sami, you're an ex-presidential presidential correspondent. So Sami was or is still, a presidential correspondent, depending on the party in power. So Sami is our presidential correspondent also with us here at Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3. Sammy, welcome as well.
Thank you very much, Vivian.
So, gentlemen, it's been a very interesting week. Some key developments we've seen with regards to national security, Galamsey, and some other political developments. But I think we can start with the one to do with national security because it keeps evolving. It has to do with two gentlemen. One, the former governor of the Bank of Ghana, who we are told his house was raided and led by the Jakpa. And then also the arrest of a media personality, Okateche Efrifa as well. This evening we are told that arrest was connected to the Galamsey investigation. So we'll go into details with that. But I'll start with you, Selom, on the law around these arrests, these searches of homes, and all that. We've heard the Deputy Attorney General who has justified what happened. We've also heard the Deputy Presidential Spokesperson also trying to justify the developments. But first of all, walk us through what the law says around this, if any. We can start with the governor first.
Well, thanks, Vivian. So I think it's a matter of searches, etc., whether some searches conducted were done in accord with law or not. So, searches are important in the investigation process. You need to conduct searches to unearth or to get certain documents or evidence you need in support of some cases. And searches are important also in the manner it is done, because you do not have to tell me necessarily that you're coming to search my house or search a place or search a box or something of mine before you come, because if you did, I would hide whatever you're looking for. So we're in this country and a search was conducted in Cecilia Dape's house, and special prosecutors said they found substantial amount of money. Later on, we got to know that huge sums of money were found in the house. Indeed, if they knew that, if the household of Cecilia Dape at the time knew that the office of the special prosecutor was coming there, they would have found a way around things. So searches are important in getting evidence like that. But searches are also interesting because they kind of, or you feel violated when such a search is conducted on you or on your home, because that's your privacy, a place of your privacy, and persons you do not know, strangers, evading the space and turning your house upside down, that kind of thing. You feel very violated. You feel your privacy is shattered. That is why it is important to do those searches with authorization. So the law doesn't take it kindly or doesn't take it lightly. You do not just go somewhere and conduct a search because you think you are strong or because you think you have the power. The ultimate power you need in that search is the authorization that is given to you by a judge or a magistrate. And the magistrate doesn't just give you the search warrant. The magistrate would have to hear you and consider a few things before giving you the search warrants. So, these are detailed in Section 88 of Act 30, the Criminal Procedure Code. So there's a process. So I can't just walk into your house and say, I am so and so person, so I'm coming to search your house. Recently, sometime last week, I read an article written by Elizabeth Ohene on what happened sometime in 1979 when Rawlings attempted the May 15 coup, and she was quite close to them at the time, and so went to Nana Konadu at home to be with her with the baby. That was Zaneto. And so when she was there, somebody knocked at the door, and this was a soldier who came and said that he was coming to search the house. So he politely asked him, she walked out and politely asked him whether she had a search warrant. And the officer asked her whether she knew what was happening. I said, yes, she knew, but having a search warrant was important. The officer looked at her and walked away and came back a few hours later with a search warrant. The point being made there is that you need that search warrant to do things. And even that was in a military regime. So if we are in a democratic era, we cannot be seen to be doing less. Fast forward. So an initial search or raid was carried out on Kenofurate's house for whatever reason. We condemned it because, to the best of our knowledge, it was not proper, it was unlawful. Why was it unlawful? It was unlawful because we think that they did it without a warrant. So it was roundly condemned.
Yeah.
And because they did it without a warrant, it was unlawful and it was illegal. That's how come Ken Ofori-Atta can have the boldness to go to court to challenge and to declare that search unlawful. That's why he's in court. All right. Now, so yesterday or so, we heard that Ken Ofori-Atta's house, former governor Bank house was raided. I said, wow, why this again? Haven't we learned from the past experience? So the story went on and on and on, only to hear this day or today that the search indeed was carried out with authorization. It was carried out in accord with due process. When I heard that, I came at ease. I was calmed a bit because searches are important. It is not wrong to conduct searches. You can argue about the methods, we can argue about the method, debate the methods, how it was done, etc. But once it is covered by an authorization or by a warrant, largely it takes it from the realm of illegality, of unlawfulness. The warrant covers it. However, what the warrant will not cover is to conduct or is to do things which are not covered by law or which are not covered as part of the search. So for example, you go and steal something, you go and beat up something as part of the search, or you go and do things outside of the scope of the warrant. So that's clearly it's a problem. In 2022, even the United States, the example of democracy, we saw former President Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago searched. It was raided by FBI operatives. It was searched because they said they were looking for some documents that he had carried away from the White House. He didn't have to do that. So that happened. And like it is everywhere, searches of high-profile persons will generate a lot of interest, will generate a lot of discussion. So the media in the US, CNN, etc., everybody was around, everybody was discussing it. Why will you search? Why will you do that? Why will you do that? It had to take the judge. Of course, they came out to say it was legal. They showed warrants, etc.
and all that.
But perhaps what they were giving out was not enough. The judge or the magistrate involved had to order for them to unseal more portions of the about 32-page affidavit they submitted before the warrant was given.
Before he gave them a warrant,
you know, just so they know that what they went to do was covered by law. You understand? So it is not a wrong thing to go and search houses. It is not a wrong thing to do. Once it is covered by the warrant, I am okay.
But if they had a warrant, we've seen the minority leader visit the governor, etc., they would have showed that warrant to the governor. Correct?
You know,
I mean, if you're coming to search my house and you have a warrant, I think the most decent thing to do is to tell me you have a warrant to search my house.
Very good point.
If that happened, really,
yes, very good
should
point.
have.
And now we just have a one-sided story, more or less.
Yeah.
A lot of the things we are hearing are generally one-sided. That's one of my problems with the government or with the state or with the national security people. Everything we have heard has been one-sided.
Yeah.
Nothing has been controverted, whether it is true or not. That is the narrative we are going with. So, for example, 20 armed, national security operatives stormed the house.
True or false, we don't know.
Whether they were 20, they were 5, they were 3. That is a narrative somebody has put out. And unfortunately, the state has not been able to corroborate that or to straighten that.
Yeah.
So that's what we are going with. They said this morning we are hearing that they stole money. They stole money
10,
on the bed.
Yeah.
They stole money on the side of the bed.
On the bed.
Etc.
The money was on the bed.
Sideways, but you put money on the bed. I mean, I don't know.
Well, maybe he was
so,
removing it for somebody.
Yes. So there are questions we will ask. There are questions we will ask, and it's for them to provide the answers to justify that they stole jewelry, earrings, etc. It is not impossible for them to steal those things. But if they stole those things, then that's really outside of the remit.
Yeah.
That is wrong, and that must be dealt with. That must be condemned, and it's not proper. The point I'm making is that we don't know whether they were asked of their search warrant and it was shown them, or they asked of it and they were not shown, or they were not asked at all. Ideally, once you go there, the civilized thing to do is to tell them, my name is so and so, I'm here on so and so mission, this is my authority, this is my warrant. Then you go ahead to do what you have to do. But we see a lot of things happening in this country. Of course, we must improve.
Okay. Well, we'll come to the methods they use. Let's say they had a search warrant, but the methods around it. But let me bring in Samiri Afi on his initial thoughts also around this. Minority leader visited, came out to say quite a number of things around this raid. Interesting developments. We've seen pictures of the CCTV cameras, wires all cut. Like Solomon says, it's one-sided. So far, the only thing government has said is one, there's a warrant. Two, it's part of gathering of information process, among others.
Here we are again. When we thought the Kenoforiata zone was the last that we were going to hear, now we're hearing that a former governor of the Bank of Ghana has also had his house, raided. Is it not coincident that you have a finance minister's home raided about a month after the governor of the Bank of Ghana, two key individuals in the previous administration, big men in quote within the financial sector who control things within the previous administration? What really are these people looking for? And it is the name Jakpa that comes in again, and is it not giving the government a bad name in quote?
But this Jakpa matter, I mean, my thoughts around it, I think he's sanctioned from the top.
He is,
I don't want to believe he's doing it alone.
Well,
or on his own evolution. I
feel he has authorization to do this thing because as director of special operations, you take orders from above, orders from a superior officer for you to undertake or carry out these things. But then again, you must also think of the public view and the public opinion, public perception, because this is a gentleman who led a first operation. The backlash was wild, and then you sanction him to go and lead another operation in a similar style. You don't think about a bad PR about it. What everybody would have thought that maybe just withdraw him for this particular operation and let another person lead. But then using the same pen doesn't mean other raids that may happen will be the same Mr. Jakpa leading it because of his role as a director of special operation. That is also one issue the government must look at. Secondly, now the minority leader visited the home of the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Whatever communication or whatever conversation that took place among the two of them, we do not know. We've only seen pictures of the two of them, I think, in a hall, having a conversation and the CCTV control room and the rest, so it's a one-sided story. And that's a problem we always have with our national security. Their inability to speak on these issues have always been, something to worry about. I've seen a story on one of the portals which says that they did not take any money from the home, neither did they take any jewelry. They didn't quote a specific person, but then I think someone from India was just giving them a background information. It is about time the national security or the Minister of Interior, who is given additional responsibility as National Security Minister, to publicly speak on this matter. When the first raid happened in Kenoforiata's home, there was dead silence until the majority leader admitted in Parliament that indeed such a thing happened. Are we also going to wait for Mr. Mayaga to also admit this one in Parliament, that indeed it was sanctioned, and indeed will come and apologize for this? So I feel the national security should come out immediately and speak, or anybody within the government or the government spokesperson, Felix Kwachu-Fosu, to come and really give details about it. The Deputy Attorney General has announced that it was sanctioned. Did the sanction tell them to do away or take away the CCTV camera and the other things? Did they sanction them to steal from the home as being, narrated by the minority leader?
That's true.
Did they sanction for 20 armed military men to go to their home at 5 a.m. as we are told? The ones also say that, go in at this particular time and do this and carry, we are told that they took away some 4 vehicles. Did the search also include them carrying away the 4 vehicles, which we are told has been brought back already? But then they did, among other things, say that they should carry 4 vehicles away from the house. We should look at these things very well, because even it's traumatizing when you wake up at 5 a.m. someone knocking at your gate. You open and you see armed military personnel with guns coming to search your home when your family is present. it's a bit traumatizing. Very, very. And if care is not taken, we may have armed robbers also wading into death with the idea that they are also from national security coming to search homes. Because these politicians, people know where they stay. And if people don't like you, an area boy can organize his group of you. Now the police uniform is found anywhere and everywhere. And you can look for a sidearm anywhere, or your, how do you call it, the big gun, what do you call it? The pump action and then the rifle and whatever. Anybody come, this gun, I'm serious. They use this gun, they can hire to these armed robbers, invade people's home with the idea that they are from national security to come and search. So we need to look at this thing very, very carefully. And I feel that the goodwill of this government should be protected, not for it to dwindle down, because already people have high expectation about this administration. And it is the least thing for them to look on whilst these things will happen. And I'm not sure that this will be the second raid. We may expect other raids in other homes. And then the national security must come out and say that, yes, we sanction this raid. Even we're here when we were told that a container at, is it Amasama or somewhere, loaded with dollars, you know, what has happened to it? We've never heard anything about it. Whether the allergy or whoever was involved has been found
or anything.
So today we don't have any information about it. You know, so I feel the communication on this matter should be well, you know, brought out to us. So at least we don't get armed robbers getting themselves involved, because it is scary. One government leaves, another government can. Will it be a continuous process? Just this evening, I've seen the national youth organizer of the NPP write something on Facebook, which should be very scary. And with the permission, I'll quote exactly what he wrote on Facebook. And this is Salam. He says that the national security has moved to the office of the president, hence cannot act thereof without clearance. Those who have allowed themselves to be used by politicians at the top, know your tenure may end in 2028. In 2028, after the results are declared, we will come after you.
Wow.
This is from the National Youth Organizer of the NPP.
But that's not right to say.
That is not right. But then he feels that past government officials are being targeted. This is going on, no communication from the presidency, nothing. And then if there's shift in power, they may also go after these people, which is not good for the country.
Yeah. But how do we stop this? Because I hear the narrative that when they were in power, the NPP also did the same thing, raided people's houses, and it looks like it's a back and forth. We keep seeing it every new dispensation. They go after this, they go after that, in the same style. I mean, may not be the same people used, but then similar circumstances.
It will always, you know, lie in the arms of the president to stop such things, because he gives the final orders. If a president steps his foot down and say no, there will be no raids. If you meet the people, invite them. Use the law, the due process, and invite these individuals. Than raiding their homes. It will take only a president who can stop this. But if you don't have a president who can stop this, Vivian, believe you me, it will continue, and it will become scary for anybody to go into public office with the fear that immediately a government leaves, my home will be raided or something else may happen. So it will take the authority of a president to stop such an activity. Because if these sanctions do not come from the president, I'm not sure any of his appointees can move in to go and attend such a raid. If you need the person, just invite the person. They will show up. They will show up. It's different. Okay. You know, I don't see the difference in this.
Solomon, you disagree?
Well, I mean, it's not about invitation. It's about search. I earlier said that there's a place for search. That's what the law provides for.
That is also asked that the search include taking out the monitors, the seized monitors, and the rest.
And I said earlier that if they go beyond the remit of the warrant, and that's wrong. But in the search, you can also seize.
But how do we deal with them going overboard, which is what we
So they have to complain. So for example, we hear some money stolen or some things have been stolen.
And all that.
So make a complaint. Let them investigate. Let them go to the bottom of it. On this day, did you authorize these people to come? Who were there? They should know. All right. So there should be a way around it.
So the formal complaint goes to who? National security or the police?
You can report to the police. The police, they have a working relationship. So we should get to the bottom of this. You report to the police. The police are well and capable of doing so. Report to them, they will consult or they will coordinate with the appropriate agencies and they will do it. But there's a place for search. There's a place for search and there's a place for invitation. If I have reasonable suspicion that you have some things hidden in your house or a place or somewhere that is useful for investigation for me to get to a certain conclusion, and I invite you to come to my office and come and talk, it doesn't solve it.
So you can do the search, but it should be lawfully done.
It should be lawfully done. And what I think we should be advocating is that the search one should be lawfully done, and it must not be done as a punishment necessarily. You know, so I think it's hypocritical for the minority guys and the MPP guys to be speaking today the way they are speaking. It is not to equalize, but if you talk as if nothing like this had happened in the past, and this is the first time things are happening this way, it makes you appear disingenuous. It makes you appear hypocritical. We cannot have a conversation that this cannot continue. Yes, search, you must search, but let the search be done rightly. But to say that this is not bad, as if you've not done it, people have faced worse things. Just that in their cases, maybe it wasn't this public. When the Furata matter happened, we heard what happened to Ayini. We heard what happened to John Chinapa. We heard what happened to many other people. These were also high-profile persons. You understand? So they didn't have feelings at the time. They didn't have rights at the time. All of a sudden, people have rights. What is wrong and must be condemned across the board. The discussion really must be that how do we do this thing so it's lawful, so it's decent, so it doesn't violate the people's rights so much. That is the discussion. Not to say don't do it, because you have to do it. The search you must do. I made a point about Trump's home being searched. So the search, assuming they call Trump, okay, do you have documents in your house? He will say no, because he knows the documents are not supposed to be in his house. They went there, they saw the documents. If they had called me and they said no, you ended there. No, you have to look for the documents because you have reasonable suspicion that the things are there. Am I supporting an unlawful raid? No, I'm not supporting. I'm careful to make the point that the raid, or however we call it, the search must be lawful. We must do it decently, and we must do it in a manner that would not keep people away from serving in public offices. Serving in public office is an honor, and it's a high standard. If you serve in public office, you must behave a certain way. If you do it decently, and I know I've not done anything wrong, oh yeah, why not come? You can search my house and search and go. But to do it in a manner that is disrespectful of me, etc., thinking that you are doing it to punish me, that is why I have my issue.
Because I think 20 armed men cutting off CCTV, wires, stealing money. I mean, of course, if these are true and all that, it's just...
So again, that's my problem.
Why would you cut off the CCTV?
Again, that's my problem with national security or these security people. They are not talking. If I don't know why they don't talk, but if I were advising them, the thing happened in the morning, quickly put out a statement on this day, so and so, a team of 5 people or 10 people or 50 people were with a warrant went to so and so house to search him because we are investigating so and so and so. And these were the things we found, or we found a few things which we will make public later. Then I put this out there. So now you've told us that a team of maybe 5 or 10. So if somebody comes to say 20 armed people came
with
there.
With supporting evidence.
No,
because you can tell us it's a team of 10. The person there saw 20.
No, of course.
Whose word are we taking?
Exactly the point.
And in this case, you cut off the CCTV.
Exactly.
The piece of evidence, you took it away.
And I'm thinking they learned from the Korea one where the picture.
Yes, exactly what I have in mind.
Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that national security, by all means, should speak. Or the state should speak by all means. They've done some speaking, but I think the things they've said have addressed the things enough.
Issues,
So now we are told 20 people went to the place. From experience, when people are talking, they put their best foot forward. What we say is that everybody's an editor. Everybody edits their story to make the story sound good. I'm just making a general point. But if you had something from the other side, which is supposed to be official, and we have this, then now we can have two things to analyze. But leaving it open that way, I don't think they're doing themselves any good. They've left the narrative to be one-sided, and I don't think doing them any good.
That's right.
Continuing this way will make the goodwill they have erode quickly. They have to step up and ensure that the right things are done. We all support oral, we all support right things being done, we all support people who have done bad things to be dealt with. But let's do it in a manner that is dignifying, that is decent, that is in accord with law, so that people don't feel too violated, people don't feel as if they are being haunted. That's my point.
Okay, and a quick one. So if you are a public official, and of course X, and armed people come to your house, what are you supposed to?
No, so yes, I mean,
this is educational.
Yeah, so find out from them why they are there. I'm not sure they should be able to talk. Always somebody leads them. Yeah. They will talk to you. You ask them if they have a warrant. They should be able to tell you whether they have a warrant or not, and then lead them to do what they will do.
If they don't have a warrant,
if you don't have a warrant, you can tell them no. You won't allow them. If they force their way and do what they have to do, Oforiatta is in court.
Oforiatta, and it's something I said I'll always ask you. Interestingly, the Oforiatta students, we didn't see Jakpa in there.
Yeah, so of course, I mean,
what does that mean?
What they say, when I ask the lawyer the same question, the point they make is that the client decides who to sue. So that's what they decided to do. So we can't do much. They may decide to add him later. Okay. We don't understand it, but they have their strategy and they know what they are doing.
Okay, some of your final words. I have to take a quick break.
Well, I think we should put an end to this raid. We should find a human face in carrying out these searches in the homes of persons who have served in previous administration, because it could be you today, it could be somebody else tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I can say.
All right. So this is what the papers are saying. I'm with Solomadono as well as Samiri Afi. I am Vivian Kailoko. When we come back, we'll go and look a bit around illegal mining and the latest around that. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
This March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th, as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM.
Of their labors, spoils of the dream, which have brought rain on.
So you're back. You're welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. My name is Vivian Kai. Look, in the studio I have Salam Adono as well as Samiri Afia. We're looking at the big stories for the week gone by. We discussed the raid of the former governor's house. That's former Governor Ernest Addison. Gentlemen, let's move to the revocation of small-scale licenses. The minister has spoken. He says all licenses that were issued after December 7 are now null and void. Right, so that's the first move he's made. He's also deployed blue water guards to, they're going to get some training, and then subsequently they'll also be helping with the fight against illegal mining. I'll start with the blue water one because I have quite a lot of problems around this one. I know that most of these people in the forest reserves who are doing the illegal thing are heavily armed, can be very dangerous. The military has had issues even dealing with them. I don't see how community members who haven't been trained to really man, arms and also all sorts of issues around Galamsey should be made to fight these dangerous people. I mean, that's my thoughts around that. So, Sami?
It's a non-starter for me, if you ask me again. Because when the military and the police were deployed in the forest and these areas to go and fight illegal mining, we didn't win the fight. We haven't won the fight. And I'm not sure it's a fight we can win anytime soon. Even with the arms the military have or had, with the training they had, and yet we couldn't win this war. What will a blue guard do? I saw the pictures and videos of the launch, and you look at these gentlemen and ladies standing there, and not to, run them down or anything, you don't see anything they can really do as far as this Galamsey fight is concerned. So first of all, are they going to be armed? That's the first question. Secondly, if they will be armed, are they going to go through training of using arms? Thirdly, would they be given boats or speedboats to patrol the various rivers? These are the three questions.
Well, we know they are being trained by the Navy, at least to swim and all those.
I know very well that in 2021, then Minister for Lands, or 2022, Abu Jinapo, launched a similar initiative alongside with the Navy and even gave out 5 speedboats for a similar exercise. I think 2022, I remember very well. The president was supposed to go and do it, but he didn't. So Abu Jinapo, then Lands Minister, had to go and stand in for the president. A similar thing was done. How different is this from what Abu Jinapo launched in 2022? And when it comes to they working with the Navy, would the Navy give them arms to use? Because these Galamseyers are armed. And wherever they operate, because they know what they are doing is a dangerous venture, they always come protected. That's right. Are we just going to unleash this innocent men and women, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, to go and fight these armed illegal miners? That's a question we need to ask the Lands Minister. And unfortunately, he's not been available to answer questions after this particular launch. And if I get opportunity to interview, that's the first question I'll ask the Minister. Are you going to arm these people? Because the Galamseyers, are prepared. Anytime, anywhere they go, they are prepared. Now, yesterday, when he appeared before Parliament, he said that the government has been able to reclaim 7 out of the 9 forests
reserves,
which were, deadly destroyed by Galamsey. Now we need a bit more details on these 9. He said that it's a collaboration between the Forestry Commission, the military, and the police. Is it a new exercise or is a continuation of the previous exercise started by the previous administration? We also need to have that particular clarity. Just this evening, the Forestry Commission just issued a statement to make some clarification in respect of the number of excavators which have been seized from the 7, reclaimed forests. Now it says, and it is signed by the acting chief executive, I think his name is Hugh C.A. Brown or so. It says 55 excavators, 3 bulldozers, 3 pickup trucks, 4 pump action guns, 11 motorbikes, and other mining equipment. So within the last 3 months, all these equipments have been seized. To God be the glory. It means we are making headway in the fight against Galamsey. But then again, I ask, is this collaboration just starting within the last 3 months, or is a continuation of what has previously been done by the previous administration?
Do you know something we don't know?
I'm just asking.
How do I feel like this question
I am a journalist and I ask questions. And so I'm just asking that if that is the case, then so be it. Then it means the fight against Galamsey is heading towards somewhere. And we know that by the grace of God, we'll be able to solve this Galamsey issue, because it was one of the topical issues when this government was campaigning in the previous election, that they were going to deal with issues of Galamsey. And I hope that they will be able to fight Galamsey. And because if they do, we'll all be excited. Our water bodies will come back to their old selves, and we'll get proper water to drink.
What about the revocation of the licenses?
Good idea. Good idea, because we're told that between January 7th and December 7th, and over 100 or so licenses were given. According to the minister, they were not properly done. And so they are going to review it. If it went through the right process, they will be done.
Get it back.
I've also heard him say that they've also disbanded the community mining scheme, because it was Galamsey or small scale mining or Galamsey in disguise. And so the people in the community did not benefit from them. If it is a way Galamsey and get our water bodies back, I support it 100%. I really support it 100%. Okay. All we want is a better Ghana, a better river bodies, and see how the life in these river bodies will come back to life. And we're always told that these rivers were all gods and deities and the rest. Why are these gods and deities not being able to rise to fight for themselves?
No, I don't think they need to deploy. Because there was one of the places we went to, the eastern region, the shrine was there. They had put the gold coins there. Just by the shrine, the mining was happening.
Because growing up, we were told that these rivers were deities.
They've not left.
The gods left.
They've left. Because if you
the gods cannot be crazy then.
No, the Kweshi Lagoon, there's no way let me just hold my... But you see, when we were younger, there were even
we hear stories, we hear the myth around these things.
All those
these rivers are, river gods. Sometimes there are days you are not supposed to go there. When you go there on certain days, you will see them bathing their children.
Yeah.
Where all of them?
Now the Gen Zs
now they can't fight. They can't fight. And I'm saying now police and military is fighting for them.
It means maybe they don't have power, but that's fine. I mean,
so
the river, you call it river guards.
My blue water guards. Blue water guards.
I think there are many questions and answers. I don't actually understand their remit. My understanding is that they were drawn from the communities so that they will own the fight.
That's right.
The question is how equipped would they be to face off with illegal miners who are armed? Because the military and the police themselves find it quite tough in dealing with them. So are you training them? The Navy is training them, we understand. Are they training them to arm them, or there are different aspects of the fight they are going to be manning? The details are very sketchy. So there are many answers, more questions than answers. I actually will want to hear the minister, detail out his plan for this. To just say you are training 400 people, you want to train 2,000 people in all to deal with the issue about illegal mining, ensuring that our rivers are clean, etc. I don't think it's enough. Indeed, the media coalition against Galamsey have been clear on that they don't think this is what they want. The things are clear. I mean, find a way of punishing people who have violated the law. Our Win MP, the NDC chairman or secretary at Evaluate who is alleged to have to be involved in Galamsey. Yeah. We need decisive action. Yeah. If the guys doing the Galamsey on the field are not the real guys, they are kingpins. They are people who own the excavators, people who own the machinery, who give it to them to do it and pay them by day. So they are the people you go after. If you go after these small boys, you've not done much. Yeah. The real people are there. So just like a drug trade, you are dealing with the small guys on the ground. You go to Tudu and you go and catch somebody. No, they are not the people. They are real kingpins behind. When you deal with those, then you have been dealing with a problem. We know the people, but we do not have the political will to arrest them. So we arrest the small boys. We jail them 3 months or 10 years. We jail them, but the problem hasn't stopped or won't stop because the real people are still going around. We need more action, surely, from this government because it was a major issue ahead of the election. Now that they have the mandate, very good mandate they have, I expect them to put things in place now and get into action. The minister appears to be doing quite a bit. He appears to be going all over the place, but he needs to do the things that we asked him to do. Revocation of licenses, yes, it's good. But why are you revoking licenses when there are many people doing illegal mining? You get my point? Yes, you say the licenses might not have been granted well, no problem. But to some extent, they have license. Yeah. No matter how it was granted, they have license. How about the many people who do not have license? Who are the illegal miners? Yeah. These guys, I mean, you can't call them illegal miners because they have some license. If you have a problem with their license, deal with it. Yeah. But there are many people who are illegal. They do not have license. They are the people, they are destroying things. Deal with them. Let's see decisive action. You have not touched them, or you are not really touching them. People who have some license of a kind, you are revoking them. Yes, no problem, you've revoked them. But if you read carefully, they'll tell you that they have the right to appeal so that they trace the process to ensure that due process was carried out. I understand a number of licenses were issued after December 7. But politicians, after all we said in the electioneering period about Galamsey and licenses, you lose election and then now you open the floodgate, give licenses to people. So I think the point the minister is making is that normally giving licenses is a process. You have to go see the place, you have to do this, you have to do that. All of those things were not properly done according to this new minister, hence the revocation. But if you're able to prove that you went through the process, I'm sure your licenses will be restored. That's what they have said. We need him to do more. We need the minister and his team to do more in respect of the Galamsey. I mean, they really must do more. The pace is all over the place, making tough statements here and there, but that may not be enough. You know, you say they've reclaimed some forest reserves, all of that, great. Some LI revocation it's been sent to Parliament. Yes, but we need to see more. The way we fought it, we need to see a sustained fight. We need to see more, if you ask me.
The more I've always said that the best way to deal with this Galamsey, Vivian, is the shoot-to-kill system. Let's adopt this shoot-to-kill system, and we will end Galamsey in no time.
Yeah, that will also come with this challenge and excesses.
But these same people are killing us.
Because you may end up killing the wrong people.
These same people are also killing us.
What happens if you kill the wrong person?
Yeah, you may end up killing
anybody that finds. No, you just fly, a drone or a chopper in the air.
And let's start
in these Galamsey areas.
Yes, I
was privileged. I was privileged enough to join the former military. Deputy, to fly in a chopper to one of the forests in the western region, one of the thick forests, and from the sky you could see how devastating this particular act was. And you could see the Galamseyers, working whilst the chopper was flying all over. So the military can fly these things, see them and shoot them and kill them. If you go on 1, 2, 3 operations, the next time you don't find anybody there, Galamsey will come to an end. I've always said it, the best way to deal with Galamsey is to shoot to kill.
But like Salom is saying, those people you are seeing on the fields there,
if you kill them, the kingpins will not bring in more people. The boys will be scared to come the next time. Because knowing very well when they go, they will be killed. They will be afraid to go.
When they see the goal,
they will be afraid to go.
Have you seen a hungry man who
Vivian, do a first operation, a second operation, a third operation. There will not be a fourth operation. Trust me on this.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
Military officer. Experienced military officer. Interesting. Gentlemen, we have 2 minutes. I'll take 1 minute each from you on the Ahmed Swale murder trial. And then Anas winning $18 million against Kennedy Japan. Before I allow you to make your point, there are questions around the jurisdiction and what it means, him taking it there and how it's binding to
I don't have the full facts of the case, really. Some part of it was done in Ghana, and that's lost. But I think because of the medium used, he felt that there was the jurisdiction, I mean, it had international jurisdiction. I don't know whether it was an interview he granted there or the mode was online. I'm not seized with the facts. But, you know, I'm sure that jurisdiction matter is being scaled. Yeah. If it's the execution of the judgment, Kennedy Japan, I'm sure, has properties in the US. And so you can execute the judgment there if he wants to execute it. But I think it's more of a point of vindication for Anas than perhaps what physical he will get. And he has that vindication now. And so maybe he can carry on from there. But some of the things perhaps were in the US, some of the things were shown in the US. And if you've defamed me, you might have defamed me before people in the US as well, and that is defamation. Yeah. And so I think it is well within his rights to do so. He can execute it there if he wants to execute.
Okay.
I have little knowledge about this.
So let me just deal with the Ahmed Swale matter too. I mean, it's interesting. So many years we are now hearing about somebody who leaked pictures or sold pictures to somebody. The charge of murder, I don't understand. Because you're saying the guy gave the pictures to Kennedy Japan, who showed the pictures on TV, and perhaps his killers would have seen him on TV and so went after him. So the killers are the real people you are looking for, not the one who supposedly leaked the picture. But of course, these things happen. The charge may be changed or replaced. The charge may be changed. It always happens when they sit down properly, because they have to go to court. So they hurriedly put something together, go to court to secure the remand. I'm sure when they go the next time, they will look at the charges again. It happens every day.
All right.
Well, I'm sure there's a new way for the IGP to show working. That immediately he came, we are taking someone to court on Ahmed Swale after how many years? So,
well, former Deputy Attorney General says there was never enough evidence against that gentleman. So he will look out to see how that pans about. We'll see anyway.
Well, that's it.
But you know, it's serious that some people kill people in front of people and we cannot find them. A whole MP died. The MP for
David died. How many years now? About 12 to 13 years.
And I mean, that happened in 2016. And until date, we don't have any information. It's terrible. And that is a member of parliament.
Within 6 months, they found a member.
That's a member of parliament. And this journalist was just killed in broad daylight this week. I mean, and it's terrible. We would need to really sit up. This is what the security agencies must be looking at.
Yes, this is what they must be looking at.
And this is what the new IGP must also look at.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. Happy to have you here, like always. Salam Adano, as well as Sami Afe, both here with us at Channel 1 TV, as well as City 97.3 FM. I'm Vivian Kai Loco. Thank you, too, for joining. We'll see you again. Goodbye.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. Oh, Zebal there. Zebal won
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Amen. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Ago.
Welcome to another edition of the celebration of our culture and authentic Ghanaian music. I'm super elated, because for an Asante woman who finds myself in Ghana, it's always best to find a friend who can show you around, who can tell you what the ancestors are saying. Now I have my friend here. Let me just say that he is not a Ga, but he's so well immersed himself in the Ga tradition and culture. Whenever I'm with him, I feel so safe. Alfred J, this is my brother, Eko Kumsen. Eko, how are you? Yeah. Now, I'm happy, to be here. Yeah. And I think it's only appropriate that if you find yourself in the Ghana, we need to call on the ancestors. Yeah, we need to pray for goodwill.
Yeah, it's appropriate because you realize that with the Ghans, they like to pour libation a lot. So they speak to the ancestors so that the ancestors will come to their aid. They commit everything they do into the hands of their ancestors. And you realize that when they are done with everything, they normally will say, tra, 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 umanyaba.
Yao.
Good. So that's how they call, and the response is yao, which, I mean, if you are religious, you say, you pray, you say in the name of Jesus, amen.
Exactly.
Right? All of that. So you call on the ancestors to come, be of help to you, assist you.
Exactly.
And, lead you in everything that you do.
I really intend to have fun, because we'll be going to Meridian in Tema.
Yes.
But before we do so, cha, omanyaba.
Yao.
we have the blessings of the ancestors. Let us now enjoy Gap proper.
Yes, but Prima, let me tell you something.
Tell me.
Do you know, at a point in the performance, the drummer had to be left alone to do his own thing.
Oh, I felt that. I felt that.
If we were in the traditional Ga like we are, and we have some Palogo drums, we call the female and the male.
Yes.
And actually, Ajimilolo.
You know, the Palogo is one dance I really love and I really enjoy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Man, I'm not so good at it, but yeah.
Well, I'm super good in Palogo. Yes, for whatever it takes. Yeah.
All right.
Don't worry, I'll be giving you some steps as we move on.
Okay, that's
but
fine.
now that the gods, or the ancestors have poured their blessings on us, giving us room to enjoy Godland, let us proceed to Simpe.
Yeah.
Let us go find the beautiful women there. And let's head to Meridian.
Yeah.
Atema.
Yes.
Na yensa.
Because it's very good because along the coastal line, they all like to have fun.
Exactly.
So, and also the Greenwich Meridian also passes through Tema. So they have a place that they call Meridian, where people go there to have fun and everything.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's believed also the fine ladies are also on this side of
tell me about
the
it.
Sempe, the Tublomu, the Bukom sites. You find all the fine ladies there. So go grab one, very nice looking.
And that is where Inkeboya.
Inkeboya. Yes.
Inkeboya Jue.
And the lady is asking, oh yo yai ningbo kemiya. And the man tells him,
Woya Meridian yetema. Inkeboya. Inkeboya nu. Inkeboya Jue. Jim. Let's go.
Yes.
This is Ghana.
Yeah.
This is authentic Ghanaian music.
Beautiful.
This is the handwork of Wulome. Beautiful one. Wulome helping us to pray unto the ancestors.
Yes.
And also leading us from Simpi to Tema.
to go and have fun.
Absolutely.
And Willomen have also been like the band that has held down Ghanaian folk music.
No two ways about that.
They used to play these songs to bring people together, to tell the story.
And they still do.
Yes.
They still do. I mean, in our Heritage Month, when we think of Ga traditional music, you can't rule the effort and contribution of Willomen.
Yes, and also at this point, I think we need to also, condolences to the Namanwa family, because recently we lost Namanwa, who was one of the lead singers of Willomen. So condolences to the family, and also we know that she's resting in the bosom of the Lord, because this woman blazed the trail when it comes to Ghana music. So it's good.
Now that we are moving away from Willomen, and now that I'm convinced that I really want to be on the Ghana soil, I just want us to also look at what E.T. Mensah says. In Kebobaya, wherever you are going,
I will go
there.
With you.
I'll be also.
Where you will settle, I will settle.
There I will settle. Sounds so biblical, but we are bringing it home. We are bringing it to our tradition, to our culture. This is another beautiful one from E.T. Mensah in Kebobaya. To go with E.T. Mensah. And in fact, at this point, we still stay with E.T. Mensah.
Yes.
Because we just want to call on the fathers, on our mothers, Nime, Name. And we want to say that all for them.
Yeah, all for them.
I mean, all for them.
Because, before we started, we prayed to them to come protect us, to give us the blessings.
Yes.
Now that we've had everything, and we've also enjoyed ourselves, what we want to say is, all for you.
And talking about all for you, we just want you to enjoy. Maybe you shouldn't just sit back. Just be on your feet. Let's enjoy, all for you. E.T., all for you. And this has been another great edition of celebrating our culture and indeed indigenous Ghanaian music. All for you from E.T. Mensah Amfrema Edunyame. My friend here, I met on the gas soil, is a Kokumsen. A fancy man turned gun. But this is how we all celebrate our culture. This is what we are promoting, cultural integration. This is a call, Amfrema. And we are grateful that he joined us once again. And to Chinchim, we say that thank you very much.
I dey wait to you, mommy. I dey wait to you, papa. Oh, all for you, all for you. It's 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 all for you. I dey wait to you, papa. I dey wait to you, mommy. I dey wait till you, papa. Oh, all for you, all for you. It's all for you, all for you. It's all for you. All for you, I dey wait to you, papa. I dey wait to you, mommy. I dey wait to you, papa. Oh, all for you, all for you. It's 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 all for you. I dey wait to you, papa. I dey wait to you, mommy. I dey wait to you, papa. Oh, all for you, all for you. It's all for you.
Ago. 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 Ago.
Hello, it's good to be with you. It's the season of celebrating our culture, our history, and also recognizing who we are as a people. It's the Heritage Month. Now, on this Heritage Month, we want to delve into some aspects of our religious lives, and we are talking about the independent African churches and how they also spread out in Ghana. We've had churches like the Negration Church, the Christ Apostolic Church. We have the Divine Healers Churches, the African Tabernacle churches, the one that we call Odifo and Cancer and all. There are several of them. We want to try and put the puzzle together and see whether we can close the gaps. Which one came from where, who led what, when it was done, and all those. Now, for this one, I'm inviting you to come along as we tell the story about the independent African churches in Ghana. This is Channel 1 TV. We'll be right back.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options. MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax, pay easy, stream easy.
Welcome back. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and this is a special program for our Heritage Month. With me to discuss this interesting topic is our friend, our brother, Kweku Daku Ankra. Kweku, welcome.
Thank you.
You're a doctor, right?
Or no, not yet.
You're not yet. You're in a PhD program.
Yeah.
And that's in history or what?
Yeah, history.
Oh, but your
African studies.
Oh, okay, African studies. But your first, second degree, history?
No, my master's is African studies.
African studies.
History option.
But first degree was in law, right?
Journalism, and I also have law.
LLB. LLB. Okay. Yeah. Wow. All right. So we'll see how it goes. So you call it African independent churches, right?
Yeah.
And how is that different from the Orthodox churches?
Yeah, so the African independent churches were authentically African movement.
All right.
That was a sort of a call to return to nativity, which was a movement that was grown out of the Aborigines Right Protection Society. Aborigines Right Protection Society at one time, there was too much Europeanization of ideas, of culture, even the way people dress. You see Africans wearing bow ties, three-piece coats, suits and so on. So
but those are your people, the fancy people.
So that was for the educated elite. So the educated elite themselves realized that this is also sinking deep into the academic curriculum as well as the church. And then there was the need to Africanize. So as a result, they formed a movement called Gonfanti movement.
What?
Gonfanti movement.
Gonfanti
movement. It means the person has gone to Gonfanti way.
Oh, I see.
It is a return to nativity.
Oh, I see.
And it has come out as a result of an episode that happened within the Fanti Society, where Reverend Philip Kwaku, who was brought by the Church Missionary Society, Society for Propagation of Gospel, of the Anglican Church.
So he was brought back into Ghana, right?
Yes, to come and spread the gospel. When he came, he was actually against things that are local, fetishism, the way people were worshiping in their traditional African ways. He talked about how it was wrong and tried to win souls for Christ.
All right.
In so doing, one time he got sick. And when he got sick, all the prayers, Philip Kweku himself, he got sick, all the prayers and things that went on, he couldn't heal. So he went to a local herbalist, and the herbalist gave some medication, and then he got healed. So the people say he has gone fancy way.
Oh, I see.
So out of this episode, they created a movement that there's something good in nativity. So they formed the Gonfanti movement within the Aboriginal Rights Protection Society.
All right.
And as a result, they call it Gonfanti, or the Return to Nativity movement.
Oh, wow.
And so they were interested in teaching people how to wear the African dress, how to speak their African languages, and writing about their African stories. So within that period, people were told to write about themselves. So Saba, for example,
that's John Mensah
Saba, for example, will go into the native laws and try to codify them by writing the Fanti customary law, which today is a #1 handbook when we are talking about the customary law in Ghana. Whoa. And it is used at the law school.
By John Mensah Saba.
John Mensah Saba, the Fanti customary law. He will go and also write about the Fanti National Constitution, which talk about the history of the Gold Coast as well as the legal development that took place. J.E. Kesley Hayford will also move on to write about Gold Coast native institutions. He was writing about the institutions of chieftaincy and how democratic they were, and then plead with the colonial administration to rule in tandem with the educated elite and the chiefs, which formed the basis of what we called the indirect rule. So he was bringing how the educated elite could be formed part of the indigenous chieftaincy or political structure to be used for governance. Then you have Reverend J.B. Anaman, at that time also writing about the Gold Coast history, the history of the Gold Coast, and then adding the Gold Coast Almanac, talking about the history of the people from that time on. So this
Anaman is a Fanti man.
It's a Fanti man.
But he was originally with one of the Orthodox churches.
He was a Methodist Reverend minister. So as I'm saying, when we get to his side, we will add to it. So this Anaman and others, they came together, and the idea of Africanization was brought to the church. And this took place at Anomabo.
Which year? You remember the year?
Yes, in the late 1940s, 1960s. Within the 1960s, what happened was that there was idea what we call radical Methodism or radical Christianism, where the people were trying to introduce Africanization, the ideas into the Methodist Church. This led to some sort of dissent, that people who support the European way of doing things and people who supported introducing African way of doing things, for example, they wanted to come out with their own African songs, not European hymns. And then also introduce African instruments into the way of worship, which the church then has described as fetishism. And so must not be
our kind of drums and our kind of maracas and all those things.
And even the clapping of hand was seen as a sort of fetishism. Because they see this being done by the Akonfu and Abosomofo in their various shrines and community. And so introducing that kind of thing into the church worship was deemed as demonic, and so therefore they were not interested. But people like Anaman, people like Esri Hayford, and the members of the Gonfanti movement begin to fight against that way of practice, that European way is not an African way. And then Africans have their own way of also worshiping God. So Anaman, for instance, will come out and write the first Ebibinyum, which is Yanananum, which many people know.
Oh, this same song, Yenananum, Yenananum, Yenananum Sumabosu.
Yes.
So this came from Anaman.
Anaman in 1888, what we call Nanam. And he was actually using it to talk about how the Fanti Obidan, where the deity of the Bobam Fanti, what we call Nananumumpo, and how the Akonfu used tricks, and then it was later destroyed, and then the word of God was spread by Thomas Birch Freeman around that time. And so he wrote the Nanam to talk about the fact that the Africans already knew about God. Even though they worship deity, they knew the existence of God, in their African understanding or the worldview. So that is what happened. But now, as you said, we are on the street of Koligono. And one of the later AICs or African Independence Churches is
Divine Healers
the
Church.
Divine Healers Church. So Divine Healers Church was started by a man called Gilbert Lawson. Gilbert Lawson or Gilbert Abro Lawson. That is his full name.
We used to call him Brother Lawson.
Brother Lawson. So he was born in 4th November 1908 in Koligono here. And then he started his schooling in a government boys' school. And then he was a member of the Anglican Church.
Oh, I see.
So while he was a member of Anglican Church,
he himself was a member of the Anglican Church
originally. And then while he was in Anglican Church, he also took after school. When he reached standard 4, his brother died. His brother Albert, who was taking care of him. So he moved to stay with his other cousin called James Myers. So while with James Myers, he completed his school and then got a job at the Gold Coast Post and Telecommunication Organization.
That's a post office,
Accra Post Office.
Near Watu.
Near Watu. So while he was there, one day there was a sort of what we call the rally or a crusade at Galmanches Palace by Reverend James White.
That's Manchagbona.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Jamestown, Manchester Palace.
So he went for that crusade, which was then organized by Letters Rain movement, which was coming from New York in United States. And the reverend who was leading was Dr. James White. And during the crusade, the Spirit of God actually took him into trance. And according to the story, he saw the glory of God. And as a result, he was baptized and immersed in the sea, which is the sea at next door. And afterwards, he was baptized into the Apostolic Church.
Oh, he was the Apostolic Church.
Yes,
that's the Apostolic Church that we know.
Yes, the original Apostolic Church, and which came from Bradford in UK.
Bradford, Northern England.
Northern England. So while he was he had opportunity of coming into contact with James McKeown.
Oh, McKeown, who was also a leading member of the Apostolic Church at the time.
So with McKeown, they moved around and started organizing missionary activities and praying. While he was moving on, later on, he also went for a crusade at Teshi. It was at Teshi crusade of the Apostolic Church that his eyes opened, and for the first time, he saw Jesus Christ face to face, and his life changed. And when his life changed, he decided to go into full-time ministry by opening his first prayer center.
We are still talking about Brother Lawson. Brother Lawson of the Divine Healers Church.
So he opened his first prayer center, which he called the Divine Healers Temple, which was then at Nsawam.
Oh, I see.
So when he started with it and his activity, the way they were going about their things with Africanist idea, singing, clapping, using banjo strings and other African instruments to pray, the church actually had some divisions between them.
Oh, really?
And as a result, he moved out and then founded the Lord is There Temple.
Wow.
In 1954.
Oh.
So from Divine Healers Temple, which was closed down as a result of the differences between him and the Apostolic Church, he founded the Lord is There Temple.
So let me ask, while he started the Divine Healers Temple, he was still a member of the Apostolic Church?
He was still a member of Apostolic Church.
And Makion was still a member?
And Makion was still a member when he moved out to find the Lord is There Temple.
The Lord is There Temple.
With the Lord is There Temple, by 1955, the church has become very big, and then he moved on to become the Divine Healers Church.
Okay.
And then in the same 55, he came out with a magazine, the Divine Healers Magazine.
As in print magazine?
As in print magazine,
wow.
Which is the first Christian magazine in this country.
Oh, wow.
Where the people, all the prayers and miracles that he has offered to people, write their confessions, people write the miracles they have received from him into the church. And then he made a brochure of it, about 24 in number, between 1966 and 1967, where he came out to say that his church have about 190,000 membership.
In Ghana?
With the capital at Accra, Koligono, where we stand here today.
Yeah.
With some at Mamprobi, some at Accra New Town, Tama, Adafo, in
Latebiokochi. This whole area had Divine Healers Church all over the place, all the way to Kanishi and,
Of course. So with this authority, it is one said that he predicted on the birth of the Gamanche. At the time, and the time he would die. And he lived to see that all those prophecies that he gave came to pass. So people call him the prophet or the man for the Gadambe society as a result of that. And again, this man has a unique way of actually doing his miracles. He used handkerchiefs. And
so did he introduce this handkerchief thing?
Yes, so he was the first to use the handkerchiefs, and the handkerchiefs he gives to members. So wherever you are suffering from any ailment, you use it, the handkerchief you touch at the place, or you wipe wherever it is there's an infection or anything is affecting you, and it will go away. And he also have holy water. That holy water he springs on you, and when it springs on you,
and it is believed that you get healed.
You get the healing.
Okay, so people, we are still celebrating our Heritage Month here on Channel 1 TV and City FM if you are listening on radio. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and the voice you hear is Nida Ankra. Now we can safely call him a historian. He puts a lot of these stories in the right perspective. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will let you see what has become of the Brother Lawson's Divine Healers Church. Now, if you grew up in the 70s and in the 80s, you won't be stranger to Brother Lawson, where in this entire area, we used to refer to them as Yesu Bami. We'll be right back.
Menya bema opese
Congratulations.
Me are very, very okay.
Sophia, Medibone.
Akwata benya krasa ufie popo wenungwa ya wate. Ade siripa ne koso aware no. Emma tunne, Emma tuna socket. Cross the by blood.
When it comes to the miraculous, the healing ministry, only few in this country that have walked that path. People like Brother Lawson, Divine Healers, Yesu Bami. Some of you were young, but there was nothing that came before him in Yesu Bami.
And across the world, there were men who were raised. In fact, in Ghana, we had somebody who was called Brother Lawson, the founder of Divine Healers Church. Brother Lawson was so anointed, they said when you were going to his house, there was a palm tree or coconut tree where he used to go and pray. And as he prayed, he would hold the coconut tree and be praying. And if you were going to his house and you were sick and you touched the coconut tree, you got your healing.
Welcome back. This is the Heritage Month, and on this episode we are talking about African independent churches and how they all emerged and where they are now. And I have Ni Dakun Ankra or Kweku Dakun Ankra. Is your Ni Dakun Gan or Fanti or Ekrapim?
It's Gan.
It's Gan. Of course, every leader who must have come from Utumlo, where my mother comes from as well. So anyway, Soni, you are talking about the Divine Healers Church. In fact, we are actually shooting from the headquarters where it all started of the Divine Healers Church. I mean, when we were kids, it was just a huge, it was big. It looked so big, but now, Charlie, we all grow. So I think, but I think there's some remnant of the roofing, the old structure there that we can go and see. Soni, tell us more about this. Let's go.
This place was donated by one Hanson to the Reverend.
Oh, I see.
So,
the facility.
The facility. So
was donated.
So he had this church here, and then he became so renowned. He became so renowned that Reverend Duplex C of United States came to visit him. You have Nancy Porter also visiting him here to see how his miracles were going on. We have the famous Nigerian evangelist and then preacher, Bishop Benson Idahosa.
Oh, Idahosa too
also
came here?
Coming to meet him.
They came here?
Idahosa came here.
So Duplessis was here, Porter was here.
Porter was here.
And then
Benson Idahosa was here.
Which year would this be? Because Idahosa later moved to live in Ghana.
Yes, in the 1970s.
That must be 60s.
60s and 70s.
Yeah, must be 60s, yes.
And then also we have Billy Graham also coming to visit him.
You don't say.
With A.A. Allen, where they had interviews.
No, you are moving too fast, my brother. Charlie, you've defined the whole space. So you had Benson Idahosa from Benin City.
Yeah.
That's Church of God Missions International.
Yeah.
He came here. A.A. Allen was a major authority in this evangelical movement in the U.S. He also came here.
He also came here to visit him.
And did you say Billy Graham?
Billy Graham.
Oh, no, my days.
And the two of them had joint interviews with him.
Oh, wow.
About the nature of the African independent churches, miracles, and the ideas
people,
about
Billy
God.
Graham came here, so if I be careful, he came here.
So he was really a famous man.
Oh, yeah.
That really made his name.
Yes,
and that shows you why people like Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Ajina Sari, and Ampia Kofi's always touting the name of Brother Lawson, because he is a man whom their own mentor actually had a sort of spiritual interactions with to
which
understand.
Which is Benson Idahosa.
Yeah. So it shows you how the man actually grew his church. And there is a way he managed his church.
Tell me.
In his church, he was the leader. And then he had a personal staff, which constitutes Helena, I've forgotten the name, and then Mrs. Gifty Atram, who were the two people who were composing his staff.
Okay.
And then he had the inner circle. The inner circle consisted of people who were spiritually gifted, and they pray all the time for the church. So the inner circle, if you are not spiritually active, you could not be part of it.
So these were people who organized continuous prayer meetings.
Because
all the times. Back in the day, any time like this time, by the time you pass here, the whole street is full of people, and there was constant prayer going on here.
Particularly on Fridays.
Oh, Fridays was
their number one day where everybody comes and meets. And with this, he was able to cure many sicknesses. He was able to heal a lot of people. He was also able to spread. But their form of evangelism was different. Unlike many churches that have evangelical priests and also certain clergy who goes around to spread the gospel, they believe that people whom they have healed will spread the gospel.
Oh, okay.
And then the new convent that also came, whom they feel are anointed with the glory of God, will also go and spread.
Okay.
So the church leaders never went out, but this was done by the church members themselves.
All right.
And so he moved this church, and this church grew to become one of the biggest churches of its time.
Yeah.
Until he himself grew very old. By 1988, he was so weak, he could not do certain things. So Reverend Afla Ama was made to head the church. And upon his death in 1989, the church came out with a new rules and regulation that you can hold position for 5 years. And then when you reach the age of 65, you are retired. Unfortunately, some people reach that age and they refuse to retire. And this led to a sort of legal tussle in the church, which affected the development of the church.
Their soul is willing, but their body is not willing.
Yes, so that is how this wonderful church finally went down from 8 glorious days to become what we are seeing today.
Wow, wow, wow. So this will be the story of Brother Lawson's Divine Healers Church. And there were others, several of them. Yep. I am familiar with this because I used to be in the area myself, not in Kolegono, but Kolebu, Gamashi, and Brother Lawson's church was a very, very popular one, on the lips of many people. And it was also a reference point in the whole concept of Pentecostalism, where people will pray in tongues, people will do prayer and fasting, they call it dry fasting, and those people were very tough spiritually, and it's also influenced the later emergence of the faith movement, which we also call charismatic movement. But you also mentioned Reverend Anaman and the Negrian Church. Tell me about that.
So Reverend Anaman was born in 1866. His own father, Atanumabo, his own father was Reverend Isaac Anaman, who was a conformist Wesleyan minister.
Wow.
I say conformist because he didn't believe, because of the Gonfanti movement, people who have English names have started changing their names back to African names.
Oh, wow.
So his name Anaman is what in Fanti we call Anamoa. So that is how the name came from. So his son, Jacob, who had become an intellectual, were also the people who were fighting that people should change their name from its anglicization to its Fanti form. So people called Taylor changed their name to Tavia. People called Dixon who changed their name to Danso, and so many names.
Wow.
I can give a list of Fanti names that had become anglicized. They changed them. Hayford is from Efua, so Hayford became Efua. Efua, Fog, and it became Hayford. So people were then changing their names in order
so they
to
picked the English
that
names.
sort of thing. And Reverend Isaac Anaman was against the fact that if people have changed their name to whatever it is, particularly for the Euro-Africans or what others call mulattoes, that the mulattoes
have caste.
So those called the Minows, the Vanderpoys, and so should maintain their name because their ancestors were Europeans and that their names should not be changed back to African. So his son, growing up under his father, was able to, he was schooled at Anumabo, Methodist school at Anumabo, and then he used advantage of his father's friendship with other reverend ministers like Richard Russell and then Reverend William Canal, who was with Infantipim. And he was able to learn Greek, Latin, Hebrew, mathematics, theology.
They taught him, or he studied on his own?
He studied on his own with these reverend ministers, and he became very good in the language.
With Latin?
With Latin,
with Greek language?
And Hebrew. And he became an authoritative linguist in the language. Later, he was ordained by the church.
That's the Methodist
church? The Methodist church, and he became a Methodist minister. He went on to be ordained, to be initiated also into Freemasonry. And later on,
Freemasonry?
Yeah, Freemasonry at the time. And then he also went on to become the editor of the Methodist newspaper, the Methodist Times. And he edited it as one of the champions of the Gonfanti movement. And he was one of the people who made it possible for the Fanti language to be translated. He himself wrote with Reverend Canal the first Fanti dictionary.
Wow.
And then he also came with the Fanti spelling grammar. he went on to write about Nzema grammar and other languages so that people can work within their language. But one of the things he did within the church was to introduce singing bands.
Yeah, singing band, the way we know.
Singing bands, so where they use the local drums, local musics, and what
and this is within the Methodist
Church.
Within
the Methodist Church. And he took his time to also translate the English version of the hymns into Fanti. And then he wrote his own versions of the Ebibinyum. The first one was Fanti Tete Njum, and then Nanan, which he wrote.
Which was the one you
The one
Nananum. Yes. Nayenze Yebesum Yehovah.
And then he went on to write Adum Ebibinyum within it. However, because of a singing band and the way they were singing in native language, which the Europeans didn't understand, they tagged it as fetishism. And that he had.
And the Europeans at the time were controlling the Methodist church.
And so he had a sort of confrontation between them. And as a result, in 1907, he walked out of the Methodist church and founded Negration Episcopal Church. Negration means Negroes Church in 1907. And then he introduced the use of African language. And he stated in his church mission in 1907 that this church, everything is done in Fanti language, pure and simple, unquote. So with that, he introduced the Impinti, the Azwa, the Adenkum, and all that sort of singing.
I'm sure that attracted a lot of Fantis.
Yes, and that really attracted a lot of Fantis in the church. And as a result of what he did, James Mark Christian Hayford also moved out of the Methodist Church to found the Gold Coast Baptist Church to support what he was doing. And this
still in the spirit of the Gone Fanti movement.
And this sort of thing made them one of the people to open the floodgate for the African independent churches to emerge. So there are boys like Reverend Joseph William Ejanka Apia, aka Jemisi Miham Jehu Apia.
No, calm down. Joseph William Ejanka Apia.
Yes.
AKA what?
Jemisi Miham.
Jehu Apia. So this is heading towards Mozama.
That is the Akaboha. The first.
That's Mozama Disco Christo Church. People, unfortunately, this is where we draw the curtains on this episode. You've been listening to a special edition of Heritage Month conversations, celebrating our own heritage, learning from the past. And on this episode, you heard Kweku Dakon Ankra talking about African independent churches. We have talked about a few of them, the key ones, the Negration Church and then the Divine Healers Church. We will continue some other time talking about other African independent churches. My name is Samuel Atamens and you've been listening to Channel 1 TV, City FM. Thanks for watching.
It's everywhere, even in the foam along the North and Baltic Sea coasts. A Greenpeace study found high concentrations of PFAS in the sea foam. PFAS are also called forever chemicals because they don't break down in the environment or the human body. So how do we get rid of them? Microbiologists are on the case. Stay tuned for all this and more on DW's Science Show. Welcome to Tomorrow Today.
These bacteria have an insatiable appetite for dangerous PFAS chemicals. They were discovered by Estelle Clerc, the microbiologist founded a startup to cultivate bacteria with a special property, breaking down PFAS chemicals to help clean up wastewater.
From a microbiologist point of view, bacteria are amazing. They have a lot of different abilities. I really think when we are able to bring the bacteria and their degradation abilities to an industrial scale, is going to be a game changer.
And a breakthrough is urgently needed. PFAS are often called forever chemicals because they don't break down naturally. Their persistence is due to their unique chemical structure. All PFAS chemicals contain a chain of carbon atoms surrounded by fluorine atoms. The bond between fluorine and carbon is one of the strongest in organic chemistry. To degrade PFAS, this bond must be broken. Even today, extreme heat, powerful UV light, and toxic chemicals are the main ways that PFAS are broken down. These methods are both technically complex and expensive. Take this industrial site, for example. The PFAS-contaminated soil is first excavated and then treated, using soil washing and scrubber towers and high-temperature incineration. Soon, Estelle Clerc hopes, all this expensive technology will be replaced by her PFAS-eating bacteria. The scientists are still investigating exactly how these bacteria degrade PFAS. They suspect the microbes either use the chemicals as a nutrient source or break them down as a defense mechanism. The race to find PFAS-degrading bacteria is fierce, so Clerc doesn't reveal the location of her discovery. But she does reveal one clue. They were found near an industrial site.
What I can say is we found them not too far. Again, Switzerland has a lot of polluted areas, so unfortunately we don't have to go too far.
Clerc brought her bacteria to a laboratory at the Swiss Institute of Technology in Zurich. A startup team here is analyzing its properties and capabilities. Clerc is thrilled. Her bacteria seem to be more efficient at breaking down PFAS than any previously discovered strains.
Like this little thing here.
Then I really realized, okay, this can have a huge impact, so let's dig deeper. And I think we did well because then we found more.
The hope is that one day, bacteria like these will be able to clean industrial wastewater. The technology is promising, says microbiologist Serena Robinson, an expert in bacterial metabolism.
This is absolutely the time to be building startups like this because the time is now to be tackling this problem, and I think we need all of the technologies on board. So we have situations where these chemical or physical technologies will be more effective. We have situations where the biology might be more effective when we're talking about really dense, nutrient-rich industrial wastewater.
The challenge with bacteria is that each strain specializes in breaking down only a single type of PFAS. But industrial wastewater often contains a complex cocktail of various PFAS compounds. That's why Clerc is working on developing a comprehensive bacterial library.
So now we're really creating this catalog of bacteria on demand, where we want to be able to offer the metabolic abilities of degradation of choice for different types of pollutants that can be readily available and usable in industry.
This would allow scientists to create customized bacterial mixtures tailored to the specific PFAS profile of the wastewater. Robinson is convinced that bacteria are up to the job. After all, there's already a similar success story.
The field of plastic biodegradation is a nice example to look at where the field of PFAS biodegradation could move towards. And I think leveraging some of the pipeline that the plastic degradation field has built has paved the way for us to apply similar techniques and develop better biotechnology.
Estée Clerc is also optimistic and is continuing to grow her collection of bacteria. She's now planning a research trip across Europe to discover new strains with an appetite for these forever chemicals.
PFAS chemicals repel water, fat and dirt, making them common in everyday products, from outdoor gear and non-stick pans to stain-resistant furniture and carpets, firefighting foam, even baking paper. Producing and disposing of these products releases massive amounts of PFAS. Some scientists have found a new way to clean them up.
This is one of 10,000 wastewater treatment plants in Germany. Everything that's flushed down the toilet or rinsed down the sink and shower ends up here, including household cleaners, fabric softeners, soap, cosmetics, and medications. Wastewater can contain traces of around 120,000 organic compounds, many of them toxic. It's more than these plants can handle. Water management engineer Bernhard Röhle is familiar with the problem. Wastewater treatment plants have long used a 3-stage treatment process, but these days that simply isn't enough. The methods we use in wastewater treatment plants can barely remove organic trace pollutants, if at all. These substances are far too small for conventional filtration, so they pass right through and then have an impact on the environment. Estrogens can feminize male fish, PFAS kills insects. These are all things we don't want. And when river water is turned into drinking water, the persistence of these chemicals in the environment means that we'll have the same problem in our drinking water. At the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg, materials scientist Markus Halleck is working on a solution. He and his team are developing a potential 4th stage of wastewater treatment, a method that uses magnetic iron oxide nanoparticles to remove a wide range of contaminants. We coat the surface of these particles with special molecules, a kind of chemical recognition motif, that allow them to recognize different categories of pollutants. These include all sorts of things, from micro and nanoplastics, liquid hydrocarbons like oil, the herbicide glyphosate, polyaromatic compounds, polyfluorinated compounds, so the PFAS molecules, as well as hormones. Halleck calls the magnetic nanoparticles smart rust. Doctoral student Linda Rockman demonstrates how they work, using contaminated diesel fuel. Red-tinted diesel is added to a dish of water, creating a thin film on the surface. Then she sprinkles in the magnetic iron oxide nanoparticles in powder form. The particles bind to the diesel, forming clumps that can be easily pulled out of the water with a magnet. The result is clean water. The same principle applies to PFAS, or forever chemicals, highly toxic substances found in everyday items, like sports jackets. Because they barely degrade, PFAS accumulates in the environment and in the human body. But smart rust could help with that, too. A look through a microscope reveals how. Under an optical microscope, micrometer-sized PFAS fibers are visible in the wastewater. At higher magnification, through an electron microscope, you can see how the iron oxide nanoparticles attach to them. Our particles, these small agglomerates, attach directly to a fiber. Over here, at even higher magnification, you can see it clearly. These are our functionalized iron particles. To make these particles smart, they're coated with molecules that react to contaminants. In this simulation, they look like tiny hairs sticking out from the surface. By modifying the surface of these hairs, the particles can be customized to attract specific pollutants. Doctoral student Lukas Müller has shown that the process also works with estrogens. I'm using a combination of experimental techniques and simulations, like this one, to find out how hormones interact with the surface of these molecules and what kinds of reactions take place. Smart Rust is proving to be a true multi-purpose tool. It's highly versatile. Here, it's binding to plastics. It's also environmentally friendly and cost-effective. Our materials are very inexpensive, and they're made from non-toxic components, essentially just rust. Even in their functional form, they remain non-toxic, as confirmed by medical studies. We can also reuse them. They can be loaded with the contaminants in dirty water, then cleaned and used again. We demonstrated this in a study with crude oil, where we ran 10 cycles without any loss of performance. The next step, scaling up the technology, will require building a large-scale magnetic separator. Makos Halleck has already commissioned a smaller model. A container like this, equipped with a metering and mixing system, could serve as a fourth treatment stage and be integrated directly into wastewater treatment plants. Halleck and his team are now looking for investors for a large pilot plant. But so far, neither the European Union nor Germany has set legal limits for microplastics and other trace contaminants. That's a problem. Without regulatory limits, there's no urgency to act. For other substances, like hormones, we've been aware of the risks for much longer, so regulations are already in place. What we're missing is clear policy guidelines that create pressure to act, because that's what drives the development of innovative solutions to address the problem. At this wastewater treatment plant in Western Germany, a fourth treatment stage is being added using ozonation and activated carbon filtration. These methods help, but don't remove all contaminants. So when it's ready for large-scale applications, Smart Rust could be a true game changer.
Another widespread pollutant in our water, often at high concentrations, is glyphosate. This herbicide is used in massive amounts worldwide. It's suspected of causing cancer and other health issues. But how exactly does so much of it end up in our wastewater?
Chemist Caroline Huhn is convinced there must be another source of glyphosate in addition to agriculture. That's because glyphosate is found in many lakes and rivers year-round, at nearly constant levels. We've known this since official records began 25 years ago, although it likely dates back much further. She suspects a specific chemical is to blame, one that's a real moneymaker for global industry. Diethylene triamine pentamethylene phosphonic acid, or DTP-MP. This is the chemical structure of DTP-MP, which we suspect is partly responsible for the high levels of glyphosate. It's used in large quantities. About 4,000 metric tons end up in laundry detergents alone. That's because this chemical is excellent at binding to metal ions like calcium, which helps prevent mineral buildup. The idea that glyphosate could come from detergents is fairly new. Mark Schwintek suggested it to her. He specializes in tracking chemicals in water, especially those that wastewater treatment plants can't filter out. Looking at her analysis, he's convinced that glyphosate in rivers and streams comes from wastewater treatment plants. There's a distinct pattern in the substances released by wastewater treatment plants. For example, pharmaceutical residues follow a very specific concentration pattern throughout the year. And when we look at glyphosate, we see almost the exact same trend. The similarity is striking. If glyphosate is coming from detergents, that would explain why it's found in lakes and rivers year-round. People do laundry all year. Chemically, it's also theoretically possible. Here we see DTPMP, the chemical found in many detergents. And this is glyphosate. Even if you're not a chemist, you can see there's quite a lot of overlap. Her experiments have shown that glyphosate can form from DTPMP in detergents. Now she needs to prove it can happen outside the lab too. For that, she needs wastewater. A treatment plant in a nearby town is the perfect source. Almost all its wastewater comes from private households, with little or no industrial discharge. That's important because DTPMP is also used in the textile and paper industries, as a bleaching agent, and in cooling systems. Since there's no industrial wastewater here, the scientists know that they can home in on the role of laundry detergents. The team measures the amount of glyphosate in the sludge. Then they add pure DTPMP to see if it triggers the formation of new glyphosate. Over several days, they take multiple samples and track the results. The results show that when DTPMP is added, new glyphosate keeps forming. The concentration in the sludge increases. At the same time, environmental chemist Stefan Haderlein and his team are investigating the exact reaction that turns DTPMP into glyphosate. That process is still unknown, but they've identified possible reaction partners. Under these controlled conditions, we've found that glyphosate is indeed formed, and it doesn't disappear. It's not just a temporary byproduct, but a stable compound. We've identified 5 processes that lead to glyphosate formation. We verified it with 4 different lab methods and had it confirmed by an independent laboratory. But not everyone is convinced. The German detergent industry says it's implausible. Its national association, the IKW, released a statement. To the IKW's knowledge, no glyphosate is produced in wastewater treatment plants from phosphonates, which are found in certain detergents. The research team has submitted their study to a scientific journal. It's now going through the usual review process with independent experts. Caroline Huhn is convinced her results will hold up. We stand by our work. Our next paper is in the pipeline, and we're working on a 3rd. A 4th will focus on the chemistry, asking, how exactly does the DTPMP turn into glyphosate? Germany's environmental agency has reviewed the studies and found the conclusions plausible. They've now launched their own research. Then the news arrives. The study has been accepted for publication. The researchers hope it will spark a fresh look at the use of DTPMP in detergents and other products. If that happens, there are already alternatives, fully biodegradable detergents that contain no DTPMP.
Is there also a clean solution for removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere? One thing is clear, cutting CO2 alone won't be enough to slow climate change. One approach involves vacuuming carbon dioxide straight from the air and storing it deep underground. The technology is already being tested in Iceland.
CO2. Massive amounts of it are released into the atmosphere by industry and energy production, driving global warming. A Swiss startup says it's found a solution. Engineers from ETH Zurich have developed a kind of giant vacuum cleaner that sucks CO2 out of the air. Co-founder Jan Wurzbacher played a key role in its development. At Climeworks, our vision is to develop a climate-relevant technology. By 2030, we want to remove 2 to 3 million tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. That's the goal. Their system relies on this installation, which captures carbon dioxide directly from the air. First, ambient air is drawn in and the CO2 binds to the filter. Then we close the unit and heat it to around 100 degrees Celsius. That releases the CO2, which can then be extracted as a concentrated gas. The concept is already in operation in Iceland, where Climeworks has just built its largest direct air capture facility to date. It's designed to capture and store 36,000 tons of CO2 per year, equivalent to the emissions of 8,100 cars. Air is drawn into the collector, and CO2 sticks to the filter. The collector is closed and heated to release the CO2, which is subsequently injected deep underground, where it mineralizes into rock. In Iceland, it's powered by geothermal energy. Direct air capture is energy intensive. Access to affordable green electricity is critical to its viability, says climate policy analyst Oliver Gaden. Geothermal energy provides a constant power supply, day in and day out. It's not intermittent like other renewables. Since Iceland's population is so small, it has more renewable energy than it needs. In Germany, the energy costs would be much higher. To meet its climate targets, Europe has to slash industrial carbon emissions. Sectors like aviation and cement production could use direct air capture technology to offset their greenhouse gas emissions. Jan Wolzbacher is hoping for a surge in demand and a breakthrough for his innovation. Every month, we sign new agreements with companies looking to remove CO2 from the air. Interest is growing. Many businesses have set ambitious net zero or even net negative targets, but they're struggling to achieve them. Climeworks wants to scale up its direct air capture technology, removing more CO2 while using less energy. Climate scientists estimate that by 2050, we'll need to remove 10 billion tons of CO2 annually to stay on track with climate goals. Our technology will be essential. There's no way around it. But researchers say it won't be a silver bullet. Oliver Gaden warns against placing too much faith in it. This isn't the game changer. The real breakthrough would be cutting global emissions. That's much safer and more reliable than trying to remove them later. Whether global emissions will decline remains uncertain. If they don't, large-scale CO2 removal technologies like this may become a necessity.
Greenhouse gases like CO2 trap heat, which means they hold energy. But does that make them matter, or are they energy themselves? Our viewer Asil M from Morocco has a question about that. Is matter a physical substance, or is it energy? In everyday life, matter is anything that has mass and shape. But it's more than just what we can see or touch. Matter and energy are two forms of the same fundamental entity. You can think of matter as a kind of frozen energy. According to current theories, the universe began with the Big Bang, which released unimaginable amounts of energy. As the universe expanded and cooled, that energy condensed into the building blocks of matter. That might sound far-fetched, but we can see it in action inside particle accelerators. In the largest one, hydrogen nuclei are accelerated to nearly the speed of light. When they collide, they can turn into pure energy. And from that energy, new particles of matter are created. That's how scientists study the fundamental building blocks of the universe. Everything around us is made of atoms. That's true for non-living material, from tiny grains of dust to stars and galaxies. And even living things, including humans. Despite their differences, all forms of matter are made up of just 3 types of subatomic particles: protons and neutrons, which form the nucleus, and electrons, which stay in regions around the nucleus called orbitals. Albert Einstein discovered that matter and energy are virtually the same. He captured the relationship in his famous equation E = mc squared. This explains how the Sun converts mass into energy during nuclear fusion in its core, and even how much matter it transforms into energy every second. What are stars made of? How many colours can butterflies see? Could robots have babies one day? Do you have a science question? Then send it to us as a video, text or voice message. If we answer it in the show, then we'll send you a little gift as a thank you. So, just ask. And that's all for now. Thanks for joining us, and hope to see you again next time on Tomorrow Today. Bye-bye.
Are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our story.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
This March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM.
Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought return.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. Coming up, President Mahama visits fire-ravaged central business districts of Adum and pledges support for victims. Also coming up, former National Service Authority boss Osei Sibe entry questioned by NIB over ghost name scandals. Coming up in business, government urged to enhance efficiency in financial system to improve formulation and implementation of monetary policy. And later in sports, Black Stars face Chad tonight in Group 1 in 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Details of our stories now. President John Dramani Mahama has visited the central business district of Adum in Kumasi in the Ashanti region to assess the aftermath of a devastating fire that destroyed hundreds of shops. The fire, which broke out in the early hours of Friday, left 10 traders distraught as they struggled to salvage their goods amidst the chaos. During his visit, Mahama interacted with affected traders, expressing his sympathy and pledging his support. He emphasized the need for swift action to assist those who have lost their livelihoods and called for a thorough investigation into the cause of the fire.
And no man say any and stores are ashy na a idea a yo how ye. And Nedika meda fire service for us. And modern boy muye ya on to me abre a jano anwase. Na ye anwa na yashe na a man see and so adia bakwa fire for a catcher and they say. Ombedru ye no sen na ombetimi awuremu etimi akodum gya no eno ya de ba ko a eha ombu ye na ohwe a ye dwam bebre saa na tie enti eja to mu a sen na fire for betimi edru ho etimi edum gya ntem no na abeye ohaw ama omo enti e osi ye fudi di we su anyansa na ye hwe ye dwa no da ye planning ni ye sen na be ya bibi kosi a na etimi aso anu ntem. Enti yani minister ne edwadifo no ebeka ya ka kire nadmo se ombehwe na omumpe emwa bi emfa mo omo kakra yani chief of staff nso bekasa enti nya Asante regional minister ene ombeka no na ya hwe emwa ebetimi de abo omo se na be ya omo so ombenya yi comfort kakra.
The Chief Fire Officer of the Ghana National Fire Service, Daniela Mausinto, has assured the public that the fire incident in the Adum Central Business District has been successfully contained and there is no cause for alarm.
The fire has been confined and everything is fine. We just have to try to maintain that it doesn't spread again. Our firemen are here with their appliances and I believe in them. They are going to work to ensure that how far they've curtailed it is not going to spread again. But the fire actually is under control. They are doing salvaging, so for now, you would have to give us time for us to finish everything before we can go further to discuss any other issues with you.
Let's speak to our Bureau Chief for the Middle Belt, Hafiz Tijani, for an update on the Adum fire. Hafiz, thanks for joining us. The Chief Fire Officer says the fire has been confined. What's the situation in Adum now as we speak?
So a major part of the fire has been confined, but the fire was spreading to another part of or another building. So while living there a while ago, fire tenders were still coming in to try and contain the situation. You know, the situation at Adum today, why fire officers were struggling to contain the fire is because most of the shops or the buildings are being used as warehouses, and these are areas where you have inflammable items that are stored there or are kept there, and the fire is just going from one shop to the other, and the accessibility was a very tough situation for the fire officers, so they couldn't make some effort in trying to bring down the fire. So while leaving the place, we saw an excavator that came in to create access way to the congested area, which were all blocking, or some of the structures which were all blocking the fire officers from accessing the inner part of that building that fire was still engulfed in this afternoon, from the morning to this afternoon, and they were trying to contain the situation. But for now, they are able to deal with the situation, except that one of the buildings, which has the first floor used as a warehouse, that cosmetic materials or products are stored there was still burning. So the fire officers were still bringing in water with the fire engines, trying to ensure that the situation is brought down.
Right. Hafiz, you have spoken to some distraught traders who occupy that building. Were they satisfied with what the president said about them being compensated?
Well, for many, it is not compensation that they are looking up to. For now, they want to settle. They want to know the extent of damage. Know the fire just happened. Most of them are still. They have begun counting their losses. Most of them are still trying to know how much or the quantity of their wares or the items that have been burnt by the fire. So for now, they are not able to just concentrate on going to do a follow-up on the compensation from the government or any support from anywhere. But the focus now is to know what has been burnt, how much, and also how they will plan to restart their business.
Hafiz, thank you very much for speaking to us. Stay on that beat and we'll update our viewers in our Channel 1 newsroom at 8 p.m. Let's move on to some other stories now. The National Investigations Bureau has interrogated the former executive director of the National Service Authority, Swesco, in connection with the ongoing probe into the ghost name scandal. Sources indicate that Swesco appeared before the NIB on Thursday, March 20, accompanied by his lawyer after an invitation was extended to him to appear before the investigative body. He was reportedly subjected to several hours of questioning regarding the scandal, which involves the fraudulent enlistment of non-existent personnel onto the NSA payroll. It remains unclear whether he was released after the interrogation. The ghost name scandal has raised serious concerns about financial mismanagement within the scheme, prompting calls for stricter oversight and accountability. Stakeholders have urged the government to take decisive action against individuals found culpable to restore public confidence in the scheme. Away from that, Majority Leader Mahama Ayariga has dismissed reports that Parliament has summoned the Interior Minister Mohamed Mubarak Muntaka on Tuesday, March 25, 2025, regarding the operation at the residence of former Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Ernest Addison. Ayariga, who's also the MP for Boko Central, stated that the operation was conducted lawfully and should not be described as a raid. The Business Committee of Parliament had included the Interior Minister's appearance in its report to brief lawmakers on the matter. However, Ayariga clarified that the invitation was made without his consent.
So, Speaker, I have reached out to the Minister for the Interior. He's unavailable on Tuesday to brief the House. We cannot be bringing ministers to come and brief the House. The rules are clear. You want to ask the minister a question, you ask him a question, and he comes to answer. But you say you are bringing a minister to come and brief the House. Under which standing orders are you bringing a minister to come and brief the House? The rules are clear on what is to be done, which is you ask the minister a question, he comes. If it's a statement a minister has to make, he comes and makes the statement. And also to correct the records, the committee clerk uses the word leading to the read. Read is not an appropriate expression of what happened. I think that law enforcement officers lawfully went there to conduct a search.
The Defense Ministry is facing a debt issue with food suppliers who are threatening to stop services due to the government's unpaid debt of 275 million Ghana cedis accumulated over 17 months. The ministry's total indebtedness is 3.7 billion Ghana cedis for various expenses, including equipment supply and repair and machinery provision. The Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omaneboama, announced that the Finance Ministry is taking steps to clear the arrears during a debate on the 2025 budget.
The outstanding indebtedness in terms of claims is almost 3.7 billion Ghana cedis. And, Mr. Speaker, this includes indebtedness to food suppliers, supply and repair of equipment, provision of machinery, and equipment. Mr. Speaker, we all know soldiers should not and must not march on empty stomachs. However, Mr. Speaker, food suppliers have even threatened to halt supplies to the Ghana Armed Forces. This is because government's indebtedness to them dates back from August 2023 up to December, and that is like 17 months. This indebtedness is 275 million Ghana cedis and over.
You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inusafa. Still to come, National Road Safety Authority directs advertising companies to stop placing billboards within median strips of roads, citing safety concerns. We'll tell you more shortly. Please stay with us.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there? Zebal won
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
You're welcome back to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Let's bring you some more stories. The National Road Safety Authority has directed advertising companies to stop placing billboards within the median strips of roads, citing safety concerns. According to the Road Safety Authority, billboards positioned on medians pose a significant hazard to road users, particularly pedestrians. Speaking to Channel 1 News after inspecting the East Airport Road near the East Legon underpass following a viral video of a pedestrian raising concerns about billboards on the median, the Acting Director General of the National Road Safety Authority, Abraham Amaliba, stressed that the authority will enforce compliance with road safety standards to prevent such obstructions.
People should remove those obstacles on the media because we are beginning to wage a war against such billboards. First and foremost is the height of the billboards. It doesn't give you enough room to see beyond the billboards. And they are lined up in such a way that if there's an oncoming vehicle, because it's a bend, it's difficult for you to see the oncoming vehicle. We would first find out from those who erected this billboard. Luckily for us, they have their telephone number on the billboards. So we would find out from them first whether if they have a permit to erect the billboards. Then two, if they say yes, the next is to get to the assembly and find out why they approve of these billboards without considering the standards. Then we would ask them to comply by removing these billboards.
The Bimbilla Magistrate Court in the Northern Region has remanded 2 suspects into police custody for allegedly killing cattle belonging to herdsmen in the area. This is to allow the police complete their investigations. The suspects have been charged with 2 counts of possession of firearms without lawful excuse and cruelty to animals. The lawyer pleaded for bail, but the judge denied the request, emphasizing the gravity of the case and urging the police to expedite their investigations. In an interview with Channel 1 News, the FUBA spokesperson, Mohammed Yahaya, said that the community welcomed the ruling.
We speak now. They killed one Alaji. He's currently at Salga Hospital. So they killed many cattle and also burned down houses, over 20. The animal that they senate, over 400 animals. I have somebody here who complained yesterday of 160. I have somebody who complained of 140, 138, and others are still coming up with complaints. For us, as the prosecutor said, he said they need time for investigation. So I'm okay, because if time is given and they should also do their work, I'm sure it's okay. But by the end of the day, we all get justice to be served.
Deputy Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Gazela Tete-Agbutwi, has defended the government's decision to appoint guards to safeguard the country's rivers and other water sources affected by illegal mining activities. Speaking to the media on the sidelines of the Beyond the Pipe conference by Safe Water Network, the Deputy Minister explained that paramilitary training for the river guards will equip them to better protect the rivers. She further added that being from the community, the river guards are better placed to identify individuals involved in illegal mining-related activities.
Some of these people are taken from the communities. They know the inside out of the communities. They know the culprits. They know all of that. And with the training they are getting, it is a bit of a paramilitary training that they are getting. But aside from that also, you realize that he also launched the Trees for Life initiative. And that is because the headwaters of our river systems have to be densified, let me put it that way. You know, if, that is the headwaters of a river system is where the water source actually starts from. So we are literally going back to basics. As we are trying to tackle the contamination of the water, also trying to tackle making sure that the headwaters are being treated right, the buffer zones and all are being covered. Because if we don't do this as a holistic effort and approach, you realize that we are doing things in piecemeal. I talked about working in silos, and it's very important that we come together and put all the efforts, together to do this. So I am confident that the measures that the Ministry of Lands and Forestry have taken, and the Housing and Water Resources, we also measure the water quality with the Water Commission and all. So we are working together to make sure that we improve things.
Country Director of Safe Water Network Ghana, Charles Nimako, in an interview with the media, also expressed pride in this achievement, emphasizing the importance of sustainable water solutions. Safe Water Network Ghana has achieved a significant milestone in its mission to provide safe and affordable water to communities across the country.
Safe Water Network, since our inception in Ghana, we've always been pushing the envelope on how can we achieve safely managed water on premise. So if you look at the almost 150 communities that we're in now in Ghana, majority of them we're doing household connections, laying pipes to the homes of the people. When people collect water from standpipes and kiosks, there's a chance that the water may get contaminated. The water itself might be very clean, But because of the way we collect it, the containers, the way we dip our hands into the water and everything, they get contaminated. But when we bring the water directly to the households, then you're drinking the water or you're using the water right from the source. And it makes it easier, cheaper, of course, convenient. So that's what Safe Water Network we're doing. We are piloting household connections in the rural areas.
Ghanaians are being encouraged to prioritize the use of clean and purified water in food preparation to enhance healthy living. The call was made at the launch of a campaign by Jibu, a water brand that has introduced a 20-liter bottled water with a tap at the base. The design of Jibu's innovative tap allows for easy dispensing of water for cooking, mixing cereals, and other food-related activities. Speaking at the event, Jibu's country manager Jonathan Zobi highlighted the importance of the initiative in promoting hygiene in food preparation while addressing environmental concerns.
Of this campaign is to ensure that every home will have access to our Jibu tap bottle so that they'll be able to cook healthier meals and be able to ensure that they cook better and healthier meals for their families. One key thing we also want to touch on is the need to be able to eliminate single plastic use. By getting our tap bottle, you are able to ensure that you come back for refill. By so doing, you eliminate the use of plastics, sachet plastics, and you're able to ensure that our communities are free from rubber and plastics, and we're also able to ensure that we sustainably keep our environment.
This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Up next is Business with Nitili Netiajaho. Hi Nitili, how are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very well. What's happening in the world of business?
Financial economists are calling on government to implement well-structured financial systems to ensure that money matters are well implemented.
Tell us more.
Okay. Now, financial economist at the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Joshua Abo, has stressed the need to enhance efficiency in Ghana's financial system to improve the formulation and implementation of monetary policy. He suggests the proposed abolition of the e-levy could drive greater financial inclusivity, ultimately impacting the effectiveness of monetary policy. Professor Abo made these remarks while speaking at the media at the launch of the book Monetary Economics in Emerging and Developing Countries, which he co-authored with Professor Peter Korte and two others.
I think there's a lot more we can do in terms of strengthening the financial system, improving on the efficiency levels of the financial market or financial system, and that can help in strengthening monetary policy formulation and implementation. And so it's something that we need to tackle seriously. If you take the e-levy, for instance, that many people spoke against, it's one thing that impacted on inclusive finance. Okay, we thought we had come far in terms of promoting financial inclusion, but that really discouraged many people from using the payment systems that we had. And for the current development, I think that will help to get back on track and make sure that we drive inclusivity as far as a financial system is concerned, and that can impact on monetary policy effectiveness.
Accra Brewery PLC, the producer of some of Ghana's most popular beverages, including club beer, has reaffirmed its commitment to water efficiency and sustainable technology as part of the long-term sustainability strategy. As a major consumer of water and its production processes, the company acknowledges its responsibility to implement innovative solutions that reduce water usage while maintaining product quality. Speaking on the sidelines of an event to mark the World Water Day, Solomon Ihiahe, legal and corporate affairs at ABL, emphasized the company's dedication to sustainability.
As we were conducted around our operations, you saw the various processes and how efficient we are using water. I mean, we've been given a target of water efficiency, and this year our target is about 3.2 per each hectoliter we produce. So that is a very stretching target, and so every aspect of our operations, both even in the factory and admin, we ensure that the use of water is at the heart and at the top of everything that we do. per the technical numbers that we have, we are hovering a little beyond 4.2 per hectoliter that we produce. Our target this year is to do 3.0. The global target for us is 2.5. So you can tell that it's a very stretching one. So, it calls on us, it gives us a lot of responsibility to ensure that, as we mentioned here, each drop of water that we use counts in what we do. As we say in our local palace, be the Enuane Club. Club is Ghana. Club is part of this country. Club has been here since 1931. And so we continue to improve upon our quality, we continue to improve upon our efficiency, and we ensure that we give our customers value for money.
And that's all for business. I am Neteli Neti Ajahu.
Up next is sports with Gabi Ofe. At this point, I'm more patriotic than you are.
I agree. And you're looking so good in the red.
Thank you. Because the last time I wore this, we lost.
Yeah, the last time you wore it, that's when we lost to Niger.
I hope
in the
today
last
will be different.
AFCON qualifying game.
But take it away.
Yeah. So, I mean, today is a big game. It's a big game in the sense that it's 2025. So, Tuado gets to start on a clean slate after that horrible AFCON qualifying campaign. He's playing Chad today. I'm sure people will be wondering who Chad are, what kind of opponent we are coming up against tonight. The game is at 7 p.m. Well, Chad, just quickly, they are ranked 176th in the world, 77th in on CAF latest ranking, and they are yet to win a game in the last 4 games that we've played. That's in the qualifying group. That's Group I. We are in Group I, so they are rock bottom. They've not won a game from 2019 till now. They've won just 3 games.
Okay.
And those games came against Mauritius and Liberia. And so, on paper, you said that the Black Stars are a huge favorite. Yes, they are. But on the pitch, they are not. Because we've lost to similar opponents in the last few years. One is Comoros.
Yeah.
Another is Niger. Another is Sudan. These are countries ranked below us. And if you look at the football we've played in the last couple of months under Tuado, we cannot underrate this country. I think that they would be aimed to make a statement. One thing with being tagged as underdogs is that everybody is looking up to you that you're not going to really do much.
Yeah.
And then it grows in favor of the home team, that's the Black Stars. You begin to be a bit jittery. You want to start on the front foot. So we're just hoping that the Black Stars will put up a very good game. But let's take you to the Accra Sports Stadium. Benjamin Iketia is there to tell us more with respect to tonight's game. Hi, Benjamin. Can you hear me?
Gabi, I can hear you, and a wonderful evening to all of you in the studio.
Great. Quickly paint a picture at the Accra Sports Stadium. The game is at 7 p.m., but I can see that you are in the stadium. What have you picked up with respect to fans and also the security presence?
Well, I can tell you that there's heavy security presence here at the Accra Sports Stadium. There's also military presence also at the Accra Sports Stadium. Now, typically, you know that on game days, what they would do is that the security personnel will barricade certain portions of the road that lead to the stadium. That has happened, and that obviously creates some type of confusion because typically people try to get advance tickets, and then some people try to come into the stadium, get early seats in and all of that. But the security process is pretty rigorous. They are checking, for any kind of security breaches, whether you have knives on, whether you have any types of anybody. I think this is on the back of what has been.
Now, the fans have not necessarily grouping in their numbers. I can't put it like that. There are some fans you can see at the gate who are trying to make their way in. There are others who are basically just loitering around, waiting for the game itself to start. And then those who have already taken their seats. I can see the supporter group
in their voices already here, but typically, as far as attendance is concerned, not what you'd expect from a Black Stars game, at least at 2 hours or just a little under 2 hours to the start of the game.
2 hours to the start of the game.
Okay, we have just 2 hours to kick off. That's Ghana taking on Chad. Just quickly, have you interacted with any of the fans, and what are they saying, just briefly?
Well, a lot of the fans are unsure of this team. They don't know what to expect from this Black Stars team, and rightly so, because having played that AFCON qualifying series without winning a single game, you just be asking yourself, what are you to expect from this Black Stars? A lot of new faces in the team, and Adum himself has said that this is a new beginning, and so a lot of fans are uncertain. What they want from the team the most is effort. They want to see a team that's fighting from the beginning right up until the blast of the final whistle. It doesn't matter probably if you don't get a favorable result, but at least show some fighting spirit. But most of the people believe, or most of the individuals I've spoken to believe, that this is a Chad team that Ghana should be beating. And so you get the sense that today there'll be no excuses for not winning this game. You don't pick it up immediately right now from the sentiment that I have picked up on the ground, but you get the sense that Ghanaians would be expecting nothing less than a victory.
All right, thank you so much, Ben. So the game will be on Radio 97.3 at 6:30 p.m. You can join us for that build-up, and then later we'll give you live video commentary at 7 p.m. But let's hear from Coach Otuado, who spoke after the team's last training session at the Accra Sports Stadium.
Environment to give their best and then to win. And I'm very, very sure that we don't disappoint you. And we've been doing well in the training. They prepared well. I'm very, very happy to have the squads here. The way they train, the way they move together, they stick together, the way they discuss things now. And yeah, I'm really, really positive about tomorrow. Thank you once again. Like I said, we don't take it for granted, Sports Minister, that you come in every day to support us, to watch us. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's Black Stars head coach Otuado speaking after the team's final training session yesterday at the Accra Sports Stadium. But the team witnessed the last set of dignitaries. That was the Parliamentary Select Committee for Youth and Sports, led by their chairman, Ernest Nogbe, and he had some few words for the team.
278 constituencies. Members of those constituencies will be at the stadium to cheer you. We know Ghana is a football-loving country, and we are all yearning to go to US, Mexico, and then Canada next year. We want to play the final in US, yes, which we are very much hopeful. Yes, we are playing finals in the US. So we are here in the name of Ghana. We are here in the name of our constituents and the constituencies to motivate you and say that we are behind you solidly. Put everything behind. Teamwork is most critical thing.
All right, so the president of the nation also had something to say, and ahead of tonight's game against Chad.
I'll take time off and watch the game myself. Even though my heart is not very good at watching soccer, I will brave it. They say I should eat before I go and sit down. And my hope is that you will justify my sitting and watching you guys. The whole of Ghana is going to be behind you, and I'm sure that you can make it.
All right, so he says eat before 7 p.m. I'm pretty sure a lot of you actually agree. Eno here agrees.
Eating a big bowl of fufu. But
yeah.
Tell me, what are your predictions for the game?
I am not very confident. I cannot say that the Black Stars
should I take this off?
Well, no, keep wearing it. You're patriotic. I cannot say the Black Stars would win by a huge scoreline. I say a huge scoreline in the sense that, look, this is one of the countries that are lowly ranked on the FIFA rankings. When you are playing these countries, you need to make a huge statement, a huge impression that, look, the Black Stars have been at the World Cup 4 times since 2006. 2006 we were there. 2010 we got to the quarterfinals. 2014 we got kicked out in the group stage. 2018 we didn't qualify. 2022 we made an appearance at Qatar. 2026 would we be there? Chad have never qualified for the World Cup.
So they're more hungry.
Yeah, they are more hungry. And I think that we should be more hungrier because we've already witnessed 6 games in the entire AFCON qualifying series without a win. And the man to do that is Otuado. I'm not sure he would want to carry this unwanted record on his head. I think he would want to change it. Yeah. So the game is on radio later tonight, 7 p.m., 6:30. We'll start at then 7 p.m. Live radio commentary, myself and Edwin Kwakofi. And that's your world of sports. Thank you very much, Gabby Ofe. And don't forget to eat. But that's it for Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to today's episode of The Woman in You with Zoe. My guest is a woman whose work has made a significant impact across the globe, from education to activism and spirituality. She's an educator, civil rights leader, visionary, and one of the most influential voices in the African diaspora today. With multiple advanced degrees, including a PhD in theology, human resources development, and humanities, she has used her knowledge and experience to break barriers and champion change in both the academic world and the broader society. She's also a prolific creator, launching initiatives like the Blackwood Worldwide, which merges entertainment and education for societal growth. She continues to inspire through her work with youth development, her leadership in cultural advocacy, and her drive for community empowerment. I'll be introducing my guest to you shortly. My name is Zoe Abubedu, and this is The Woman in You with Zoe. Stay tuned.
We invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th, as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM. Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought return. You will come back to The Woman in You with Zoe.
Dr. Angela Harris is my guest today, and she'll be telling us more about herself and what she does. But before I do so, I really want to apologize for my hoarse voice today, but it will be audible, and trust me, the conversation is going to be a great one. Now, to talk to Dr. Harris. Hello, thank you so much for being on the show, and it's a pleasure having you.
Greetings and great day, and it's a pleasure to be here today.
I know you're not new to Ghana. What do you love about Ghana?
I love Africa, period. Ghana is like a third home to me, almost trading the place of Nigeria, becoming my second home. I just love people, and my mission is to make Africa great again. So the places where I go, I fit in no matter where it is in Africa, and Ghana just happens to be one of those places.
So where in Ghana have you been to?
I actually haven't been more than Accra. But my plan is to travel abroad Ghana within the next year.
Okay. All right. Have you tried any of our food?
I have. And again, Nigeria is my second home. So, you know, the competition of the jollof rice is there. One thing I was telling someone yesterday, though, and Niger, you know that I love you, but one thing that I notice about Ghana is that every time I walk into walk into a room where the men are, I always smell good stuff. That's the difference between Ghana and Nigeria. A lot of times going to Niger, you smell a lot of musk. You walk in Ghana, you smell a lot of freshness, and I love, you know, fresh cologne on you know, a man when you walk in the presence of men. So that's the difference. You know, I had to get a little laughter out of that on yesterday.
Great. So on this show, we usually speak to our guests and they tell us about growing up. I know you're originally from Columbus, but now in Atlanta.
Absolutely.
All right. So how was your childhood like?
So this is what I can say. My lifetime story is called Faith in a Struggle.
Okay.
So if you hear in between that, you know that there's some things that has happened in my life that have been very challenging. But in the midst of it, the faith has always been there to be who I was already predestined to be. And I walk in that every day. So as a child, believe it or not, I was very, what's the word that I want to use? Because right now I'm very extroverted. I was very introverted as a child. Very intelligent, but because of different traumatic issues that was going on in my lifetime, from rape to molestation to just being different, not understanding my spiritual gifts and no one to really cultivate it, even though I was in church 7 days a week sometimes. Just didn't understand why I was so different than everyone else. And so as a child, it was very challenging. I tell people all the time, that's why I have a passion for children, because I know that my childhood was some of the most challenging years of my life.
How did your upbringing shape who you have become today? Your upbringing, being a child, how did it shape you?
Let me say this. Shouts out to my mother. My mother, an excellent woman of God. My mother is a cardiopulmonary, well, she just retired 3 years ago.
Okay.
So she was a cardiopulmonary surgeon. So financially, we didn't want for much. Unfortunately, because my mother was at work all of the time, there was things that was able to happen in my life that was not my mess, but somebody else's mess that became, you know, what could have defeated me. But now it's my victory, because I know that the end result of it is that we go through things in life, not for ourselves, but to help other people. So my childhood, again, we had all of the things that most people didn't have, because my mother, she worked so hard. But why did she work so hard? That's what the question is. She worked so hard because she was trying to get over the pain that she endured. My grandfather shot and killed my grandmother in front of my mom at 16 and then killed himself in front of her. So that challenge was the first challenge, and 3 years later comes me. So her in her healing phases thought that she met her Casanova, which is my father, only to find out that he was married with 20 plus children and didn't even inform my mother of it. So she still made a decision to continue and her pregnancy, and now you have the messenger angel. That's what Angela means.
At what point did you decide you're going to break free from all this trauma?
I think I decided that my whole life. And I think the reason why is because in the midst of all of the trauma, even in times when I can remember times of laying in my bed and I felt demons holding me down, and they would hold me to the point that it was so much, but there was always something that came and set me free and rescued me. And that was the light of God in me. So, you know, knowing that, that's what has kept me. And again, shouts out to my mother, because one thing that, you know, what God told me is that no matter what your mom ever did to fail you in your eyes, because she was at work and stuff all the time, you know, I was around people that she thought that she could trust and all of that. But whatever she did in her eyes, I mean, in your eyes to fail you, one thing she did at a very young age is she introduced you to me. And so when she introduced me to the Father that gives us life every day, she saved my life, even in the midst of all the turmoil that I would have to experience.
That was the next question I was going to ask, because you speak a lot about God, spirituality, the Father. And can you tell us more about your life when it comes to, I mean, being spiritual and being a Christian?
Everything that I do, of course I live in the flesh, so I'm not perfected. Let me go back just a little bit. I had 5 children about the time I was 20, and my 6th child when I was 24. Everyone told me what I couldn't do, what I was not going to be able to do, but I surpassed them all in education and you know, the world of just being, you know. I don't just exist in this world, I live. And a lot of people get stuck in that. So the reason why that ability came was because, again, my mother introduced me to God. And the way that she introduced me to God was to remind me that my accountability is always going to be to the one that gives me life every day. Always gave me the understanding that her relationship with him, somebody else's relationship with him, is not my focus, but my personal relationship. So throughout my life, with all of the challenges and things that I've been through, that's what has kept me. And it's kept me mentally, spiritually, intellectually, physically, and emotionally.
Wow. You had 5 kids.
6.
Before 20. And by 24 you had a 6th child. At that young age, how were you able to take care of, because raising children is not an easy task or job. How were you able to do all this?
So this is what I was saying. When you go through trauma as a child, as you grow, sometimes you look for love in all the wrong places. Both of my children's fathers, because I have the 5 by the 1, and then I have 1 daughter after, they were both big time drug dealers. They were in the world. My 5 children's father owned one of the biggest record labels in the US, and it was very challenging because I always felt like I was in a box that I wanted to bust out of. It was something that didn't allow me to belong, even though I was existing at that time in that world. That world could not hold me. It couldn't incarcerate me. And there's a lot of things in life that have tried to incarcerate me. But when God said that many are called but few are chosen, all of the chosen ones, if you go back and you read the Bible, they've all been through something. They're not someone that had a silver spoon in their mouth and never went through something. No, every last one of them had a reason that they had to figure out who God was in their life.
So how did your experiences help you bring up these children to be, how old are they, by the way?
I'm 51. My oldest daughter is 35. My next to the oldest daughter, she'll be 34 April the 2nd. I have one that will be 33 March the 13th. I have one that will be 32 May the 6th. Then my only son, he's born March the 15th, he'll be 31. And my youngest daughter is 27.
Wow. So how did your experiences help you bring up these lovely children that you have?
Now, one thing that I will say, even as a young mother, I didn't play with my children, period. I didn't allow for my age to become a determination of my children being disrespectful. All of the things that I experienced, I didn't want them to experience. So I made sure that that didn't happen. And one of the reasons that I'm probably as blessed as I am today is because I knew how to treat my mother. And I accepted nothing less from my own children.
Yeah.
I raised them. They couldn't just go places and spend the night. All of the other children wanted to come to our house because my children had material things. You understand?
Yeah.
I was one of the youngest mothers. Matter of fact, the youngest mother out of all of my children's friends. But all of the older mothers allowed their children to come to my house. So we had the Last Supper table, you know, the one with about 10, 12 to 15 people every day. And we always, my mission was always to pour into those children to let them know that the bum road was not acceptable.
Yeah.
The bum road is doing whatever you want to do. Being in this world, in the drug game, you know, because my experiences allowed for me to speak against it, because there was something in me that it never it was never comfortable for me.
Wow, really inspired by how far you have come and what you've been able to achieve. Now, there are a lot of young women who are still going through some of the things that you mentioned, and even with your experience, I'm sure there's somebody who is able to relate. If that person is watching you right now, what advice will you give to that person to encourage that person to be better?
If it is to be, it's up to me. Always understanding that you can't be accountable for somebody else. The only one that you can be accountable for is you,
yourself,
first and foremost. If you can't even love yourself, how can you love somebody else?
Yeah.
And then you have to go into what is love, because the definition of love to people, they got it all messed up. Love is making sure that what you were born for is manifested with the allowance of a God infestation, meaning that every day that we wake up, there's nothing that we done to wake us up.
Yeah.
So the one that gives us life every day has to be the first and foremost that we give praise and thanks to.
Great. So I'll be talking more about your life after giving birth, because I know you have 3 PhDs. In fact, in terms of academia, you really did a lot for yourself. So I'll be finding out more on how you were able to achieve that. And did you have any support at all?
My mother was my biggest supporter.
Wow.
Let me say this.
Your mom,
my mom
has really been your backbone.
Absolutely. Strong Black woman. Strong. Understanding that her turmoil of seeing her own mother. Now let me say this. My mother had a relationship with her father as well.
Okay.
So her mother and father in that household, for that to happen to her, it was very traumatic. My grandfather literally took my mother out the day, showed her how to balance a checkbook, took her to the store, showed her how to shop, how to do this, talked to her about the birds and the bees, if you know what I mean, about men. And then she think it's her sweet 16 birthday thing that she finally get to spend with her daddy, but it was because my grandmother was going to leave him. My grandfather had a whole nother family on another street, so my grandmother was going to leave him, and he couldn't handle that. My grandfather and my grandmother had 8 children, but he also had 3 other children on the next street by another woman without my grandmother knowing it. When she found out, she was just going to leave, and that's what ended her life. And so my mother's trials and tribulations, ever since I was in her belly, she worked in the hospital. She didn't stop until I was 48 years old 3 years ago.
Okay. Oh.
And the thing is that her working in that hospital was a direct reflection of what she felt she could have done for her mother if she would have known CPR. She felt like she could have saved her life. So every day that she went to the hospital, what God revealed to me was another torment of hoping that she don't lose somebody that she could have saved. Point. You cannot focus on saving people. The only thing that you can focus on is giving them the information to be saved. You can't hold it personal, because if so, you'll always be broken down and have mental anguish, and then, you know, all of that leads to stress, and stress is the #1 killer. Yeah. It's not dis-ease like people think, but it's stress. And so all of that to be said, it's reflected on me in a way that it has allowed me to be strong. Now I'm gonna say this, me, my mother, and my sister, we're all born the end of July to beginning of August. My brother's the only oddball. He was born in February.
Okay.
And so, you know, that's a strength right there. You know, they call us the lions. And I'm a real lioness in God's kingdom, as well as just my character, period. I love my cubs. And they don't even have to be the ones that I've birthed. Anybody that I've been assigned to, I love them. But I also understand when it's time to wean them off and send them on.
Wow. Dr. Angela Harris is my guest today on The Woman in You with Zoe, and she's been telling us about her childhood. We'll take a break here. When we come back, she'll be telling us about her career and leadership journey. And I hope that you've enjoyed the conversation so far and you want to know more about her life. Stay tuned.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
You're welcome back to the show. My name is Zoe Abubeidwado, and Dr. Angela Harris is my guest. She was telling us about her childhood, very rough one, but she managed to pick herself up. It's now time to delve into her career, what she has achieved for herself, despite all the challenges that she faced growing up. So, Dr. Harris, it's really inspiring, and I believe a lot of young women out there are really encouraged. I mean, someone who is going through similar challenges is encouraged by what you're saying today. We want to delve into your career, leadership. You've attained multiple degrees. Mm-hmm. At what point, at what age did you start attaining these degrees, to the extent that you have 3 PhDs? And that's a lot of school time. How did you do all this?
So what I'm going to tell you is going to be unbelievable. I already revealed to you that my children's fathers, the lifestyle that they were in.
Right.
When I was 25 years old, I was falsely accused of a crime, something that I didn't do. Before that, I was already in school, in college. As a matter of fact, I lived off of my student loans to take care of me and my children from the beginning, because not being educated was not going on. And you know, my mother's children, no, that's not happening. It was a
no-no.
And so I was falsely accused of a crime in 1999. and I received a 17-year sentence.
Ooh.
I didn't understand how God could even allow something like that to happen. And it was during the time that I was in church all the time. I've already put aside my children's father's lifestyles and separated myself from it. I didn't understand it. And so I was sentenced to 17 years in prison.
Wow.
3 years day for day. Now, let me walk you through this journey. I get there. While you're in prison, when you first go, they give you a person that you see, a psychologist or a psychiatrist, whatever you want to call it, because they need to know what inmates that they have, what their mindset is like. If they get ready to come in there and kill people, or if they're going to be okay, and that's how they class you. But when I walked in that room, there was this little man, his name is Mr. Christian, and he looked like a little elf. He was only like 4 feet tall. He was I don't know if he was Caucasian or if he was Spanish, but he looked kind of different because he had ears. He literally looked like an elf that you would see on TV. But when I went to go sit down in front of him, he looked at me and I seen a light in his eyes. It's like his eyes lit up, like really, like it's something that you would just see on TV. And he looked at me and he said, "I don't know why they have you in here. You can tell me what's wrong with me before I can tell you what's wrong with you." And I looked at him and my eyebrows raised, because what he didn't know is that that's where one of my struggles were is in life. And that struggle was being anointed and gifted and foreseeing things and knowing and God talking to me and not understanding that the things that I seen most people didn't see, the things that I heard most people didn't hear. And then when I would speak things, it would actually happen. And I actually got scared because I didn't know what it was, because even being in church every week, 5 and 6 times a week, no one was in there to cultivate that gift. I realized because I was very angry, I was very homicidal, which is one of the generational spirits that passed from my grandfather killing my grandmother. The other one was suicidal. I've never been suicidal. I never wanted to hurt myself. I felt like so many people were hurting me already. Why would I want to hurt myself? But the homicidal spirit, anyone that wanted to have ever done anything to me, I literally, in my mind, plotted out their death. And so, in the midst of all of that, God knew that he was getting ready to call me to ministry. So he needed me to literally sit down away from everyone, including my children, because I've always been there for everybody else. I've always been, the one that everybody else around me, I want to make sure that they're okay. But I wasn't okay. And so he needed me to go and heal. In the midst of it, I went in there. I was a chaplain's assistant. That's how it started out. And as a chaplain's assistant, the chaplain used to come and always ask me to pray for her. And I'm like, well, why aren't you praying for me? Then we started a gospel choir. I was the leader of the choir. So it was like everything that God had given me as a child in the church, I brought it into a prison. After God told me that you might have missed your behavior, but your purpose will never change. And then he showed me that the gifts that he gave me and the anointing that he had on my life, it wasn't to murder people in the physical realm, but that if I didn't do what he told me, that I could murder them in the spiritual realm. And I didn't understand that until he gave me Ezekiel chapter 3. And that says that when I tell you to say something, you say it. For those who receive it, that's life for them. For those who reject it, that's death for them. But if you don't tell them, then their blood is on your hands, you're a murderer. The enemy wanted you to kill physically. But the only way that you murder people is not by not telling them what I tell you to tell them. And that's been my life ever since then. 3 years later, after I got that, they called me back to court. I fought my own case against the I was my own attorney, fought my own case against the #1 prosecutor in Columbus, Ohio. Won. They had to set me free. The next week I answered my call to the ministry and I started preaching all over the world until God told me to come from among them. So in the midst of that, I went to school. My first PhD is in theology/divinity. My bachelor's started out in business, which I already had my bachelor's working on my master's when I went to prison in 1999. Okay. When I was there, I was able to still do some of my classes. You know, when I tell you that it wasn't like jail for me, when I tell you that it was literally like college for me, the favor that was on my life in that prison cell, the officers that was there, I gave some of them their first Bibles. I would order them, get them engraved with their names on them, and send them to them. So the whole time that I was there, it was like God was not only healing me from me, but he was preparing me for him and his kingdom. So when I was released in 2001, everything, and let me say this, when I was locked up, my mother took all of my children. My children never seen a system or nothing. Great. She had 6 of me to deal with and 6 children. Wow. All of them a little bit different. So that lets you know that there's a lot to me. Yeah. You know, there's a soft side, there's a hard side, there's a medium side, there's a fun side, and there's a serious side. Yeah. But all of them add up to being who I am in him. And so when I was released and I decided I wanted to continue my education more. I already had, my master's degree was almost finished. I decided to go get my PhD. My first PhD is in theology with a concentration of divinity. I learned at that time that the people that was teaching me what they were supposed to be teaching me about God didn't even believe in what they were teaching. They also utilized me to teach their class more than they taught their class because they didn't know. God said his people perish because of lack of knowledge. Right. So that was one of my journeys spiritually, to start teaching his people. So when I go and I become a minister in training in the church, they have me teaching the elders and the other ministers. And I'm like, do they not know that I need prayer? Do they not know that outside of this gift that God has given me, I'm still human? Do they not understand that I have 5 children and my children's fathers is back and forth in jail all the time? Do they not understand that I need me time sometime? But they always want to ask me to pray for me and for them. And so the next time I went to school was shortly after. I'm like, you know what? They always told me what I couldn't do, and I could do anything I put my mind to. I've always had that drive that I can do anything that I put my mind to. So I went back to school for human resources development. My bachelor's degree is in business. All right. My master's degree is in social. My first one is in social work with a concentration of education. My third one is in counseling, with Christian counseling as a initiative. All right. So then I'm like, okay, if I'm going to run my own business, because I went to school for business, because believe it or not, Donald Trump, when I was 15 years old, I went to one of his conferences. Okay. And he's the first person that made me want to own a business. Although I don't agree with all of the stuff that's going on in America, with the Democratic or the Republican side to it, I don't agree with none of it. I'm on God's side. I don't put myself in position to, I'm very connected to the whole political arena, but I don't put myself in position to follow any of them. So, but one thing that I can say is that Donald Trump was a businessman, and he made me want to be a businesswoman. Wow. So that business degree, I said, you know what, before I open my business, I need to know every side of the human resources part. So, because you hear all of these stories like Selena, I don't know if you know the movie Selena. Selena is a movie where it was a music artist and her manager was able to take all her money and stuff and didn't end up killing her because Selena didn't know no better. So I said, you know what? I need to go for human resources development.
Before you go on with that, do you mind sharing it with us what business you were into?
Okay, well, I have several. If you know anything about taxes, I think that y'all have taxes here in Ghana. I'm a tax preparer or an accountant. So I do taxes like for people at the end of the year when it's time for them to tally up all of the income that they've made over the years and what they owe the government. I'm the person that they go to. Like right now it's tax season. Right before I walked in here, I had 3 people, their taxes dropped. So my fees that, you know, that they had to pay to me for doing their taxes, they were trying to make sure that they got deposited to me. Right. My nonprofit and for-profit is Black People United. Everything that I do is surrounded by making the community better. So Black People United Global Network, I have a media hub. I have a radio station, I have a television network. I, do a lot of things in graphics. When I tell you that I went to school for human resources development, I wanted to know every part of it because every part of it was a part of me. Although I don't want to do it all, I need to know it all. So I do that. I also, I go around speaking. I speak, I go a lot of places and I speak. If you would ask me what my career is being about my father's business. Whatever area that he needs me in, that's where I'm at. And a lot of it, it comes to the regular sources of business, kingdom business, and being about your father's business. That's what our conference is. It's going to be coming up here in Georgia. But I know that we'll talk about that soon.
Right. So still with your schooling and some achievements that you have, attained for yourself. You've spoken about your 3 PhDs and what you've done. Now, I want to move a step further. You are the first woman president of the Southern Christian Fellowship. How do you feel stepping into that role?
The first president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which is Dr. Martin Luther King's organization. It was very, very, how can I say it? When you're in a male chauvinistic organization, but they see a woman and they know that she's powerful. They know that she has the ability and they want it. But then when they see her step into it, they're threatened by it. Because she sees, not only in the natural, but she sees in the spirit. So she sees all of the things that's going on that shouldn't go on. It was very challenging. I've made history on several occasions, and that's just one of them.
All right. You mind sharing the others?
Yes, I've made history. I'm the first Black woman to ever receive 3 proclamations in 3 states in a week.
Wow.
That was New York, New Jersey, and Georgia all in 1 week.
Wow.
I also was the first woman vice president of the United Coalitions for Humanities. It's so much.
So much. All right.
Yeah, it's so much.
Great. So you were talking about how you felt stepping into that role and how others accepted or otherwise your role that you had stepped into.
Yes. See, the thing is when I stepped in that role, I stepped out of it not too long after because a light bulb came on. My organization is Black People United. And let me talk about that. Black is not our color. It's an acronym for Beautiful Living Ancestors Controlling Kingdom. The breakdown of that is God gives me a lot of acronyms. So if you hear me saying acronyms, it's because every time God gives me an acronym, that's how I know he's speaking to me. So Beautiful Living Ancestors Controlling Kingdom. See, God said, let the dead bury the dead. So we're not talking about this force of witchcraft that people use to say that they're praying to the ancestors. You can't pray to someone that can't even wake you up. It doesn't make sense. So, but beautiful is your heart. You had to have the heart after God's people and the heart after the Father in order to have a beautiful heart. That's the capital B. If you can't, you can't be Black. They use Black in such a negative thing.
Right.
And so everything that God uses for me is to turn it into something positive.
Right.
Living ancestor, LA in Black. You're a living ancestor. Everything that you do, when you walk through somewhere, your light should follow you and somebody should be able to see your light as you go. We have people that come after us, people that we're responsible for, people that we're accountable for. They should be able to see a light in you, period.
Yeah.
That makes you an ancestor. An ancestor is just accountability of being who you are for those who follow you. Controlling your kingdom, that's what the whole Emergence Conference is about.
Right.
The Black Kings and Queens Worldwide, I'm the founder and the overseer. Again, Black, the acronym. Controlling kingdom. The kingdom that you have to control is your God-given divine purpose that was predestined for you before you were even here. If you don't tap into that, you're not living, you're just existing.
Yeah.
So that's what Black is. Beautiful living ancestors controlling kingdom, taking accountability for what you were brought here on earth to do.
Great. So my guest is still Dr. Angela Harris, and we're having great conversation here. And what she has achieved so far. We'll take another break here. When we return, she'll be telling us about her activism as well and her advocacy. And then we'll spend more time on Blackwood. It's Blackwood Worldwide. We'll be spending more time to speak about that as well. Do stay tuned. My name is Zoe Abubeido.
It's time for the Swesco 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming. The dates: Friday 21st of March 2025 through till Sunday the 23rd of March 2025. Now on Friday at 10 a.m. at the school complex, How I Got There. At 1:30 p.m. at the forecourt of the school complex, alumni interhouses Gary Soaking's experience. At 6 p.m. on campus, candlelight procession. At 8 p.m. at the school complex, alumni roll call and welcomes jam with the Kwampa Band. On Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Esther Hansen grounds, speech and prize giving ceremony. At 1 p.m. the commissioning of the new master's flats. At 1:45 p.m. at the school complex, alumni all-year groups lunch. At 7 p.m. at the school complex, alumni dance party with Inchin Chin Band. Then on Sunday at 9 a.m., Thanksgiving service at the Esther Hansen grounds. It's the 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming of Swesco. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best.
Thank you for staying with us on The Woman in You with Zoe. Dr. Harris is my guest today, and she was explaining Blackwood Worldwide. She's explained the black. The wood has an explanation as well, I believe, Dr. Harris.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, if you heard what I stated in the beginning of my journey, I stated that my children's father owned a record label.
Yes.
So I've been exposed to the music industry and the entertainment industry from being a young woman. Hollywood has distracted, destroyed, and dismantled our people.
How?
Evil. People in Hollywood, and see, the thing is that I find in Africa doesn't understand what really goes on in the wilds of America. America has a lot of evil to it. They call it the land of the free, but it's really the land of the incarcerated, because everybody's trying to be something that they're not. And I'm just keeping it 100. I've been in the midst of the entertainment world for a long time, so I've seen a whole lot of stuff. Entertainment in church, because one thing is for certain is that our people, no matter where we are in the world, we love to be entertained. Entertainment, though, also comes with falsehood a lot of times. It comes with pretending to be what's not. If you listen to a lot of the music, it's a lot of people that speak a lot of stuff that they don't even live. But that's what has destroyed a lot of our people. Is listening to that, absorbing it, and now they're living it out. Something that somebody else say that they're not even living. So the Blackwood Worldwide is the new entertainment industry that's drawn God's people back to him through spirit-tainment and edutainment.
Right.
By the way of entertainment. Wood is a acronym. I told you that black is beautiful, living ancestors controlling kingdoms. The black wood is teaching heavenly ebonics, beautiful living ancestors control kingdoms, warning obedience, overcoming destruction.
Warning obedience.
Warning obedience.
Overcoming
destruction. So, if you heard, I told you that when my light bulb clicked on and I became the opposite of the homicidal mindset that the enemy wanted me to have, because people hurt me and I wanted the ones that hurt me gone, into the transition of God showing me the only way that I really hurt people is by not telling them what he tells me to tell them. I've warned obedience for people to overcome destruction. And so the Blackwood Worldwide is just that, teaching heavenly ebonics, teaching a heavenly language wide. I have 9 films that I'm sitting on, and I'm also executive wide. I have 9 films that I'm sitting on, and I'm also executive producing them. I'm working on some now. So one of them called The Eyes of Destiny. The other one called The Heart of a Dope Man. You know, I just have a lot of different films. So the Blackwood Worldwide is the new entertainment industry, but it's bringing back God's people to him by, you know, the same way that the enemy had us fighting against each other and wanting to kill each other and all of that. God is using that same portal to bring people back to him through remembering what we've been through, but understanding who took us through it.
So you said you're sitting on 9 films?
Yes.
Have you produced any yet? Is any of them up?
We're working on them now.
You're working on them. So, but when was this Blackwood Worldwide instituted? When did it come up?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay.
Yes.
And within that 2 years, you're still producing. Are you still producing?
Yes. I've done a lot.
All right.
For other people.
Okay.
Now I'm doing it for the Blackwood Worldwide, which is God's kingdom people doing practical things to draw his people back to him. Now, what I think that you seen too was the rebirth of the Black nation. I'm the founder, which is an agenda for Black, the acronym that I gave you, people, to pull things together in order for this world to change. I tell people all the time, I'm a world changer. I bring you from the world to the kingdom, knowing that thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. And that's my reality.
Right. You also mentioned that you were a ghostwriter for 12 years. What kind of things were you writing, and where were you publishing? Film.
And you probably watch some of it quite often. But because of being a ghostwriter, that's what you are, you really can't talk about it. But what I can say is some of the things that you think that some of these big Hollywood movie producers have done is my work.
Okay. And because you were a ghostwriter, you really don't want to speak about some of the things you did or the work you did.
No, you can't, because
I get it.
when they buy you, when they buy it, they buy it.
I get it.
And so, but what I can say is, as I'm producing my own films now, you'll get it. You'll get it. And people that know me, they know, but I just can't get on public and talk about it. They can try to sue me for everything that I have. Even though it may be little, I know that I'm going to be very, very wealthy soon.
Great. You've spoken about film. What about music? Because I think you have a passion for music as well.
I do have a passion for music. I started out singing. I sung with a few groups, and I told you my children's father owned a record label. I used to write all the artists' music. As a matter of fact, when we come back in April, I'm bringing Bingy Blaze with me from Jamaica. My brother, Kevin K.O. Cates, 30 million #1 record selling producer. He'll be in Ghana with me next month at the Emergence Conference. He has a whole album on men's mental health through hip hop called The Human, Humen Project. So some of those videos I've produced, and the Africa Great Again, which Bingy Blaze, coming in from Jamaica, he has a song that's for Africa. You got to make Africa great again. That's what my whole conference is about, emerging us. And where the reason I got the revelation for that is that those who were last will be first, and those who are first will be last, Africa was first. Every account of anything that you found first was in Africa. Everything that you find last is going to be in Africa. And so if you know anything about the word in Revelations 22:12 and 13, it says, behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to every man according what his work shall be. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the what? The last. Africa was first. Africa will be last. So emerging us is bringing us back to the roots of where we came from, so that we can understand the destiny that was already before we even existed. So the Blackwood Worldwide, everything that I do, the rebirth of the Black Nation, my organization, because the Black People United Global Network is my organization, but my organization is the Black Kings and Queens Worldwide. We're the movers and shakers. We're the real kings and queens. The movers and shakers of this world that understand that divine purpose, divine destiny, predestined purpose, and predestined everything that was already before we even came here. That's our responsibility.
Right.
If you're not walking in that, then there's one more word that I want to quote. They came to him in the last days and they said, Lord, Lord, I did this in your name, and I did that. I prophesied in your name. I did. Man, get away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never even knew you. How can I know somebody that's walking in something that I didn't divinely assign them to?
All right.
And so that's what this whole thing is about. Yeah, it's all about educating, spirit-cating or spirit-taining people, giving them...
Who are your target audience?
Everybody. Everybody needs to know their purpose. Everybody needs to know that you cannot just exist on this in this earth and think that the end result is going to be heaven. Everybody has to know that you go through hell right here on earth, but the fire comes from you not knowing who the source of light is. So the target audience is everybody. Everybody, because we live in the last and final days.
All right, I'm asking about target audience because we know some movies are rated. So we have children's movies, we have adult movies. Are you doing one specifically for...
I won't be the only producer.
Great.
I'm a producer of many things, but I don't do this I can't do it by myself. If I did, I wouldn't be able to be here in Ghana today. It's people, you heard.
But is this something you're thinking about?
Children, of course. I believe the children are our future. Teenagers, of course. Some of the most strategic and challenging years of people's life are their teenage years because they're really trying to find themselves.
Right.
Adults, some of them are children. So it's not an age thing, it's a maturity thing. And that's what I'll say.
Do you have a passion for the youth? Do you have a passion for young people? And do you organize workshops, say for the Black community, for the society at large? Is this something that you've been doing?
So my whole vision and my mission is to build a Black house everywhere. The B period, L period, A period, C period, K period, house everywhere. They have the White House in America. I need the Black house all over the world. No. And the Black house is a community, a big community of everything that we need in order to be who we designed to be. So we have the plan of a techno hub. We have the plan of a life skills center. We have our entertainment hub. We have the education side of it. I've created a school called the Principles of Blackness Cultural and Wellness Academy. I'm also a divine herbalist. So
divine herbalist.
Yes, I know how to mix stuff to heal people. And so I have my own line called Drink to Live. And so all of that is being manifested into the school. The school is going to teach mathematics, social studies, science, and reading through the measurement of herbs. Because a lot of people don't understand what herbs, that herbs are just like pharmaceuticals. you can use too many and it cancels something out, and you have a bad reaction to it. So it's teaching the children how to have naturopathic medicine, and when they all finish, they'll all be certified herbalists coming out of the school, 12th grade.
I see. Let's briefly talk about your activism and advocacy. I know you're an advocate for a lot of things, cultural empowerment. Just briefly talk to us about that.
I think that I've talked to you about that through everything that I've said, because it all reverts back to having a personal relationship with the Father. However, activism, I believe in justice. I told you that I was falsely accused of a crime.
Great. Do you mind sharing with us what crime that was?
It was a white-collar crime. What had happened was there was someone that I was attached to. She was older than me. She had a whole, they were older than me, so they were doing things that they shouldn't do. I connected her with one of my cousins. My cousin worked at Vital Statistics. Vital Statistics is where you get your birth certificates and stuff from. She ended up with a birth certificate stamper. At the time, like I told you, the drugs and all of that stuff that was going on, they were bringing people back and forth, so they were making false IDs. But they got caught with the birth certificate stamper. And when they got caught with that, my name came up. And because I would not open my mouth to make them do their work, they wanted to charge me of it. So the end result is I knew that I was going to be set free anyway, because I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't even something serious, but they felt that I was very smart, intelligent, and dangerous minded.
Yeah.
So, that's what happened. I don't really even talk about it a lot. You can't even pull it up anymore, because when I was set free from that serious situation, they had to also clear my name on everything because I wasn't guilty. But I do tell people this. I'm not saying that I ain't never been guilty of nothing. I just wasn't guilty of that. Because I would lie if I said that I ain't never done nothing. All of us have done something in life that we shouldn't have done.
We're wrapping up the conversation. You've had an extraordinary career. You've impacted many lives. What legacy would you want to leave?
Well, the legacy that I want to leave is what's coming up here in Ghana, the Emergence Conference. We're traveling worldwide right now with the Emergence Conference. The Emergence Conference is a 4-day conference. The first day is a entertainment gala. So, and I'm telling you, you need to be there. It's going to be so impactful. It's bringing back the power of everything that we need in order for us all to be okay through edutainment, spirit-tainment, but by the way of entertainment. So we have my brother's Human Project. We have Bingy Blaze coming in. We got some Ghanaian artists coming in. We got a comedian. We having a fashion show. This is all in one day. The Emergence Conference, but it's all clean.
Right.
All clean but powerful. The next day we have the Black Kings and Queens Worldwide Summit. That summit is education about not only emerging us spiritually, but also through the economic values of bringing Africa and making Africa great again. That evening we have the Black Kings and Queens Worldwide Induction, where we're inducting people into their purpose, them giving and committing back to their God-given purpose that was predestined for them. And then the next day is my awards show, and that's what we haven't talked about. The Black I Am International Awards has been around for 9 years now. It's traveled all over the world. I've had plenty of dignitaries, ministers, and all of that coming from Nigeria and Ghana and different places of Africa to America to my award show. Now I'm bringing it to you. So the last day is a crusade where they're putting together several churches for me to bring the message to them on that Sunday.
Thank you so much for being on the show. But if someone wants to reach out to you to know more about the conference, how do they do so?
We have the Black Kings and Queens Worldwide on VIP Socio. That's VIP SOCIO. They can contact me, Dr. Angela Harris. That's 1-404-944-8544. They actually will be able to go into the blackwoodworldwide.com. We're updating the site right this moment. And it's going to be at the UPSA Auditorium on the 17th through the 19th of April here in Ghana.
All right, thank you so much. We didn't have time to speak about your journalism and what you do, and I mean how different it may be from Ghana. And well, but hopefully another time we'll get you on the show.
Absolutely,
to
I would love to
speak
come
more
back.
about some of the things that you have done in Africa and the globe as a whole. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you so much too. The only thing that if I could say anything else is that I am the one that gives out the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Awards from the White House at my awards show. And I also have my own Black House Awards too. So this is not just a regular award show. It's giving honor to those who really deserve honor for what they've done for other people.
Great. Thank you so much. Dr. Angela Harris was my guest on today's episode of The Woman in You. My name is Zoe Abubedu Adum. Many thanks for watching. Stay tuned to Channel One TV.
So these are original dance band compositions composed by the Adaha Dance Band. Our first one is a presidential address. We call this Fellow Ghanaians. Enjoy this one. Enka emfata yen so manga na yene bonya moya to baha eni edika mfonso na ya edika ibedi yechile yedi yesike jananka ente moma ya transcendent yaka fellow Ghanaians yejile chia oman ba ku incheche muya doso oman ne hodona sa sebe kumnya ne ka so shende proye nansu medika yesrada na ya edika ibedi yechile Africa yedi yesike jananka ente moma ya transcendent yaka woso fellow Ghanaians Bombra by a page of me God bless our whole land Ghana and make her great and strong. Woso fellow Ghanaians Bombra by a page of me God bless our whole land Ghana and make her great and strong. Bibi Sroma na Adum penny for Kojeto Amaya. Yabere to the Yamaya Humode, Chimman Nabeda that. That's be mine. Family of a kind like I said, service to God and country. Then where do money, Ghana be, and Adum Subeshra in the Union and Ukuredi. CLF's honesty. I'm running yet to man. The rule of law. Kabimani Kebio. And patriotic high spirit. God bless our whole land Ghana and make her great and strong. And it was some fellow Ghanaians. God bless our whole land Ghana and make her great and strong. Was some fellow Ghanaians. God bless our whole land Ghana and make her great and strong. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an original composition called the Original Ghana Moment. It's a special from the Adha Dance Band. As we celebrate Ghana, don't forget about our meals. Our meals. Enjoy this one. If you like food, this is for you. Whatever. It's early morning, 6 o'clock. If you are in Ghana, Amelia Coco, no, I hot. Area no pikas and tempo fruit and as a cozy. So I late the iron temp fatty bread and match. And next time I'm crossing the water to buy water. There's no time to waste or else you not get waylaid. Some more Gary, I swear. Some more macaroni, I swear. Amelia more pepe. Original Ghana moment. So you want the breakfast in bed. And as a coffee broke man, hey, you have to come to Ghana from Africa. That's why I said, for every and papa, so many choices. So I swear to God, oh, your food. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, our beloved country. That's why I said, for every and papa, so many choices. So I swear to God, your food. It's 12 o'clock, oh, where's up? Charlie lunch is served, David's pot is hot. The barbecue is long, oh. This is Gary and beef, so concro plantain. David, please add 1 egg for double protein. Bamboo and okra stew. Emu to the cat and quine and also. But don't be shy to face the wall. If you like Okonte, now God's right. If you buy fufu, you have to buy the jam. I'm watching your Chief Justice, the Ghana moment. You want the breakfast in bed? Honorable Kwame Boache. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, Mama Africa. That's why I said for every and papa. So many choices, so I swear to God, don't the food. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, our beloved country. That's why I said for every and papa. So many choices, so I swear to God, don't the food. I'm on the daddy solo. I'm on the daddy solo. Yeah. Hey, I represent. Palavra social. You have to come to Ghana from Africa. That's why I said, baby and papa, so many choices. So I swear to God, you're better food. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, our beloved country. That's why I said, baby and papa, so many choices. So I swear to God, you're better food. Charlie. But there is Banku and okra stew. Emutu and cutting wine and also like a mutu and cutting wine. But don't be shy to face the world if you like Okonte. JB. Now cut rice. If you buy fufu, you have to buy the jam. our goat. In Ghana, if you buy fufu, you have to buy the judge, which is the punching. I didn't say anything. And Nas will get you. This is the first Gold Coast at the high regiment formed up. Ready for a high life troop. Gentlemen, left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Last one. Left hand, another right hand. Mark time. Forward, Adum. Yes, right. This is the American Embassy. How can we help you, mister? I'm a proud Ghanaian applying for you a visa. So what is your name, your occupation in your hometown? I am Abanga Yinsemena Bonegatanga. Mr. Abanga, what do you have for America? Fugu original, Burkina, from the northern parts of Ghana. Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. My greetings to Barack Obama. Other accounts. This is the American Embassy. How can we help you, mister? I'm a proud Ghanaian applying for you a visa. So what is your name, your occupation, and your hometown? I am an account for Menor City, Boise downtown. Mr. Kwakubawati, what is your mission in America? You got to gold and you cocoa. Textiles, what you get there. Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. Yes, I'm Kente for Obama. Sorry. Arribala. How can we help you, mister? I'm a proud Ghanaian applying for you a visa. So what is your name, your occupation, and your hometown? I am Nisowa Ijeka, I come from the capital. Mr. Nisowa, what is the mission in America? To be a fisherman, middle class, my wife says kinky freelance. Your Excellency is the king of Accra, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. We are bringing the comic again. All the others, I want of you. This is the American Embassy. How can we help you, mister? I'm a proud Ghanaian applying for you a visa. So what is your name, your occupation, and your hometown? I am here for Bukbede, this inside of the voter. Here for Bukbede, what is the mission in America? I'm educated and the power of magic complicated. Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. Alright, I'm taking the lead. See you in Alabama. Sorry. So this is the Handeship dance. 1, 2, 1, and 2. One, Thank you very much. This is the American Embassy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
oh yeah. Come on, let me hear it louder. Now everybody say, everybody, oh yeah, do what you're doing. A smile will bring the sunshine. Hear it one more time. Everybody, oh, do what you're doing. A smile will bring the sunshine. Hey, everybody, just do what you're doing. The smile will bring the sunshine. Hey, everybody, just do what you're doing. The smile will bring the sunshine. Hey, yeah. Everybody, do what you're doing. No. A smile will bring the sunshine. Let me hear it one more time. Everybody, do what you're doing. A smile will bring the sunshine. Let me hear it louder. coffee in Brazil. So no tea, automatic juice, you see, no potato juice. So all the farmers in Africa say, hey, hey. And when you have the next big thing is coffee, coffee, way outside the deal. They've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. A whole lot of coffee in Brazil. Osa, 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 osa. Are you ready now? Osa, osa. A bright place and sitting on the sun. Oh oh, 10,000 men stand by on the hill. Oh oh, alarm silence and begin to feel. Oh oh, 10,000 men come for the kill. The voters fly. Oh, the wind. Oh, the warrior fight. Oh, the battle. Oh, the scavengers wait. Oh, in fire. Oh, the day. Oh, the battle. Oh, osa, osa. Osa, ready? 1, 2, everybody. Osa, 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 osa. It's finally done. Osa, 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 osa. Finally done. Osa, 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 osa. Finally done. Osa, 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 osa. They be sitting on their own. Oh oh, one thinking who is coming home. Oh oh, a beautiful nothing screaming to the air. Oh oh, feeling your heart is fire. The voters fly. Oh, the wind is. Oh, the warrior fights. Oh, the battle. Oh, the scavengers wait. Oh, it's fine here. Oh, that is late. Oh, the battle. Oh, osa, 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 osa. 1, 2, 3, everybody. Osa, 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 osa. The feet on the down. Osa, 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 osa. The feet on the down. Osa, 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 osa. The feet on the down. Osa, 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 osa. Are you feeling it?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the other hard dance man. Have a great time.
Ago.
Hello again. This is our Heritage Month, and it's always such a great pleasure to come your way for us to celebrate our beautiful culture and indeed some indigenous Ghanaian music. Today we get to look at our Boga High Life. Now this is music that was introduced into the system somewhere in the 1980s, and it was music that the immigrants who traveled from Ghana to Germany brought back to us. This is a different style of our high life, and we always love to enjoy high life music, whichever form it comes. This is Boga High Life edition, and in Chinchim is right here. They are going to be helping us enjoy some great tunes. One person or one musician who really contributed his quota to Boga High Life in Ghana is none other than the late George Darko. Now, George Darko did amazing tunes, and today we are looking at some of the great tunes from George Darko. Let's start with African Girl. Now, African Girl, going to Germany, coming back home, and coming back, introducing Africa to the rest of the world. One way that we can showcase the beauty of Africa is our women. The African woman, beautiful, well-endowed, black beauty. This is who the African woman is. They have a way of casting spell onto everyone that they meet. And so George Darko is celebrating the African woman or the African girl. And he is calling on the African girl to come and dance with him. So if you are also around, if you turn left, all right, and you find an African girl, this is the time to just get up. Let's shake our body. Let's show what Africa women are made of. This is a beautiful tune from George Darko in Chinchim.
Watching the tide easing, it's cloudy night in Africa. The moon is bright, while on the other side, people on the moonlight shade. I hear the music play, but no one dance. African girl, she come to me and hold my hand. She casts a spell on me. She's a voodoo girl. African girl, come dance with me. African girl, come cast a spell on me, baby. Lost in the jungle dream, that place is charming, shining. She smile at me, she trying to talk to me in her own language. African girl, come cast your spell on me, baby. African girl, come dance with me. African girl, come cast your spell on me, baby. Lost in the jungle dream, that place is jamming, shining. She smile at me, she's trying to talk to me in her own language. African girl, come dance with me. African girl, come cast a spell on me, baby. African girl, come dance with me. African girl, come cast a spell on me, baby. African girl, come dance with me. African girl, come cast a spell on me, baby. African girl, come dance with me. African girl, come cast a spell on me, baby.
Now that is the African girl. Come dance with me, come cast a spell on me. This is a beautiful tune from George Daku. Now another beautiful one that I'm sure you are very familiar with is Akutibrofo. Now Akutibrofo is one that is also talking about, you know, the eloquence of the parrot. I mean, literally, when they begin to make sounds, it sounds so poetic, so rhythmic. And so this is another one that talks about the Ghanaianness, what our indigenous music stands for, and we get to appreciate another literary act of George Daku. Akutibrofo, anananumu benyufo, efritete, na akutibrofo, anananumu free.
Oh,
Because we don't know when we'll be leaving to join our ancestors, it's very, very important that whilst we are alive, we make merry and have fun, exactly like we are doing. Now, Jodako also says that a tienti a cha nebeswa. Na se diebesi bia obeko. Na se kuntunu shaya nechi enebeba. Enti so ko na nye obesa banechi. This is it. They migrated, they left to seek greener pastures, and they came back home. And they brought us Boga High Life. This is it. And that is why we also moved to another one who also brought Boga High Life to real life, Lee Dodu. Now he also has a homatia. Odo menye jinao. Odo sewa ma obebano na mayatia na makake tuebi. Indeed, my love, this is how much I miss you. If you do not come, you probably will not come and meet me in good shape. Inti wakobia na we traso na waba. Inchin. if you pay attention, you will know that the message that runs through a lot of the Burger High Life music is that of hustle, is that of missing your loved ones, because these people left the shores of Ghana and then they stayed away for quite some time before coming back. Lidodo has another one. You know, so it's also talking about the hassles of life. So, in Chin Chin, let's not waste time. Let's just go straight to Akwa. And indeed, the Almighty will bless our hustle. We will also make it in life. We can only work hard and trust the Most High to bless our handwork. Thank you very much. This has been another wonderful episode of the celebration of our culture and indeed enjoying of Ghanaian music. Thank you very much, Inchinchi, for doing us the honors. And thank you also very much for being our guest. See you next time. I'm Frima Edunyami.
Ago.
the newest Franco microwave, specially made for you, the fastest and safest way to cook. Defrost, reheat, melt, and cook with Franco microwave with advanced technology that knows exactly what you want. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Download our Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. For bulk purchasing and enquiries, call the numbers on your screen. Franco microwave, simple controls, smart sensors. Franco, the home.
This March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM.
Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought results.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Amen. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Cave and Gardens Limited, importers of Grand's Chateau Sangria Extra Forte and Forte, announces an urgent recall of all products in 500 ml, 250 ml, 120 ml packs, and 250 ml cans with immediate effect. This recall follows regulatory concerns, including unregistered SKUs and higher alcohol content than labeled. The 250 ml packaging may also mislead consumers. Consumers, retailers, and wholesalers are urged to return all affected products to Cave and Gardens Warehouse near Coca-Cola Roundabout on the Spintex Road, Accra, or contact your nearest FDA office. Full reimbursement will be provided. For enquiries in Accra, call 0244 338028 or 0244 385824. For enquiries in Kumasi, call 0249 403836 or 0261 118868. For enquiries in Takrady, call 0261 118868. For enquiries in Bolga, 0243 279956.
Hello, it's good to be with you. It's the season of celebrating our culture, our history, and also recognizing who we are as a people. It's the Heritage Month. Now, on this Heritage Month, we want to delve into some aspects of our religious lives, and we are talking about the independent African churches and how they also spread out in Ghana. We've had churches like the Nigerian Church, the Christ Apostolic Church. We have the Divine Healers Churches, the African Tabernacle churches, the one that we call Odifo Ocansey and all. There are several of them. We want to try and put the puzzle together and see whether we can close the gaps. Which one came from where, who led what, when it was done, and all those. Now, for this one, I'm inviting you to come along as we tell the story about the independent African churches in Ghana. This is Channel 1 TV. We'll be right back.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and this is a special program for our Heritage Month. With me to discuss this interesting topic is our friend, our brother, Kweku Daku Ankra. Kweku, welcome.
Thank you.
You're a doctor, right? Or
no, not yet.
You're not yet. You're in a PhD program.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's in history or what?
Yeah, history.
Oh, but your
African studies.
Oh, okay, African studies. But your first, second degree, history?
No, my master's is African studies.
African studies.
History option.
But first degree was in law, right?
Journalism, and I also have law.
Law.
LLB.
LLB. Okay. Yeah. Wow. All right. So we'll see how it goes. So you call it African independent churches, right?
Yeah.
And how is that different from the Orthodox churches?
Yeah, so the African independent churches were authentically African movement.
All right.
That was a sort of a call to return to nativity, which was a movement that was grown out of the Aborigines Right Protection Society. Aborigines Right Protection Society at one time, there was too much Europeanization of ideas, of culture, even the way people dress. You see Africans wearing bow ties, three-piece coats, suits and so on. So
but those are your people, the fancy people.
So that was for the educated elite. So the educated elite themselves realized that this is also sinking deep into the academic curriculum as well as the church. And then there was the need to Africanize. So as a result, they formed a movement called Gonfanti movement.
What?
Gonfanti movement.
Gonfanti
movement. It means the person has gone to Gonfanti way.
Oh, I see.
It is a return to nativity.
Oh, I see.
And it has come out as a result of an episode that happened within the Fanti Society, where Reverend Philip Kwaku, who was brought by the Church Missionary Society, Society for Propagation of Gospel, of the Anglican Church.
So he was brought back into Ghana,
him,
right?
Yes, to come and spread the gospel. When he came, he was actually against things that are local, fetishism, the way people were worshipping in their traditional African ways. He talked about how it was wrong and tried to win souls for Christ.
All right.
In so doing, one time he got sick. And when he got sick,
that's
all
Philip
the prayers,
Philip
Kweku himself, he got sick, all the prayers and things that went on, he couldn't heal. So he went to a local herbalist, and the herbalist gave some medication, and then he got healed. So the people say he has gone Fanti way.
Oh, I see.
So out of this episode, they created a movement that there is something good in nativity.
Yeah.
So they formed the Gonfanti movement within the Aborigines Right Protection Society.
All right.
And as a result, they call it Gonfanti, or the Return to Nativity movement.
Oh, wow.
And so they were interested in teaching people how to wear the African dress, how to speak their African languages, and writing about their African stories. So within that period, people were told to write about themselves. So Saba, for example,
that's John Mensah
Saba, for example, will go into the native laws and try to codify them by writing the Fanti customary law, which today is a #1 handbook when we are talking about the customary law in Ghana.
Whoa.
And it is used at the law school.
By John Mensah
John Mensah Saba, the Fanti customary law. He will go and also write about the Fanti National Constitution, which talk about the history of the Gold Coast as well as the legal development that took place. J.E. Kesley Hayford will also move on to write about Gold Coast native institutions. He was writing about the institutions of chieftaincy and how democratic they were, and then plead with the colonial administration to rule in tandem with the educated elite and the chiefs, which formed the basis of what we called the indirect rule. So he was bringing how the educated elite could become part of the indigenous chieftaincy or political structure to be used for governance. Then you have Reverend J.B. Anaman at that time also writing about the Gold Coast history, the history of the Gold Coast, and then adding the Gold Coast Almanac, talking about the history of the people from that time on.
Okay.
So this
Anaman is a Fanti man.
It's a Fanti man.
But he was originally with one of the Orthodox churches.
He was a Methodist Reverend minister. So as I'm saying, when we get to his side, we will add to it.
Okay,
so this Anaman and others, they came together, and the idea of Africanization was brought to the church. And this took place at Anomabo.
Which year? You remember the year?
Yes, in the late 1940s, 1960s. Within the 1960s, what happened was that there was idea what we call radical Methodism or radical Christianism, where the people were trying to introduce Africanization, the ideas into the Methodist Church. This led to some sort of dissent, that people who support the European way of doing things and people who supported introducing African way of doing things. For example, they wanted to come out with their own African songs, not European hymns.
Okay.
And then also introduce African instruments into the way of worship, which the church then has described as fetishism. And so must not
so
be
our kind of drums and our kind of maracas and all those things.
And even the clapping of hand was seen as a sort of fetishism.
Wow.
Because they see this being done by the Akonfu and Abosomofu in their various shrines and community. And so introducing that kind of thing into the church worship was deemed as demonic.
Wow.
And so therefore they were not interested. But people like Anaman, people like Esri Hayford and the members of the Gonfanti movement begin to fight against that way of practice, that European way is not an African way. And then Africans have their own way of also worshiping God.
Yeah.
So Anaman, for instance, will come out and write the first Ebibinyum, which is Yanananum, which many people know.
Oh, this same song,
yes.
So this came from Anaman.
Anaman in 1888, what we call Nanam. And he was actually using it to talk about how the Fanti Obidan, where the deity of the Bobam Fanti, what we call Nananumpo, and how the Akonfu used tricks, and then it was later destroyed, and then the word of God was spread by Thomas Birch Freeman around that time. And so he wrote the Nanam to talk about the fact that the Africans already knew about God. Even though they worship deity, they knew the existence of God, in their African understanding or the worldview. So that is what happened. But now, as you said, we are on the street of Polygonal. And one of the later AICs or African Independence Churches is
Divine Healers Church.
Divine Healers Church. So Divine Healers Church was started by a man called Gilbert Lawson. Gilbert Lawson or Gilbert Abro Lawson. That is his full name.
We used to call him Brother Lawson.
Lawson. So he was born in 4th November 1908 in Polygonal here. And then he started his schooling in a government boys' school. And then he was a member of the Anglican Church.
Oh, I see.
So while he was a member of Anglican Church,
he himself was a member of the Anglican Church
originally. And then while he was in Anglican Church, he also took after school. When he reached standard 4, his brother died. His brother Albert, who was taking care of him. So he moved to stay with his other cousin called James Myers. So while with James Myers, he completed his school and then got a job at the Gold Coast Post and Telecommunication Organization.
That's a post office, Accra
Post Office.
Near Watu.
Near Watu. So while he was there, one day there was a sort of what we call the rally or a crusade at Manchester Palace by Reverend James White.
That's Manchagbona.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Jamestown, Manchester Palace.
So he went for that crusade, which was then organized by Latter Rain movement, which was coming from New York in United States. And the reverend who was leading was Dr. James White. And during the crusade, the Spirit of God actually took him into trance. And according to the story, he saw the glory of God. And as a result, he was baptized and immersed in the sea, which is the sea at next door. And afterwards, he was baptized into the Apostolic Church.
Oh, he was the Apostolic Church.
Yes,
That's the Apostolic Church that we know.
Yes, the original Apostolic Church, and which came from Bradford in UK.
Bradford, Northern England. Yeah.
Northern England. So while he was he had opportunity of coming into contact with James McKeown.
Oh, McKeown, who was also a leading member of the Apostolic Church at the time. Mm-hmm.
So with McKeown, they moved around and started organizing missionary activities and praying. While he was moving on, later on, he also went for a crusade at Teshi. It was at Teshi crusade of the Apostolic Church that his eyes opened, and for the first time, he saw Jesus Christ face to face, and his life changed. And when his life changed, he decided to go into full-time ministry by opening his first prayer center.
We are still talking about Brother Lawson. Brother Lawson of the Divine Healers Church. Yeah.
So he opened his first prayer center, which he called the Divine Healers Temple, which was then at Insawam.
Oh, I see.
So when he started with it and his activity, the way they were going about their things with Africanist idea, singing, clapping, using banjo strings and other African instruments to pray, the church actually had some divisions between them.
Oh, really?
And as a result, he moved out and then founded the Lord is There Temple.
Wow.
In 1954.
Oh.
So from Divine Healers Temple, which was closed down as a result of the differences between him and the Apostolic Church, he founded the Lord is There Temple.
So let me ask, while he started the Divine Healers Temple, he was still a member of the Apostolic Church?
He was still a member of Apostolic Church.
And McKeown was still a member?
And McKeown was still a member when he moved out to find the Lord is There Temple.
The Lord is There Temple.
With the Lord is There Temple, by 1955, the church has become very big, and then he moved on to become the Divine Healers Church.
Okay.
And then in the same 55, he came out with a magazine, the Divine Healers Magazine.
As in print magazine?
As in print magazine, which is the first Christian magazine in this country.
Oh, wow.
Where the people, all the prayers and miracles that he has offered to people, people write their confessions, people write the miracles they have received from him into the church. And then he made a brochure of it, about 24 in number, between 1966 and 1967, where he came out to say that his church have about 190,000 membership.
In Ghana?
With the capital at Accra, Koligono, where we stand here today.
Yeah.
With some at Mamprobi, some at Accra New Town, Tama, Adafo, in
Latebio Okoshi. This whole area had Divine Healers Church all over the place, all the way to Kanishi and, you know.
Of course. So with this authority, it is one said that he predicted on the birth of the Gamanche at the time, and the time he would die. And he lived to see that all those prophecies that he gave came to pass. So people call him the prophet or the man for the Gadambe society as a result of that. And again, this man has a unique way of actually doing his miracles. He used handkerchiefs. And
so did he introduce this handkerchief thing?
Yes, so he was the first to use the handkerchiefs. And the handkerchiefs he gives to members. So wherever you are suffering from any ailment, you use it, the handkerchief, you touch at the place, or you wipe wherever it is, there's an infection or anything is affecting you, and it will go away. And he also have holy water. That holy water, he springs on you, and when it springs on you,
and it
whatever,
is believed that you get healed.
You get the healing.
Okay, so people, we are still celebrating our Heritage Month here on Channel 1 TV and City FM if you are listening on radio. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and the voice you hear is Nida Ankra. Now we can safely call him a historian. He puts a lot of these stories in the right perspective. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will let you see what has become of the Brother Lawson's Divine Healers Church. Now, if you grew up in the 70s and in the 80s, you won't be stranger to Brother Lawson, where in this entire area, we used to refer to them as Yesu Bami. We'll be right back.
It's time time for the Swesco 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming. The dates, Friday 21st of March 2025 through till Sunday the 23rd of March 2025. Now on Friday at 10 a.m. at the school complex, How I Got There. At 1:30 p.m. at the forecourt of the school complex, alumni inter-houses Gary Soaking's experience. At 6 p.m. on campus, candlelight procession. At 8 p.m. at the school complex, alumni roll call and welcomes jam with the Kwampa Band. On Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Esther Hansen grounds, speech and prize-giving ceremony. At 1 p.m. the commissioning of the new master's flats. At 1:45 p.m. at the school complex, alumni all-year groups lunch. At 7 p.m. at the school complex, alumni dance party with Inchin Chin Band. Then on Sunday at 9 a.m., Thanksgiving service at the Esther Hansen grounds. It's the 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming of Swesco. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best.
When it comes to the miraculous, the healing ministry, there are only few in this country that have walked that path. People like Brother Lawson, divine healers, yes, Bam. Some of you were young, but there was nothing that came before him in Yesu Bam.
And across the world, there were men who were raised. In fact, in Ghana, we had somebody who was called Brother Lawson, the founder of Divine Healers Church. Brother Lawson was so anointed. They said when you were going to his house, there was a palm tree or coconut tree where he used to go and pray. And as he prayed, he would hold the coconut tree and be praying. And you know,
Ankara. Is your Nidako Gan or Fanti or Ekrapim?
It's Gan.
It's Gan. Of course, every Nidako must have come from Utumlo, where my mother comes from as well. So anyway, Soni, you are talking about the Divine Healers Church. In fact, we are actually shooting from the headquarters where it all started of the Divine Healers Church. I mean, when we were kids, it was just a huge, it was big. It looked so big, but now, Charlie, we all grow. So I think, you know, but I think there's some remnant of the roofing, the old structure there that we can go and see. Soni, tell us more about this. Yeah, let's go.
This place was donated by one Hansen to the Reverend.
Oh, I see.
So,
the facility.
So
was donated.
So he had this church here, and then he became so renowned. He became so renowned that Reverend Duplex C of United States came to visit him. You have Nancy Porter also visiting him here to see how his miracles were going on. We have the famous Nigerian evangelist and then preacher, Bishop Benson Idahosa.
Oh, Idahosa too
also
came here?
Coming to meet him.
They came here?
Idahosa came here.
So Duplexi was here, Porter was here.
Porter was here.
And then
Benson Idahosa was here.
Which year would this be? Because Idahosa later moved to live in Ghana.
Yes, in the 1970s.
That must be 60s.
60s and 70s.
Yeah, must be 60s, yes.
And then also we have Billy Graham also coming to visit him.
You don't say.
With A.A. Allen, where they had interviews.
No, you are moving too fast, my brother. Charlie, you've defined the whole space. So you had Benson Idahosa from Benin City.
Yeah.
That's Church of God Missions International.
Yeah.
He came here. A.A. Allen was a major authority in this evangelical movement in the U.S. He also came here.
He also came here to visit him.
And did you say Billy Graham?
Billy Graham.
Oh, no, my days.
And the two of them had joint interviews with him.
Oh, wow.
About the nature of the African independent churches, miracles, and the ideas about
Billy
God.
Graham came here also. If I be careful, he came here.
So so he was really a famous man.
Oh, yeah.
That really made his name.
Yes,
and that shows you why people like Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Ajina Sari, and Ampia Kofis always touting the name of Brother Lawson, because he is a man whom their own mentor, actually had a sort of spiritual interactions with to
which
understand.
Is Benson Idahosa.
Yeah. So it shows you how the man actually grew his church. And there is a way he managed his church.
Tell me.
In his church, he was the leader. And then he had a personal staff, which constitutes Helena, I've forgotten the name, and then Mrs. Gifty Atram, who were the two people who were composing his staff. Okay. And then he had the inner circle. The inner circle consisted of people who were spiritually gifted, and they pray all the time for the church. So the inner circle, if you are not spiritually active, you could not be part of it.
So these were people who organized continuous prayer meetings.
Because
all the time. You know, back in the day, any time like this time, by the time you pass here, the whole street is full of people, and there was constant prayer going on here.
Particularly on Fridays.
Oh, Fridays was
their number one day where everybody comes and meets. And with this, he was able to cure many sicknesses. He was able to heal a lot of people. He was also able to spread. But their form of evangelism was different. Unlike many churches that have evangelical priests and also certain clergy who goes around to spread the gospel, they believe that people whom they have healed will spread the gospel.
Oh, okay.
And then the new convent that also came, whom they feel are anointed with the glory of God, will also go and spread.
Okay.
So the church leaders never went out, but this was done by the church members themselves.
Okay. All right.
And so he moved this church, and this church grew to become one of the biggest churches of its time. Until he himself grew very old. By 1988, he was so weak, he could not do certain things. So Reverend Afra Ama was made to head the church. And upon his death in 1989, the church came out with a new rules and regulation that you can hold position for 5 years. And then when you reach the age of 65, you are retired. Unfortunately, some people reach that age and they refuse to retire. And this led to a sort of legal tussle in the church, which affected the development of the church.
Their soul is willing, but their body is not willing.
Yes, so that is how this wonderful church finally went down from its glorious days to become what we are seeing today.
Wow. So this will be the story of Brother Lawson's Divine Healers Church. And there were others, several of them. I am familiar with this because I used to be in the area myself, not in Kolegon, but Kolebu, Gamashi, and Brother Lawson's church was a very, very popular one, on the lips of many people. And it was also a reference point in the whole concept of Pentecostalism, where people will pray in tongues, people will do prayer and fasting, they call it dry fasting, and those people were very tough spiritually, and it's also influenced the later emergence of the faith movement, which we also call charismatic movement. But you also mentioned Reverend Anaman and the Negrian Church. Tell me about that.
So Reverend Anaman was born in 1866. His own father, Atanumabo, his own father was Reverend Isaac Anaman, who was a conformist Wesleyan minister.
Wow.
I say conformist because he didn't believe, because of the Gonfanti movement, people who have English names have started changing their names back to African names.
Oh, wow.
So his name Anaman is what in Fanti we call Anamoa. So that is how the name came from. So his son, Jacob, who had become an intellectual, were also the people who were fighting that people should change their name from its Anglicization to its Fanti form. So people called Taylor changed their name to Tavia. People called Dixon who changed their name to Danso, and so many names.
Wow.
I can give a list of Fanti names that had become Anglicized. They changed them. Hayford is from Efua, so Hayford became Efua. Efua. Fog. and it became Hayford. So people were then changing their names in order
so they
to
picked
mean
the English
that
names.
sort of thing. And Reverend Isaac Anaman was against the fact that if people have changed their name to whatever it is, particularly for the Euro-Africans or what others call mulattoes, that the mulattoes
Or
like
half-caste,
have
whatever you call
caste.
them.
So those called the Minows, the Vanderpoys, and so should maintain their name because their ancestors were Europeans and that their names should not be changed back to African. So his son, growing up under his father, was able to, he was schooled at Anumabo, Methodist school at Anumabo, and then he used advantage of his father's friendship with other reverend ministers like Richard Russell and then Reverend William Canal, who was with Infantipium. And he was able to learn Greek, Latin, Hebrew, mathematics, theology.
They taught him, or he studied on his own?
He studied on his own with these reverend ministers, and he became very good in the language.
With Latin?
With Latin,
with Greek language?
And Hebrew.
Hebrew,
And he became an authoritative linguist in the language.
Whoa.
Later, he was ordained by the church.
That's the Methodist
the
Church?
Methodist Church, and he became a Methodist minister. He went on to be ordained, to be initiated also into Freemasonry. And later on,
Freemasonry?
Yes, Freemasonry at the time. And then he also went on to become the editor of the Methodist newspaper, the Methodist Times. And he edited it as one of the champions of the Gonfanti movement. And he was one of the people who made it possible for the Fanti language to be translated. He himself wrote with Reverend Canal the first Fanti dictionary.
Wow.
And then he also came with the Fanti spelling grammar. He went on to write about the Nzema grammar and other languages so that people can work within their language. But one of the things he did within the church was to introduce singing bands.
Yeah, singing band, the way we know.
Singing bands, so where they use the local drums, local musics, and what
and this is within the Methodist
within
Church.
the Methodist Church. And he took his time to also translate the English version of the hymns into Fanti. And then he wrote his own versions of the Ebibinyum. The first one was Fanti Tete Njum, and then Nanan, which he wrote.
Which was the one you
The one
Nananum.
Yes.
Nayenze yebeso
Yehovah. And then he went on to write Ebibinyum within it. However, because of a singing band and the way they were singing in native language, which the Europeans didn't understand, they tagged it as fetishism. And that he had
and the Europeans at the time were controlling the Methodist
church. And so he had a sort of confrontation between them. And as a result, in 1907, he walked out of the Methodist Church and founded Negration Episcopal Church. Negration means Negro, Negroes Church in 1907. And then he introduced the use of African language. And he stated in his church mission in 1907 that this church, everything is done in Fanti language, pure and simple, unquote. So with that, he introduced the Impinti, the Azwa, the Adenkum, and all that sort of singing.
I'm sure that attracted a lot of Fantis.
Yes, and that really attracted a lot of Fantis in the church. And as a result of what he did, James Mark Christian Hayford also moved out of the Methodist Church to found the Gold Coast Baptist Church to support what he was doing. And this
still in the spirit of the Gonfanti movement.
And this sort of thing made them one of the people to open the floodgate for the African independent churches to emerge. So there are boys like Reverend Joseph William Ejanka Apia, aka Jemisi Biham, Jehu Apia.
No, calm down. Joseph William Ejanka Apia.
Yes.
AKA what?
Jemisi Biham.
Jehu Apia. So this is heading towards Mozama.
That is the Akaboha. The first.
That's Mozama Disco Crystal Church. People, unfortunately, this is where we draw the curtains on this episode. You've been listening to a special edition of Heritage Month Conversations celebrating our own heritage, learning from the past. And on this episode, you heard Kweku Dakun Ankra talking about African independent churches. We have talked about a few of them, the key ones, the Negration Church and then the Divine Healers Church.
Ago.
Hello, welcome to another wonderful episode of our Heritage Month Conversations. Now I am coming to you right from the center of Accra, where I am on the Asafwachenete Road that leads from the General Post Office all the way to the old Palladium Cinema, where we have the Wesley Methodist Church, which you see in your shots. At the traffic lights, you have what we call the Hanson Road. So on the Asafwachenete Road, you have the St. Mary's Anglican Church, an old church, and then you have the Usher Clinic next door, and then, but we are here to talk about African independent churches and how a number of them had come out from the Orthodox churches, especially the Methodist Church. And that's why we are here. To have this discussion, I have my friend Kweku Dakun Ankra once again with me, who is going to take us through. My name is Samuel Atamensa. Just stay tuned. We'll take this short break. When we come back, we'll delve into the story of African independent churches.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety is as important as the air that we breathe. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response 1.
One night, I heard the glass shattering. Armed robbers had broken in. Before I could react, the alarm blared and the lights flashed, and Response 1 was already on their way. Within minutes, the security was at my door and the armed robbers had fled. I never want to be that scared again. And now I know with Response 1, I never will.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response 1's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response 1, stay connected, stay protected.
Welcome back. My name is Samuel Atamensa. We are celebrating our Heritage Month and we are talking about the African independent churches. Kweku, how's it going?
It's fine.
It's good to see you again. In our earlier episode, we talked about the Negration Church, we talked about the Divine Healers Church, or Brother Lawson, or Yesu Bami, Charlie. When I say the Yesu Bami, Charlie, the feeling is too deep. Yesu Bami, Charlie. If you have malaria and you shout it, you see something. You understand? Yeah. But this one, we are moving into the likes of the Awoyo churches or different cancer churches. They used to be very prominent in our system. We don't hear so much of them, but we don't want to lose the history, and that's why. So people, you are welcome once again. Kweku, so tell us about this. Is it Awoyo? You call it Nakaba.
Or 12 Apostles Church.
12 Apostles Church. Tell us about the 12 Apostles Church.
So 12 Apostles Church, its history started at Hafasini.
Oh, Hafasini?
Yes, in the Nzema area. It was a movement started by Prophet Wade Harris.
Prophet who?
Wade Harris.
Wade Harris. Is he Ghanaian?
No, he's a Liberian crew from the Gribo area who sent his spiritualism activity into the western province of the Gold Coast, and particularly around the Hafasinin in Nzema areas all the way into the Côte d'Ivoire. So in the course of his work, he won a lot of souls within the community, and many new people came into the Christendom. In his work, he was a kind of person who also engaged in the use of the cross, where he used the cross to heal, when people are suffering from certain sicknesses, Wade Harris will use it and touch the forehead and sometimes in the abdomen and heal people of their ailments, as well as engaging in miraculous activity with the Bible.
Wow.
And as a result of his activity there, he was able to convert 2 Abosomofo or priests.
Are you serious?
Yes, 2 Abosomofo.
So this is Wade Harris.
Wade Harris.
A crew from Liberia.
Liberia.
And he started at 12 apostles. Is it 12
no,
apostles?
He didn't start the 12 apostles. He called it Harris movement.
Oh, it was just Harris
movement in his activities.
Okay.
So he was able to start with that spiritual movement around that time, healing, converting souls, as well as spreading the gospel. And in this work, which was fully Africanized, he converted 2 Abosomofo, which was Mami Tani. Mami Tani, as her name suggests, means one who is born by Tano River.
Wow.
Tani. So she was a Abosomofo or herbalist as well as spiritualist who healed people in the community.
Which community?
Which he was coming from Axim, around the Axim area. And then there was another man called Kweku Nakaba. That is Kweku Nakaba. Kweku Nakaba also was Abosomofo at Esua area in Nzama. And he was also involved in herbalist work as well as spiritism. And they were converted. When they were converted by Wade Harris, they changed their name. Mami Tani was given the name Grace Adum. And then the Kweku Nakaba was also given the Christian name James. And after their baptism, these people put themselves into the activities of Wade Harris. Indeed, Grace was later to be married by Grace by Wade Harris.
Oh, I see.
As one of Wade Harris himself came with 2 Liberian wives.
Hey.
He married Grace and other Nzema woman called Mokwa and others. So he had 4 wives. When he left, his way of doing things.
So the Wade Harris came into this mission with 2 wives already.
Yes.
And then he also earned himself 2 more wives.
2 more wives.
Ghanaian wives.
Ghanaian wives.
Oh, he was
because
living
that
life.
is a way of, acclimatizing yourself or immersing yourself
into the system.
So he did so. After all, his belief in Christianity was that polygamy is not wrong.
Okay.
And as a result, he preached this thing to people that there's nothing wrong being polygamous and also being a Christian.
Okay.
So that was at the core of it. So when he left, his way of doing things were adopted by Grace and James.
But
James
he left. He divorced. He left Grace here.
No, he left Grace here because Grace was in the missionary activity.
Okay.
So Grace, in fact,
Continued
at
with
first, they divided their ways. Grace was involved in own spiritism while James was also doing his work. And then somewhere along the line, they all came into contact while doing their work and missionary activities. They came in contact with James Makion. Again. So they joined James Makion and this time learned from the other ways of apostolicism. And with the
Makion at this time was still with the Apostolic
Church. He has not formed the Pentecost Church yet. And so while they were with Makion, there was some sort of disagreement. So James's nephew called James Hackman, who also came into the church, and they also spread the gospel of the Harris movement. That time the church has not yet been called Nakaba or the 12 apostles yet. So in so doing, they started opening gardens. The garden is where they have a circle where in the center of it is a very big tall cross with a water underneath, which they use for a lot of miraculous functions. So one of the first person to find a place from the Axim was Kojo George, who came to Kromanti. The reason why Kromanti became their capital, he came to Kromanti and then had the first garden at Kromanti and then started preaching the word of God as well as doing some miraculous stuff in the community. Then one day there was an issue between him and the community where he prophesied that a whale that had died and has been washed ashore to the Kwamante is a deity, and so the people should not eat it. The community didn't listen to his advice and they ate the whale, and then it led to an epidemic in the community.
Wow.
And he had to pray for them to be healed from the epidemic. As a result, the community believed in him that he is indeed the man of God.
Yeah.
And in so doing, they became core members of Grace and James Nakabe's movement.
Yeah.
And as a result, they moved on and they founded their Nakaba or Awoyo movement, which we know today as the 12 Apostles Church.
Oh, okay.
So that's how the 12 Apostles Church came about.
So it really started in Kromanti.
Yes, originally at Hafasini.
Yeah.
Moving where members like Ojo George built the garden at Komante, where later most of the members found themselves at Komante. So they often do have conventions, Awoyo conventions at Komante, where they came to see as a headquarters before moving to KJB. Okay, where the KJB. Okay,
as in KJB.
Yes, no, within the area where they settled.
Okay.
So that is the 12th Apostle Church and where they came to settle.
But why do they call it Awoyo? Because
yes, so
Awoyo for Podo Bomb, Namusma Dodging, Nabocha Copim Form, Nabocha Roro.
So the church is known for their use of holy water for miracles and healing. That holy water, they put it often beneath the cross. So they believe that the angels of the Lord come in for a visitation on the cross. And when they come, they purify and anoint the water, which is used for miraculous purposes. Again, they are also known for the use of their God. The God is the
instrument. That's
the instrument with a strings around it. They believe that that instrument has a strong spiritual purpose, and they take their inspiration from the Bible. That when the Israelites were fleeing from the Egyptians and they crossed the Red Sea, Miriam, sister of Moses, was using the God and was dancing and praising God with it. So in their belief, the God, when you shake it, it chases away demons. So in any performance of their miracles, the God is shaken heavily, and the higher you shake it,
so it's shaking heavily.
So when they are shaking, they say, no. So the community call it.
Not demons.
They were gone.
2025 demons, Charlie, they are stubborn.
Oh, they can't stand that when you're shaking. So our you use this thing to chase away demons during their cleansing, during their healing movements. And this church is also well known for the way they get people into their church, what we call receiving new converts. When you want to join this church, first you are washed thoroughly with sponge. You mean
you take a bath?
Yes, you take a bath.
Yourself or somebody will aid you?
The Osofopeni will lead.
Jesus.
He will wash you with sponge and soap thoroughly.
No, hang on. Hang on. People, no, we have to take a break. Because this one, we have to take a break. Because when you join the church, somebody, as they say, it go bath you. It will tear you proper bath before they will. I don't know whether it's still the same. Is it still the same?
Yeah, in some areas, but over the time, because of the changes.
Okay, but it was a central.
It was central point because yes, because you need cleansing.
So look, this is the Heritage Month conversations with Kweku Dakwankra. We are talking about African independent churches, and what you just heard was the Awoyo Church. Yeah, you call it Apostles.
12
Apostles Church. We all call it Awoyo. Look, this is the first time I'm hearing. I've heard a Nakaba, but 12 Apostles, this is the first time I'm here. I'm sure most of you are also hearing for the first time. So we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll start from where we had our bath. This is Channel 1 TV.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration.
Piva Cola, Piva grapes and
From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
grapes and orange. Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and I'm here with Kweku Dako Ankara. We are having Heritage Month conversations, and we are talking about African independent churches. There are so many things that we have taken for granted about our own history. Some of those things come back to, if you like, catch up with us later in life, you know. And at times, knowledge about these things also go to explain why we do things the way we do. So African independent churches, we're just talking about the Awoyo Church, you know, where people are initiated into the church through bathing. So you are given a bath by the leader of the church. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So Kweku, tell us more about that, and then we'll move to other churches.
So the leader of that specific church, or the pastor in today's sense, will then bath you. So men will be bathed by men.
Okay.
Women will be bathed by women.
Okay.
Unless
there's a problem.
Unless there's a problem, which a man ought to come in with for a healing purposes. After this spiritual bath, the person is then brought to the church and is welcomed and become a member. Initiated properly into the church.
Wow.
Because the bathing is to cleanse the person of all the past sins that are with him. So it is not just a bath, is a symbolic spiritual bath, which is to change the person and to be cleansed, to be welcomed as a new soul.
You don't know whether they still do that.
Yes, while many believe that it is still done in the village communities, in the modern cities, practices have changed to meet the exigencies of the time. So that is why, you know, modernity and its effect on certain practices. So churches, just like all living organisms, also have been going through adaptations.
Yeah.
So this is what we see with them. And this church, yes, also believe in healing, particular Friday healings.
Friday healings?
Yes, where they pray very hard, shaking the gorge, and when they bring the person during the healing, the person is made to go half naked to the down. And when he's going half naked to the down, he is begin to shake when they are praying with the Bible. Sometimes Bible can be laid on the head or sometimes on the abdomen. And the person will be shaking, and it takes different people. The higher the person shake, the more they believe the spirit is also working and coming out of the person. And they do these things, and then the person gets his healing.
All right.
Again, this church also believe in polygamy. As you can see, Wade himself, as I explained earlier, was a man who had his 2 wives before he gained additional 2 wives upon coming to.
So you have established that the Wade Harris man and his Harris movement, the work he started would eventually
lead to the formation of the 12 Apostles Church, which at the core, the charismatic leader who was doing all the spiritual performances, healing, and so on, was Grace Mami Teni. But unfortunately, her co-founder, John Kwesi Nakaba Rada, will have his name attributed to the church.
The movement,
which for me, I found it in the area's time as one of the things that went against the role of the woman in the church. That notwithstanding, we also see the earlier incursion of women into the Christendom. So we have a woman where in those days the Orthodox churches do not have women priests. But these African independent churches, starting with the Nakaba, had a woman playing a critical role in healing, in the spreading of the gospel, and in the miracle. So you could see that these churches really became the foreground for the right of women in Christendom, in the Ghanaian Christian history.
Right. So that will be it for the Awoyo movement. Now, another church that was quite prominent, especially in the central region where I did my secondary education, was a church called Mozama Disco Cristo Church. I mean, as kids, the moment we heard the word disco, we thought that, hey, what's up, man? But it was so dominant and had such a serious community of loyal followers. And you care to give us a background of that as well?
So Mozama Disco Cristo Church, which is the Lord of the Cross, the Lord of the Army of the Cross Church.
The Lord of the Army of the Cross Church.
It's a Rade Asafu Akufu. So this group of people was a church actually that was born out of Methodism.
Oh, Methodist church person.
Yes, it was a Methodist
who emerged
church.
from the Methodist church. Okay.
He was
to say that the Methodist church gave birth to it, but this person used to be
a member of the Methodist church. His name is Joseph William Ejanka Apia.
Joseph William Ejanka Apia.
Joseph William Ejanka Apia. He was born in 1892 at Abura Edumufa. That is why you hear where Mami Grace
at the Edumufa prayer camp.
Yeah, prayer camp. So that is where he was born to Mami Ama Osom and Kwesi Odum in 1892. He started in school at Abrodunko. When he was at Abrodunko, he attended the Methodist church until the Methodist church, Reverend Ato Ahoma, who founded the Methodist Christ Little Band, went there. And then he was the teacher. And Reverend Ato Ahoma was a member of a spiritual movement in the United States, the DeLoreans movement, which the church actually frowned upon. He introduced Ejanka Apia to the movement at a young age. And when he was moving to Cape Coast, Ejanka Apia followed him to Cape Coast, where he schooled. When after that, he got a job, and then he became a member of the Methodist Church, the singing band, first as a catechist. As a catechist, he was posted to Asan Akuna. When he went to Asan Akuna, he worked as a cocoa buyer for some time. And then he left to Achim Osino. Achim Osino, where he worked as a cocoa farmer. Whilst there, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, but he did not make special use of it. And he returned to Aguna Abadom. When he came to Aguna Abadom, that was when he met a lot of people who were involved in church activity. A man called Samuel Dankwa, who at Gomua Ogban, who had started a church prayer group called the Faith Society. The Faith Society was a spiritual group that prayed every day, and the activity became well known, and they spread across central region within the Gomua enclave. Over a time, the church had a confrontation with the Methodist Church. For the Methodist Church saw their activities.
Most of them were members of the Methodist Church.
All of them were members of the Methodist Church, the Faith Society group. They were all members of the Methodist Church. But they blend African way of doing things with the original Methodism. And as a result, people accuse them of using occultism or juju in the way they do go about their things. For instance, Ejanka Apia himself was also a well-known member of the Freemasonry, having been close to Ato Ahoma and others who were also members of the Freemasonry. And as a result, he introduced some of the way of doing things in the mysticism and other aspects into the church, in addition to the use of the local drums and what have you. So in their prayers, the way they make noise, the way they clap hands and so on, the church had issues with it. Mind you, this was the thing that has driven away Jacob Anaman. And these guys are reenacting.
That's from the Methodist Church.
The Methodist Church. They are reenacting what they have already dealt with Anaman and co to move away.
From the Negration Church.
From the Negration Church. So as a result, in 1927, there was a confrontation when Reverend Gadiel Akwa actually made them that the way they are practicing, they should stop. When they refused to heed his warning, they were sacked.
Expelled from the Methodist Church.
Expelled from the Methodist Church. So Ejanka Apia and his group, which is the Faith Society, which was then led by one Samuel Dankwa, who will form the Usamadin Church or the Light Church, the Christ Light Church, will also move out to another community within the Gomua enclave, and then they moved to Gomua Famena. That was where Reverend Janka Apia got to meet a woman whom he married, and he named Hannah Barnes. So Hannah Barnes was also a spiritually endowed woman who always had constant visitation. And one of the visitation, he told her husband that he has changed the name to Natalamua.
What?
Natalamua, which is a spiritual name God has given given to her. And then the husband too, the Spirit of the Lord came upon her. And then Joseph William Ejankapia also became Jemisimiham Jehu Apia. And so these names are spiritual names. And the place they went to stay, which is the Lord's Center, became Muzano.
Oh, okay.
So the area then became Muzano or Old Muzano, where they started the church activism. Whilst they were there, the Spirit of the Lord also came to him again, that the woman will become the head of the church. And so therefore, her name will be Akatitibi, which is the queen of the church. And then he himself will become the king of the flock, and therefore he will become Akaboha. So he became Akaboha the first.
That's why we have Akaboha.
Yes.
And then the woman is so Akatitibi.
Akatitibi. So that is the queen of the church, and the Akaboha is the king of the church. And where they stay is the Muzano, the Lord's place, the miraculous town.
So this is how it became the Muzama
Disco.
So how did the name come about? You have an
It
idea?
is a name that was given to him by God. He didn't set out to take the name. Everything was spiritually gifted. Through dreams, through visions.
Muzama Disco Cristo Church.
Yes.
Wow.
So that is the name.
So that
the
is
Army of the Cross of Christ Church.
The Army of the Cross of Christ Church. People, so this is where we lower the curtains on this episode. At this point, we are at Muzano, where we have the Muzama Disco Cristo Church as one of the African independent churches that emerged in Ghana. So my name is Samuel Atamensa, and you've been listening to Kweku Dako Ankra. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Ago.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One newsroom from our studios at number 5 Owula Hanson Lane at Tesano here in Accra. I am Nanatufu Obwate. Coming up, President John Dramani Mahama calls for urgent market redesign to improve emergency access following Adum market inferno.
Fire service for us. And modern boy, I'm waiting to me abre ejano ano ase na yewie ano a na yahwe na ema ni si so ade ba ko a fire for aka kire me ne se ombedru ye no sen na ombetimi awure mu etimi akodum gya no eno ya ade ba ko a eha ombu ye.
Also coming up, President John Dramani Mahama pledges to restore degraded lands and combat illegal mining.
But today we're not here to mourn what we have lost. We're here to chart a new course and boldly commit to restoring our environment to its original state.
Still to come, NEDCO staff stage protest over alleged political appointments in key positions, hoist red banners at offices.
Appealing to the sector minister to avert an industrial action, because we cannot allow this to stand. It cannot be our time as staff that we watch on for NEDCO to be politicized. The government appoints the managing director and the board of government. It ends there.
Later in the bulletin, a defense ministry faces service disruptions as food suppliers demand close to 300 million Ghana cedis in unpaid debts.
Food suppliers have even threatened to halt supplies to the Ghana Armed Forces. This is because government's indebtedness to them dates back from August 2023 up to December. That is like 17 months.
In CNR Business. Finance Minister proposes debt ceiling to strengthen fiscal discipline and economic stability. Grateful that you stayed on with us. Let's bring you details of our stories now. President John Dramani Mahama has described the devastating fire at the Central Business District of Adum in the Ashanti region as a wake-up call for a comprehensive redesign of the country's market structures to ensure better accessibility during emergencies. His comments follow concerns raised by fire officers and emergency service providers who attributed the rapid spread of Friday's fire to severe congestion and limited access routes within the market area. Now, Channel 1 News' Bureau Chief for the Middle Belt, Hafiz Tijani, has more.
On a normal Friday, this place would have been very busy with a lot of trading activities going on. So this is where we have local footwear manufacturers plying their trade here. We have other traders who are engaging in several other activities. We have repairers of wristwatch, sunglasses, and people who are in retail trading in terms of cosmetic products. But it is not a situation on a Friday like this one because fire has ravaged this section of the market. This is the center of the Central Business District, Adum. A lot of people trade here and the devastation is just unbearable for people who are coming here. We've been here since morning trying to engage affected traders and other stakeholders. The president, of course, was here to also empathize with the victims. The authorities are taking steps like this one, trying to create access points to ensure that fire officers are able to confine the fire so that there's no any further spread of the fire incident. We'll be speaking to several other stakeholders, including the fire officers and also the victims.
However, lack of access routes due to congestion made firefighting efforts difficult, allowing the flames to spread to nearby stores where second-hand clothing and cosmetics are sold. For victims like Eric Apia, the experience has been traumatic.
My building. I'm sorry about the whole building, a jadem, left the solo and a bathroom. It's a dinner has a many shops, also perfume shops are different person there. It's a honey jano, me who said the kiato. Nana air to tuosa and any bar so no. ye gyina ha saa na ye hwɛ saa na saa duru ye ho no so kyerɛ store no sɛ ɔde camera ne tuma from tire to tire yahye kyerɛ sɛ dwetire ne biribi ewom bia ne nkrɔfoɔ no mom bia fie nyina ahye kyerɛ sɛ ye bɛka sɛ tu ye ba bɛ gbosika de ye ntumi mosika sese fe ne ye kɔhwɛ ye ka ne ade a na ye hu de ye so ye.
Security personnel, including the military, police, and fire service, worked together in a coordinated effort to contain the fire. Despite their efforts, 9 people, including 3 firefighters, sustained injuries.
In fire outbreak, it's always obvious that people would have panic attacks, and people who are working to control the fire can't get involved in one way or the other, injuries and all that. So we attended to about 3 fire officers who were injured, and we moved them to Menshia and then Confornature hospitals. And we also attended to other victims or casualties who had panic attacks. Some had some trauma, things fell on them, and we have to attend to all of them and move them to the hospitals. So in all, as we talk now, we've attended to about 9 casualties.
Speaking on the incident, Chief Fire Officer Daniela Mausi Ntosapon emphasized the urgent need to better equip the Ghana National Fire Service to handle large-scale fires like this one.
Oliver always has come up. The president, the government has assured us that very soon they are doing some procurement for us. And we can assure you, very soon we will have new equipment to beef up the old ones we are using.
Will you recommend the use of drones in fighting our fire if there are advanced equipment of fighting fire in terms of this incident, accessibility was so down?
Yes, that's a service we are thinking aloud. When it gets there, we'll cross the river when we get there.
President John Dramani Mahama, who was on an official visit to the region, arrived at the scene to assess the damage and commiserate with affected traders. He described the fire as a wake-up call for Ghana to redesign its market structures, ensuring better accessibility for emergency responders.
So ade baako a fire for aka kyerɛ me ne sɛ ɔmbɛduru yɛ no sɛ na ɔmbɛtumi awura mu etimi akodum gya no ɛno yɛ ade baako a ɛha ɔmo yie na wohwɛ a yɛdwam bebree saa na ɛteɛ nti ɛgya to mu a sɛ na fire for betimi aduru hɔ etimi dum gya ne ntem no na abɛyɛ ɔhaw ama ɔmo nti ɔsi yɛdi wɔ esua nyansa na yɛhwɛ yɛdwa no da yɛ planning ne yie sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ a bibi kosi a na etimi aso ano ntem nti yɛne minister ne edwadifo no ɛbɛka yɛka kyerɛ nadmo sɛ ɔmbɛhwɛ na ɔmompɛ ɛmoa bi ɛmfa mmɔ ɔmo kakra yɛne chief of staff nso bɛkasa nti nea Asante regional minister ɛne ɔmbɛka no na yɛahwɛ ɛmoa a yɛbɛtumi deɛ aboa ɔmo sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ a ɔmo so ɔmbɛnya ɛyi comfort kakra ɔmo ɛne ɔhaw a ato ɔmo no sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ a
as fire officers worked to contain the last flames, police arrested 5 individuals for allegedly taking advantage of the chaos to loot shops. Meanwhile, excavators were deployed to demolish sections of the market to create access routes for emergency teams. For now, affected traders are counting their losses as investigations into the cause of the fire begin.
There's still fire in this building, although fire officers are making frantic efforts to contain the situation. Smoke has engulfed this section of the market, making visibility a very huge challenge in fighting the fire. Traders here are calling today a very sad day because of the loss the fire has caused to their property. Hafiz Tijani, Channel 1 News, Kumasi, Ashanti Region.
Our Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani is currently at the Adum market to provide the latest update on the fire. Let's go over and speak to Hafiz. Hafiz, Thank you so much. You have been on the beat since dawn when the fire started. What is the latest?
So, Nana, behind me you can see fire, pockets of fire in that building there. That was the focus of the Ghana National Fire Service, trying to contain that fire there, because the building here houses a number of warehouses where you have these inflammables stored in them. You are still hearing the explosions and the blast from the building. At first, or in the afternoon, there was no access, and fire officers were having a difficult time getting through to this place. But there's been an excavation of this place in the afternoon. Now they are having access. When we came here, the fire engine, one of the fire engines, was here to douse the flame, and the water, they have run out of water, and they have gone back to refill and then come back to continue. Behind me, you can see people still moving away their wares. Some of the shops, because they were broken into to salvage some of these goods, the owners of these shops are afraid that if they should leave it ajar, people might go in and maybe loot their shops. So they don't want to go that tangent. They don't want to take that risk. So they are employing the services of the headquarters to kind of evacuate all the items from those shops to a safer location. Now, let me show you something interesting I found here. You know, the president, when he came here, raised concern about the number of gas cylinders that are being used in the market. And these are the debris. As part of the debris, you see number of gas cylinders here. I can count about 3 of them just here in the pictures. And these are some of the combustibles that were reigniting the fire and making the fire spread to other areas. But the focus for the fire officers is to contain this fire. We have some military personnel. The police are also here assisting the officers of the Ghana National Fire Service to contain the fire. But I spoke with the regional commander of the fire, Ghana National Fire Service. He has assured that he and his men are here. They are going to maybe spend the night until they contain this spread. They are not leaving. And that is what he has said, the assurance he has given.
Very well. How many fire tenders are attending to this fire? Because you just mentioned earlier that the engine that was there is going to refuel or restock. And I'm wondering if it's just one that is currently fighting the fire.
No, we have several others. Other fire tenders are at the other end. So there's fire at the other end of this building, this particular building, and other fire engines are taking care of that. But in the morning when we were doing this report, we saw the drip machines, that the tankers that were used to bring in water to help in the efforts of providing water to these fire engines. So we are seeing the arrival of another fire engine.
Very well.
That is coming in here, being directed to this place so that the water can be contained. So now the fire service is having a very smooth and an easy entry here because of the excavation that has been done because of the access. So this engine is just going to stop by, and the firefighting effort will continue, Nana.
Very well, Hafiz. Thank you so much, and please keep safe. We'll come back for some more updates as the firefighting continues. But thank you so very much. Hafiz Tijani is Middle Belt Bureau Chief, and he is at the scene of the fire currently in Adum in the Ashanti region. Now joining us via Zoom is Benjamin Obeng Entry. He is the Ashanti West Public Relations Officer for the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. He will be responding to reports that a power outage may have caused the fire at the Adum market. Well, thank you so much for your time, sir. Grateful that you could join us. These reports that we're picking up that a possible power outage may have sparked the fire outbreak at the Adum market. Are you able to confirm or deny this?
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to your cherished viewers. And to respond to this, we would say that we want to wait for the official reports of the fire service to come out first. But we want our cherished customers to note this, that when you go to the Adum Central Business Center, we have a dedicated stoplight. That's a distribution line that goes there, known as the Town Hall distribution line, what ECG engineers will term as feeder. And aside that, we have an alternative source that goes there, which is the powerhouse too, because the Adum Central Business Center is viewed as one of the revenue hubs of ECG, because a lot of our customers are centered and they come there to trade. To ensure reliable power supply to that enclave has been a topmost priority to the management and staff of ECG in the Ashanti West region. However, the transformers that serve the enclave has experienced some vandalized activities in recent times. That's the last one, which occurred about 2 weeks ago, whereby some individuals went in there to steal the switches as well as cutting the cables, among other things, which resulted in an outage to that enclave. And not just that area alone, there is one also adjoining, that's the Old Melcombe area there. For that one, the one at the Old Melcombe, when it occurred, some traders suffered an outage which lasted for 48 hours.
Right.
But the one closer to the scene of the fire today, that is closer to the LOFM area, which we know as the Gadgesburg area, when it happened, next morning our team went there to replace the fuse and then relay the cables, and then our church customers got power supply. But yesterday evening, there was still power supply. But even this morning, before the fire even started, the power supply was stable until we put off power, because once the fire started, we had to put off power to enable fire service do their work. And even as we speak, we have not restored power supply fully to that enclave, because as Afis rightly showed, the fire is still occurring in that enclave. So some parts are having power supply, but others have been put off. And it's even important to know that we have also lost a transformer due to this fire outbreak over there. Our transformer was totally bent. We've lost about 5 poles and then some cables as well. So that is why some people are still experiencing an outage over there. And even if you look at that enclave very well, we've gone there to done education on several occasions. Their wiring system.
Right.
You know, that building is quite an old building. In fact, the area is quite, and in fact, it's densely populated. So you've seen a lot of interconnections with the cable size not being the right one. We've gone there to do a couple of educations over there. And we really encourage them that per the LI 2008, they should engage the service of a certified electrical wiring professional to ensure that their wiring is done properly. That's their internal wiring. However, the power supply or the feeder or the distribution line that serves them is one of our healthy feeders in the Ashanti West region. And for the last 3 weeks, we've not experienced any outage. And I think you would recall that on Monday, the Energy Minister was in Kumasi over an outage that occurred on Sunday. That outage did not affect them because we supplied them from the Ridge box supply point. But the challenge was coming from the Aomaso box supply point. So they didn't experience that problem as well.
Very well, Benjamin, we'll have to leave it here, but thank you so very much and we wish you well. Benjamin Obin NP is the Ashanti West Public Relations Officer for the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. Well, let's still stay on this matter. We have on the phone line the Member of Parliament for Subin, Kofi Obri-Abua, to share his thoughts on this development. Thank you so much for your time, Honourable. And now, as the MP for the area, what preliminary information have you gathered about the fire?
Thank you very much, and let me use your medium to greet the two people of Subin Ashanti. I had a call around 7 a.m. this morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a call around 7 a.m. this morning.
Right.
After my morning devotion. And as a member of Parliament for Subin, I had no option than to rush to the airport. Unfortunately, I didn't get flights until 11:40.
Okay.
And I knew something devastating has happened to my constituency. That notwithstanding, unfortunately, when I got there, what I saw was very scary. For the past 50 years that I've been on this planet, I've never witnessed such a fire before in my life. I think it's the biggest in Ghana, in the history of Ghana. Just about 5 months ago, I used to go there and campaign.
Right.
So even with that data, I can assume that almost 2,000 stores were burnt.
Wow. In your own estimation, about 2,000 shops have been burnt?
Yes, apart from that, we have people who also come there with tables and do business.
Exactly.
To earn a living. So the combined effect of people who trade there, I think they will see more than 3,000. And that's very, very, very huge.
Indeed.
Today is one of the darkest days in my life as a person and also as a member of parliament for the good people of Slovenia.
Right.
But fortunately, the president also came around.
Yes.
And he himself was overwhelmed. I mean, he was overwhelmed with what he saw. And I don't know whether you listen to his interview. Go a long way to corroborate whatever I'm saying. But one thing that I will also advise is that let us cultivate the habit of insuring our edifice.
Right.
You understand?
Indeed.
If you give it the hands of these traders, they won't do it. So I advise states that important markets such as Makola, such as KJT and PZ, and those in market circle in Takrady, those ones that give our people the livelihood. And don't forget that all these people, they also pay tax to the state.
Right.
I personally think that the state should absorb the insurance aspect of it. You understand?
Okay.
Because now state is going to bear all the cost.
Yeah.
And I can assure you that people that will be affected as a result of this fire will be exceeding more than 10,000. Because that enclave is not only managed or traded by people, only people in Subin. People come from Bantima, others come from Kuru, from all corners of Kumasi and beyond, and come and do business there. So it has actually affected a lot of people.
Right.
So let me use your medium to create the indulgence of the president. That the gravity of the fire and the havoc that this fire has caused goes beyond MP for Subin. I personally also think that is beyond the regional minister and the Kumasi Blocks MP.
Right.
Yes, today, let me greet my good brother, Subwati. He was with me throughout.
Right. Now, Honorable, looking at the CBD area, the Central Business District, and the level of congestion there, with what has happened today, are there any plans to improve fire safety measures within the CBD?
I personally think that in terms of developing our cities and towns, we should do them devoid of political influences. You understand? Today, what I heard from the fire service officer is that they were swift.
Right.
They got there early. But there was no access roads to enable them to do their work.
Right.
And sometimes people build in areas that they don't supposed to build. You understand?
Yeah.
You tell them that you can't do this, and their response is that you won't vote for you. I think that it's in the right time for us to do the right thing and damn the consequence.
Right.
You understand? It's worrisome to the sense that I spent almost 5 hours there, and still they were finding it very difficult to to stop this fire, to quench the fire.
Very well.
Because of access.
Right. Very well. Honorable, we'll have to leave it here, but we wish you well and the people of Subin, and hopefully the fire service is able to douse this fire and then life continues.
Thank you
so much for your time.
This is a national disaster.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I will create the indulgence of stakeholders to come to the aid of these traders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. That's the Member of Parliament for Subin, Kofi Obri-Abua, speaking to us there regarding that fire outbreak in the Ashanti region, Adum, to be precise. This is the Channel One newsroom. Still to come. President John Mahama pledges to restore degraded lands and combat illegal mining. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the details.
Menya bema opese oyeme huantie.
Congratulations. Me are very, very okay.
Sophia Cha.
What's it?
Medibone.
Akwata binya krasa ufie popo weningwati ya wate. Ade silipa level so aware no. Emma tunne, Emma sotina socket. Trusted by blood.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back. This is the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One Television. Let's bring you some more stories. President John Dramani Mahama has expressed deep concern over the widespread destruction of forests caused by illegal mining, pledging his administration's commitment to restoring degraded lands and protecting water bodies through the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative and other environmental programs. Channel One News' Ashanti Regional Correspondent Doris Lonta reports.
Speaking at the commemoration of the International Day of Forests and the launch of the Tree for Life initiative, part of his administration's 120-day social contract with Ghanaians, President Mahama lamented the devastation impact of illegal mining on forest reserves and water bodies. He highlighted the government's efforts to reclaim degraded lands and promote sustainable reforestation to maximize the benefits of Ghana's natural resources.
44 out of Ghana's 288 forest reserves have been invaded by illegal miners. Illegal mining, commonly known as galamsey, has become a national crisis. It is not just an environmental issue, it actually threatens our economy, our health, and our way of life. But today we're not here to mourn what we have lost. We're here to chart a new course and boldly commit to restoring our environment to its original state. I'm proud to launch the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative, an initiative and a key pillar of my administration's 120-day social contract.
The president issued a stern warning to his appointees, stating that any official found engaging in illegal mining would be removed from office.
I've directed that no government appointee at any level should engage in any form of legal or illegal mining. If you want to be a miner, leave government and go and be a miner. You can't be in government and be a miner at the same time. And I wish to reiterate that any government appointee found violating this directive will face swift and severe sanctions, including possible removal from office.
Meanwhile, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources Emmanuel Amakufibua outlined the implementation plan of the initiative, emphasizing its potential to create employment and contribute to environmental restoration.
Engagement of additional 2,000 Ghanaian youth under the Youth Forest Championship Initiative model, who will establish 2,000 hectares of forest plantations annually, and also undertake forest protection and related assignments across our country.
President John Dramani Mahama has pledged his commitment to restoring degraded lands and forest reserves. He has urged traditional leaders and youth groups to work collaboratively with his administration in the fight against illegal mining and mitigating climate change and its effects. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I'm Doris Lonta, Ashanti Radio.
Moving on, staff and management of the Northern Electricity Distribution Company, NEDCO, have hoisted red banners across their offices in protest against what they describe as political interference in appointments to key positions at the company's corporate communications office in Tamale. Now, the protest follows reports that Jonathan Abdallah Salifu has been appointed head of corporate communications at NEDCO, while R.A. Abdul Jalil has been named Director of Public Affairs for the Volta River Authority. Both are said to be regional communication officers of the National Democratic Congress NDC in the Savannah and Upper East regions, respectively. Channel 1 News' Northern Regional Correspondent Shawana Yusuf has more.
The Senior Staff Association SSA of NEDCO has strongly opposed the alleged appointment, labeling them politically motivated and a violation of due process. The association has threatened to embark on industrial action by Monday, March 24, 2025, if the appointments are not reversed. Chairman of the Senior Staff Association NEDCO, Engineer William Asari, insists that managerial positions should be filled based on merit rather than political influence.
We have signed on to a conditions of service which clearly outlines how recruitments are done. For example, our scheme of service outlines the requirements for various positions. If you want to be a communication practitioner, you must have certain qualifications, you must have certain experience. So you cannot go to school and study, fashion design, and then you are appointed as communication manager for NEDCO. So it's a clear violation of our conditions of service and our recruitment procedures and policies.
Across all NEDCO operational areas, red banners have been displayed at office entrance as a sign of resistance against what workers call political interference. The association has called on the Minister of Energy to intervene, stressing that while the Managing Director and Board of Directors are political appointees, other managerial positions must follow due process and be filled internally based on competence.
Appealing to the sector minister to avert an industrial action, because we cannot allow this to stand. It cannot be our time as staff that we watch on for NEDCO to be politicized. The government appoints the managing director and the board of government. It ends there. Managers, officers, there are internal structures to fill those vacancies. All of us here were not appointed from the office of the president. The positions were advertised, it was competitive, we went through the mill before we got our appointments. None of us here were appointed from the office of the president. That is not the process, and we will not allow that to stand. By next week, if we don't get the favorable response from our sector minister, we will speak the language that politicians understand.
Staff and management of NEDCO here in the Northern region are calling on the sector minister and government to reverse the political appointment of individuals to occupy the corporate communications unit of the company. According to them, this is dangerous to their operations. They want the sector minister and government to reverse this decision, else in the coming days, they would be advising themselves. For Channel 1 News, my name is Shawana Yusuf, reporting from the NEDCO area office here in Tamale.
Now, the Defense Ministry is facing a debt issue with food suppliers who are threatening to stop services due to the government's unpaid debt of 275 million Ghana cedis accumulated over 17 months. Now, the ministry's total indebtedness stands at 3.7 billion Ghana cedis for various expenses, including equipment supply and repair, as well as the provision of machinery. The Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, made this known during a debate on the 2025 budget in Parliament. Channel 1 News' Ni Aikwe Okai reports.
Parliament on Friday continued with its debate on the 2025 budget presented by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latoforsen. Although not a member of Parliament, the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, was permitted to partake in the debate as a minister per the new standing orders of the House. He disclosed in his debate that the government's indebtedness stands at 3.7 billion Ghana cedis at the Defense Ministry, with food suppliers owed 275 million Ghana cedis. He stated that these food suppliers have threatened to halt their services if the money is not paid.
Food suppliers have even threatened to halt supplies to the Ghana Armed Forces. This is because government's indebtedness to them dates back from August 2023 up to December, and that is like 17 months. This indebtedness is 275 million Ghana cedis and over. Mr. Speaker, not a day passes without we reading from the news. NDC youth seizing offices in Kumasi and in Accra, because the jobs that they look up to is not existent, is not forthcoming. And if you cannot create jobs, you don't go sacking people who have been in employment before you came.
The Deputy Majority Leader, Kweku Rickett-Hagan, in presenting the business statement for the ensuing week, announced that the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama, is scheduled to appear before the House on Wednesday, March 26, 2025, to apprise lawmakers on circumstances leading to the collapse of some banks between 2013 and 2024.
On Wednesday, the 26th of March 2025, there will be a committee of the whole. The Governor of the Bank of Ghana will come to brief the House on the circumstances leading to the collapse of the bank, of some banks and some financial institutions from 2013 to 2024.
Many of these banks have cases in court, and if we are not careful and we are to entertain such in this House, we will actually be interfering in some work that the courts are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this part of the business statement is actually is completely unnecessary.
The House approved Michael Harry Yamson as the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund on Friday. Reporting for Channel 1 News from Parliament, Ni Aikwe Okai.
Now, the Managing Director of the Ghana Railway Company Limited, Engineer Dr. Michael J. Anyate, has warned that the company is on the brink of collapse if the government does not swiftly approve the proposed agreement between the Ghana Railways and the Ghana Manganese Company. During a visit by the Western Regional Minister Joseph Nelson to the Ghana Railways headquarters in Takoradi, Engineer Dr. Anyate urged the minister to intervene, stressing that the agreement is crucial to reviving the company, which has struggled to pay workers for the past 6 months. Channel 1 News' Western Regional Correspondent Augustus M has the details.
Since its establishment in 1896, the Ghana Railway Company Limited has relied on hauling raw materials, manganese from Insuta and bauxite from Awaso as its primary revenue source. These earnings also sustain the subsidized passenger services. However, the collapse of the railway haulage lines and the over 90% shift of manganese transportation to road haulage has crippled the company's finances. The increased reliance on trucks has also contributed to severe road damage. During a briefing with the Western Regional Minister, Joseph Nelson, the Managing Director of the Ghana Railway Company Limited, emphasized that without government approval of the new agreement with Ghana Manganese, the company will face total collapse.
We had an agreement from GMC. GMC is Ghana Manganese Company. They made some proposals. They gave it to us. We also did a counter proposal. This proposal, I've been assured, it's gone to the minister and it has gone to the president. Honorable, please follow up for us. Follow up for us. I'm begging you in the name of God, through Jesus Christ. I'm begging you. Because if you don't do that, this company will collapse.
In response, Western Regional Minister Joseph Nelson assured the management and unpaid workers that their concerns will be addressed under the government Big Push initiative.
I'm so excited that in spite of these challenges, you have stayed on course. You have been, you've been committed to doing what you are supposed to do, except that the challenges sometimes are a bit overwhelming. And so, let me encourage you to continue to stay on course. Government will look at these issues effectively, with a vision to get railways back on its feet. A policy that will turn, railways around is what we are all looking out for. And that, I must assure you that His Excellency is committed to doing that.
You're watching the Channel One Newsroom here on Channel One TV. Still to come. Funding delays stall Agenda 111 hospital project in Sanarigu in the northern region, leaving workers idle for nearly 2 years. We have the details coming up shortly. Do stay.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, you might think that your CCTV or electric fence would prevent crime. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response 1.
We had CCTV and electric fence. We thought we were safe. But when the robbers came in, they cut our fence and they didn't care. I was terrified for my baby's life. The CCTV recorded everything. But Response 1 monitored alarm system, which is connected to our electric fence, that saved us. The swift response from the alarm system triggered a signal instantly. They dispatched their response team immediately. We now feel safe. Now we truly feel protected.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response 1's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response 1. Stay connected. Stay protected.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is the Channel One Newsroom. Let's bring you some more stories. Now, the National Road Safety Authority, NRSA, has directed advertising companies to stop placing billboards within road median strips, citing serious safety concerns. The authority warns that such placements endanger road users, particularly pedestrians. It has also urged metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, MMDAs, to ensure that advertising firms strictly comply with safety regulations. Channel 1 News' Christopher Kevin Asima reports.
Per guidelines from the Ghana Standards Authority, billboards must not be installed in a manner that neither obstructs road signs nor compromises public safety. However, in the pursuit of maximum brand exposure, many advertisers overlook these rules. Although the National Road Safety Authority and other stakeholders have consistently urged MMDAs to refrain from issuing permits for billboards in unsafe locations, enforcement has been inadequate. Acting Director General Abraham Amalba has assured the public that strict measures will be taken to eliminate hazardous billboard placement and uphold road safety standards.
People should remove those obstacles on the media because we are beginning to wage a war against such billboards. First and foremost is the height of the billboards. It doesn't give you enough room to see beyond the billboards. And they are lined up in such a way that if there's an oncoming vehicle, because it's a bend, it's difficult for you to see the oncoming vehicle. We would first find out from those who erected this billboard, first, whether if they have a permit to erect the billboards. Then two, if they say yes, the next is to get to the assembly and find out why they approve of these billboards without considering the standards. Then we would ask them to comply by removing these billboards.
Abraham Amalba reaffirmed the National Road Safety Authority's commitment to enforcing safety regulation and ensuring the safety of all road users.
Having arrived here, we've also seen some encroachments around, particularly encroachments on the pedestrian walkways. If this continues, we are likely to have accidents occur here. We would ask them to do their commercial activities outside the pedestrian walkway. And if they refuse, we will now bring in the police to enforce this directive. If you are also aware of billboards, erected anywhere which are a road hazard to us, let them draw our attention. But for now, we are on a war path against such misbehavior.
The National Road Safety Authority has indicated that in the coming days, they will engage metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies to ensure that they do not allot portions of the median on the road to advertisement companies, and has therefore cautioned advertisement companies to desist from this act. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Christopher Kevin Asima.
The Agenda 111 hospital project in the Sanarugu municipality has stalled due to delays in releasing funds, leaving the facility incomplete and forcing most workers to stay home for nearly 2 years. Now, despite being 70% complete, construction has come to a standstill, raising uncertainty about the project's future. Channel 1 News' Northern Regional correspondent Shawana Yusuf visited the site and filed this report.
The Agenda 111 project, originally set for completion in June 2024, has faced significant delays due to financial constraints. Intended to enhance healthcare infrastructure in the Sanarugu municipality, the project now faces an uncertain future, leaving residents anxious about when it will be completed. Speaking to Channel 1 TV, an on-site engineer, Courage Kwashiga Agbeshi, expressed frustration over the stalled progress, emphasizing that without the necessary funds, work cannot resume.
I have my register there. The carpenters, there are almost about 26 carpenters because they tackle all the building at a time. Masons, every building, there are 6 masons, and it's 9 buildings that we tackle. Before the laborers, because if I take the masons, they take their laborers. So each mason take 2 laborers. So if you calculate 6 times 2, that's 18 for 1 building. Before electricians come and chisel, that time I have more workers. I can't count them.
The prolonged suspension of work has also impacted workers, many of whom have been left without a source of income.
Up to date, 1.5 years, going to 2 years, they haven't paid yet. And still, we are working. It can't move like how we went to move, because if you pick the workers more, they'll be on your neck. Demand their money. You'll be buying material. The materials people, they'll be asking for the money. So without money, you can't move. Because if the money doesn't come early, road coming to this side, taking material to this side, it must be very difficult. Unless we pass by different direction, through Nakpala, up to this place, like 3 times for the distance that we are going to pass.
Stakeholders worry that the impending rainy season could further deteriorate the site, compounding the delays. They are calling on the Mahama administration to allocate funds to resume construction and bring quality healthcare closer to the people. The chief of Sanar Rukmini, Na Mohammed Al-Hassan Seidu, has appealed to the government to prioritize the project and ensure its swift completion.
This is about Agenda 111. The current president promised that he will do his best to complete everything in all the country hospitals. I'm praying that before he started it, given award or still completed, he should do my committee one first. That's where I'm relying for. Because the hospital is yet good for us. One is time of fitness and everything of difficulties. We are finding it difficult to go and do access to our health. So if the government will do well, and then ask to promise that he will finish, he will not abandon the Agenda 111 hospitals, and then he will he will complete it and all the hospitals. Then that will be good for everybody.
Here at the Agenda 111 project site in Sanarugu in the northern region, work has stalled, though it is said to have been 70% complete. Some of the areas like the administration and other blocks have been completed with female-male ward and the theater as well as the mortuary still hanging due to lack of funding. The engineer on site tells Channel 1 News that certificates that have been issued for funding to be released for work to continue is yet to receive attention from authorities for over 2 years now. For Channel 1 News, my name is Shawana Yusuf reporting at the Sanarugu Agenda 111 project site in the northern region.
You're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom. Next is CNR Business with Neteli Neti Ajaho.
CNR Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Hello and welcome to CNR Business, proudly brought to you by MTN and EcoBank. I am Neteli Neti Ajaho. Finance Minister Dr. Atuforsen has announced plans to introduce a fiscal responsibility rule in Parliament, setting a debt ceiling to enhance fiscal discipline and macroeconomic stability. This move, he says, is part of efforts to entrench fiscal discipline and restore stability. He was speaking at a meeting with 22 bank CEOs in Accra, where the discussions focused on economic recovery, fiscal consolidation, and financial sector stability. On the domestic debt exchange program, Dr. Forsen assured that the government has no intention of defaulting, having built buffers to meet all obligations. He also outlined steps to reduce reliance on treasury bills and strengthen policy coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The meeting was attended by the BOG Governor Dr. Johnson Isiema ahead of his first Monetary Policy Committee meeting and the GAP President Kwamina Asumeni, who pledged the banking sector's support for financial stability and market growth. The Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications is optimistic that government's commitment to reforming the VAT system will reduce the cost of data. The chamber notes that this will also enhance affordability and digital access. Daniel Sakite has more in this report.
The cost of mobile data remains a key concern for businesses and consumers in Ghana, as affordability directly impacts digital access and economic participation. The Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications remain optimistic that reforms to the VAT system could help reduce data costs. Speaking to CNL Business, the Chamber's Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Kenashibe, stressed the need for policies that enhance affordability and accessibility, highlighting persistent challenges such as fiber cuts that contributes to high operational costs.
In a very competitive environment that we are in, all the telcos and then all the ISPs and all of that are competing, and they all would want to compete on price. And so there are a lot of price reductions that are there. But then what is your margin, the cost of producing the data? And you will find out that, for the telecom sector, last year when we did the total tax report, for every 1 CD that is paid into the sector, about 40 point something pesos goes back as taxes. That's a big element of the reasons for the cost. And so we're waiting for this VAT review that the ministry has talked about. Hopefully the COVID will go, we will restructure it again so that when you spend 100 cedis on buying data, 27 cedis of that is not paid to government in terms of the VAT and all of that go onto it. And then that can be reduced, and then it can reduce the cost of data. The other input cost in terms of the fees, the charges and all of that are going. We can all look at that, be able to price below that particular. And so it's not for nothing that you have a company like Airtel AT now. Government wanting investors to come into it, and you're not getting the investors to come in. It is not attractive to invest into the sector because of the fact that the margins are low. The prices themselves relatively are high compared to the cost. So we all need to work to make sure that we can reduce the input cost of providing telecommunication services, and then we'll then be able to offer the services to the consumer, to the subscriber at a cheaper cost.
These interventions, if implemented, would drive digital inclusion and foster economic growth. For CNL Business, I am Daniel Sakiti.
And that's it for CNL Business. It was proudly brought to you by MTN and EcoBank. I am nationalist Ajahu. Thanks for watching.
CNR Business was brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Well, that'll be all for the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. Do visit our website, channel1news.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Many thanks for watching.
on, you are welcome to a brand new episode of Sister right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you're listening, it's 97.3 City FM. And of course, you know, this is the longest running relationship show on air, and we bring you the best of stories which you have sent to us via letters and help you go through these letters to find solutions to your problems when it comes to, you know, every problem that you're going through in your relationship. Today it's a different setting because we're in the Sister village, or we would call it the Channel 1 village, and it's all about the Heritage Month, and we are expressing ourselves in the Ghanaian way. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back I will be introducing the sisters.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
We're going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale. Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
Welcome back. It's still Sister right here on Channel 1 TV. Now it's time for me to introduce the sisters. But before I do that, I want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, Kivo Pepper and Cindy Rice. Thank you always for holding us down. We really appreciate it because without you, this show wouldn't have the weight that it has. But thank you so much for holding us down. And of course to the viewers, thank you for always tuning in, and thank you for sending in your letters. If you want to send in your own letters, please send it via sisterislive@gmail.com. and we will get to read it on the show. And do not forget to send your thoughts and comments via the WhatsApp number on your screen, and we will also get to read it on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce the sisters. Rosie.
Hi, Chris.
Sicho and
Hi,
Olivia.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, ladies.
Hi.
How are you?
Not bad.
Well, everybody's repping Ghana in one way or the other.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing. So how are you feeling about the whole Heritage Month?
It's good. I'm just hoping that we don't wait till 1 month to show that we are Ghanaian.
Right.
The true essence of being Ghanaian should run through our everyday lives, and the morals we instill in our children, how we behave in the workplace and all of that. So I'm hoping that Heritage Month just becomes a celebration of the people we truly are all year round.
Right.
Yeah.
Sicho?
I want to take the opportunity to talk about the fact that, just like what my sister has said, it should be reflected in our everyday life. I remember there was a time where one of our presidents like that, I don't know which one, had come up with this Friday wear thing.
Yeah.
That was cool.
And it was beautiful. Right. And I think a lot more of us should do that in our everyday life, be it corporate, whatever. And then also, Ghanaian fashion designers, let us be able to afford your clothes.
Somebody said it. Somebody had to say it.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's why I wanted to repeat it.
Okay, Olivia?
I just like the fact that this month has been actually put aside for us to be able to sit back and reflect and actually appreciate where we're from as a country and as a people. So it's given us opportunity to appreciate other cultures, not just single out just one particular culture or group of people and what they do. It's given us opportunities to enjoy each other and what we believe in and what we want.
All right.
So yeah.
Nice. All right, and today joining us specially is Asa of UF Enterprise, who's going to be serving us some Ghanaian snacks and drinks. I'm excited about this, and the ladies are excited too. Hi, Asa.
Hi, Chris.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to check out our stories of the day. You have sent in your letters, and it's time for us to go through these letters, and then we will help you find solutions to the problems. We have 2 letters for this episode. Now, just sit back, relax as we go through it. Sisters, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, so let's go with the first one. Dear sisters, my wife and I have been married for 7 years now with 2 boys. 2 years ago, her close friend had marital issues with her husband in that the husband was a chronic cheat. My wife became their lawyer. and each will call her to complain bitterly. At a point, I realized my wife didn't defend her friend again, but was on the side of the husband. So I became curious and decided to pick her phone and see the conversation between them. Sisters, I had the shock of my life. Could you believe that my wife was telling this guy that she had developed real emotions for him and that the world has been unfair to her? She misses a heartbeat whenever she sees the guy calling. I confronted her and she said she was sorry. She didn't know what had come over her. She did that because the guy was giving her all the attention she needed while I was always busy at work. I love her all right, but ever since that incident, I have lost trust for her. The thought of me being a mistake in her life always makes me want to distance myself from her. Now she says she wants to travel to Canada to work, but I told her the moment she steps out of the country, that will be the end of a marriage, because Ghana ha that we are in together upon you na Canada.
The first Chris to speak to you.
You know, I had to speak to my first. She says, if I say that, then I'm being selfish and wicked. Sisters, please, am I being selfish? Advise me. Ghana how? That's what she's been doing. And she now goes to Canada. All right, Rosie.
I'm trying to, I knew you were going to call me. So I was trying to take my face away so that you wouldn't even think I existed, but you kept looking at me anyway. So this story, okay, so basically your wife is a lawyer and then you found out that she's supposed to be defending her friend who has been complaining about her husband who is a cheat, and ends up, quote unquote, cheating with the same person who was being accused of cheating. As a man, it's going to really cut deep. Because now you're going to be thinking, because even as a woman, if your husband cheats on you, even when you say you're forgiven, you realize that anytime he steps out there, you ask yourself, is he there alone? Is he with someone? Who is he there with? If the person lives at, let's say, area A, and he even has official business in that same area, you are thinking, after he finishes the official business, is he going to pass by for some moments to reminisce what has happened in the past? It's a very difficult situation for one to find themselves in, where you know you are being confronted with a cheating partner, especially someone who is cheating in her line of business. It also draws ethical lines. If she's not able to even respect the ethics of the job and get herself involved with somebody that she's dealing with, then it means that her level of cheating is Trojan. No, seriously.
Trojan is a heavy word.
Yes, if it's a normal cheating, like maybe she went out, spotted somebody, but this is your line of work. It's almost like having an affair with a patient.
Right.
You know, so it's like she is having an affair, not only with her patient, but with her patient's husband, who is actually the cause of her patient's disease. So for me, she's actually bled all those professional lines and she's not ethical. So I can understand where the man is coming from when he says that, look, if you travel, then that's the end of the marriage. I can understand where he's coming from. However, you see, cheating is not only done at certain times. You know, sometimes people think that it's only in the evening that men cheat. I know someone who said that at the time that he used to cheat, it was in the hot afternoon. Then he'll get his babe in the afternoon, go and finish everything. And it is that day that he even goes home earliest. And he's like the best husband. He and his wife and his children are watching TV. He did that for almost about 6 years until one day he realized how foolish he was. And then he stopped. So cheating is not only done in the evening, and it's not only done out of sight. It can be done at any time, right under your nose, like she was doing until you caught her. So I don't think that you saying she shouldn't go is selfish. But if you have worked on the cheating, the act, let's assume that this is the first time you've caught her. I don't know whether you did some counseling, whether you did some work on yourself, whether you actually spoke about it. Because if she's seeing somebody else and she's confessing love to this man and saying life has been unfair to her, is there something wrong with your marriage? That is why she's able to look out and actually proclaim that life is unfair to her. Because you see, women find it very difficult to proclaim their love to another man, especially in that depth, you know, when they have a husband. Unless, of course, there's something going on in the marriage that both of you are not willing to come to terms with. So she's sort of like checking out, and she's allowed herself to even blur ethical lines and fall in love with somebody. So when you found this out, was it just an issue about I'm sorry, I've forgiven you, or it was discussed?
Real discussion.
Real discussion. Because sometimes people just, oh, I'm sorry, and then they don't discuss. It's good to discuss the issue. Why did you do it? So what is wrong? Is there an issue with me? Is there a problem with you? What is the issue? So when you discuss it extensively and then you decide to apologize, you realize the apology is real and long-lasting. Because for me, if you tell me you've forgiven me and yet you are still holding grudges, then you haven't forgiven me. Because he says he's forgiving her and they decided to move on, then you haven't forgiven me. So I think that when you forgive somebody, you should be able to truly forgive the person and give the person an opportunity to prove themselves worthy until otherwise. So that's what I think. But however, you are not being selfish. It's normal for you to think that way because you are human. Yeah.
First of all, I think I have always been a firm advocate of the fact that people should marry when they are ready, when they feel like they are matured enough to enter into the institution of marriage. It shouldn't be because society has forced you into it, or you feel like you are of the age where you should be married. And I think this idea that, oh, just because I found someone and he's proposed to me is a good reason, or I found someone, a girl, a lady, and she's nice and she loves me and she's showing all the signs of being ready to settle down, means you should go and marry that person. I find that it's a predominant issue in the society now, where men, even once they find a girl who is doing all the things that's what we call wife material, who is doing all the things by the book to position themselves as wives, then they just run or rush into a serious relationship such as marriage with the person. Because what then happens is, recently I was having a discussion with someone and the person said, you know, it's a true fact we all lie to ourselves or fail to accept that sometimes people have settled for you because who they really wanted they couldn't get at the point where they were ready to settle down. So they end up settling for you. Now, the question we should ask ourselves when we fall in relationships or we get into relationships with people is this person settling for me? Do they have someone they actually liked but didn't get? Like and so therefore, yes, maybe they have their dream man or dream girl, yes, and they couldn't get. So then now they are having to make do with you because they are equally ready to settle down. Because in any case, somebody can say, okay, I'm settling, but I'm going to make this work. And another person can say, I'm settling for now, but once what I want comes round, I'm going to bolt. And until you have these serious conversations with someone when you are going to get into marriage, you will not know. And sometimes, even after having the conversations with the person, depending on what they want, they can lie to you. So I feel like when we are assessing people to marry them, it is important that we assess them even on these levels as well. What are they saying behind your backs? What are they saying to your friends? What do their friends think of you? If there are ways we can figure these things out, it will not be an overnight thing. Sometimes you will not get the answers through having a sit down with the person and asking the questions. But all that being said, this gentleman has brought this to us, and it's unfortunate that he finds himself in that. Sisterhood has not done us proud, unfortunately, in this case.
Thank you for staying with us here on Channel 1 Television. We apologize for that break in normal programming as we take you back to Adum, Kumasi in the Ashanti region, where the fire that reportedly broke out this morning at about 4 a.m. is still burning on in certain parts of the market. Our man on the beat, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, Hafiz Tijani, he has done a great job all day. He has been at the scene. He's been reporting from morning. He is still there. And so we're going to him to get some more updates. Hafiz, thank you so much for your time. And I mean, it's 9 p.m. It's past 9 p.m. The fire has been burning since morning. Earlier, the chief fire officer gave us an assurance that there had been some confinement, that the fire had been confined. Is that what you see currently? Give us your own assessment of what is currently happening at the Adum Central Business District.
Okay, so the fire is still raging in some of the buildings. You know, it started at the building next to Hello FM building.
Right.
And then it extended to another building, then to the container shops, and spread to the other building, which is used as warehouse for some of the products that are sold here for the wholesalers who sell their products here. And some of the shops, because of the nature of the items that are being stored in them, you are seeing the fire reigniting in some of the shops. So from the time we're living here at 4 p.m., we saw that this building, some of the shops were still having fire in them. But the issue of the fire has to do, or had to do, with the access.
Right.
Because
the
fire officers
difficulty
didn't
in
have
accessing
access.
the place.
Yes. Yes, because the fire officers didn't have access, they had some
challenges,
difficulty in trying to douse the pockets of fire. So these pockets of fire are now reigniting and spreading.
Right.
You know, the president, while here, spoke about the gas cylinders and other combustibles in the market area. So you find some of these items still in the building that we are seeing the fire currently. But because there's been an effort now by the city authorities, the effort is being led by the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohino, who is still here with the other authorities, some members of the Regional Security Council, trying to ensure that the right thing is done, the fire is brought under control before they will leave here. He has tried his best as the regional minister, trying to coordinate the effort in terms of getting the fire under control, and trying to get the various security agencies, talk of the fire service who is leading the fire containment efforts here, to try and bring the situation under control. So that is the regional minister who is being helped to. He is putting himself in this, trying to work closely with the military, the police, the Ghana National Fire Service, to ensure that the situation is brought under control before he leaves here. So we are seeing also the police water cannon that was brought earlier today to contain the situation. The water cannon has also come. So the excavator is creating access for the water cannon to move in and target the fire areas so that it can douse the fire completely. Seeing that the fire is still raging at some of the areas, at some of the shops, the buildings there. But the excavation is being done at where you have the debris, where the container shops were. All of that have been raised down, and currently the excavator is trying to clear the way to ensure that there's enough access for the fire engines at the other area. So that area where we did a report during the CNR has been cleared, and this area, the focus is now on this area because other buildings here are also being consumed by the fire.
Right. So basically, the excavator is creating a path.
Clear those areas. Try and then.
Well, Hafiz, I'm asking
try
that,
and then contain the pockets
Hafiz.
of fire that is being experienced here, or that is still raging in some of the buildings.
Right.
And after that is done, they are able to ensure that this is contained and there's no any cause for alarm. So you asked a question about the chief fire officer talking about the containment of the fire when she spoke to us in the afternoon. So that is the understanding we got. She says that the fire at the major building, which started in the major building, was contained. And when it's extended to the other makeshift structures and other metal containers that has been that was contained, that is that was the definition of the containment of the fire she spoke about. But what brought about the challenge was the access, and we spoke to the city authorities, the regional security coordinator. They told us that they were bringing this equipment, the excavator, to be able to create access for the fire engines and also the fire engines and also the.
So we see that the police cannon, the water cannon has started doing some work,
and also the water cannon that is currently making its way to where the fire is spreading in some of the buildings to be able to contain the situation. So the excavator has cleared the way. The excavator has been able to move or pack the debris onto the side of this building, the buildings that was reigniting in terms of the fire reigniting in that building, and the fire tender, and also the formed police unit water cannon from the Ghana Police Service is able to have access. So when we came here and spoke to the fire officer, he was saying that so if they had this intervention in the afternoon, they would have contained the situation and ensured that this didn't get out of hand. So the fire officer is joining us. The Ashanti Regional Fire Officer is joining us. He has been leading this effort with his officers, supporting them with the support from the other security services. So we're told this fire was contained. What are we seeing now?
Yes, we couldn't have access to this place. In the morning, we were looking for excavator to break that wall. It's only this evening that the excavators came. So they are actually, you can see the work they are doing. They're paving way. If we had this thing since morning, we could have finished this job. Yes, but because a whole area we couldn't have access. Yes, so now the excavator is there, it's clearing the way so that we can, after clearing the way, we can now take over. Yes.
So where are your engines stationed?
Yeah, here. Their engines are here. We've sent one, we just saw fire at that end. So one is gone there to tackle it. Yes.
Are you going to be spending the night?
Yes. We are here. We are here. We have to even protect people's way. We have to protect. And this place, we are not expecting anybody to enter here. Do you get me? This is an area that should be kept until our investigation is over. Yes.
So this excavation is now being done.
Yes.
You are sure that tomorrow we are not going to see people rebuilding?
Here.
Yes.
When we finish, it's left to the authorities. We don't know. I can't say much about that. I can't say much about that.
Well, the issue about access hindered the progress of work you did in terms of
structures, access. You saw what was happening here in the morning. We tried severally. We couldn't enter here. Yes. Stores were also inside. Yes, so we couldn't have access to tackle these fires inside here because we didn't have the excavator. Yes, so now that they've brought it, we are clearing the area so that we can do the firefighting. Yes.
So from now to the morning, where we are expecting that the fire is going to the fire is going to be contained. Yes. Is there any assurance from the Ghana National Fire Service
that what the fire will be contained?
Yes.
Yes, we are here. We are still here working. You get me? We are still here working. So we will contain it. We will contain it.
Well, Hafiz,
we will contain it.
Tell us about this experience today. This has never been so since you assumed office as the regional fire commander.
Yes. Other ones in some hours were able to deal with it, but this one has to do with accessibility. It has to do with accessibility. Assuming we had accessibility, the tenders that were here, the tenders and the tankers that were here, we could have finished this job. Yes, but a whole area you couldn't have access to it. So accessibility was our main problem so far as this fire is concerned. Yes.
We're told that some of your men were injured.
Yes.
What is their condition now?
My driver is injured. One fireman from Ajusu is also injured. They were sent to hospital, Menshia Hospital, and they have been discharged. Yeah, they treated them, but they have been discharged. Yes.
What was the extent of the injury?
The Ajusu guy is not the same, but my driver, the leg, and I was told they have to do X-ray to see whether the bones were not affected. So I have not seen him. I have not seen the X-ray, so I can't say much. Yes, he is gone back home, so I can't say much. Yes, because I have not seen him.
Apart from the personnel who sustained injuries, what was the issue also with your engines? Did you face any technical issue?
No. We didn't face technical issue. The problem has to do with fuel. But then the RCC chief director came in, so they gave us some fuel. Yes. But the engines all were there. Yeah.
What would be a strong recommendation you've been making after your investigation? So access is one, I would guess, that you are going to make a strong recommendation for access to be created by the city authorities. What is that key thing also you include?
Individuals must also listen to our safety messages, because we will educate, but it's left with the individual to adhere to the messages and apply them. Yes, because we don't live here with you. You are doing your business. I don't live here. So when we educate you, know that is your business, accept the message and do the right thing. That is it. And the management of these areas must set rules of engagement for them. Carnation. Since Carnation was created, but they've never experienced fire because they have strong rules of engagement. Do you get me? So let's the management of these areas also have rules of engagement very well for them. Yes.
So that fire tender is coming. Yes. Commander, we can move to that area. We can move to this side, Commander, and continue with our conversation with the Ashanti Regional Commander of the Ghana National Fire Service. He has been leading efforts here, trying to ensure that they see to the bottom of this fire and trying to contain it. He has been deploying officers from Mampontin, Ejiso, from the Konfanochi Fire Station, the Menshia Fire Station, the KJTia Fire Station that is so close here. And he has been leading those efforts, trying to contain the fire. and he's been speaking about some of these efforts they are making. He says that they are going to work throughout the night to ensure that this incident is brought under control. Early on, Nana, I told you about the Ashanti regional minister who is here. So he is making some frantic efforts trying to also ensure that everything is in order. So the minister is getting some directives or engaging with the fire officers to try and then tell them about what observations he has also been making and what needs to be done to contain the situation. So the regional minister is still engaging with the Ghana National Fire Service, trying to coordinate efforts to get this situation under control. But Nana, the blast and explosions are still happening at that building, houses that contain these inflammables, and that is the focus now for the firefighters and the security agencies here. The water cannon is directing its efforts there. The excavator is also making way for the water cannon to enter. So because of the flames and also the nature of the area, as well as the darkness, they are not able to see through.
Exactly.
And then
there's poor visibility.
Their way. There's very, very poor visibility here.
And you can understand that because we spoke to the Ashanti West PRO for the ECG earlier, and he mentioned that power had partially been restored to the area, which of course makes sense for safety and security reasons. Power to the affected areas need to be cut so that the fire service can go ahead and do their work. And so clearly the place will not be well illuminated. And then also the smoke after the fire or from the fire would worsen the visibility situation there. But I was hoping that some provision would have been made for lights, not necessarily electricity generated lights, but maybe perhaps a generator powered light to afford the firefighters enough visibility or illumination to be able to do their work. I'm not seeing any such thing.
If you look at the excavator, the excavator is using its light to be able to maneuver through the debris.
Yes, but that would be for the excavator. What of the firefighters?
Yes. The water cannon is also using its light to maneuver through the debris, and the fire engines also. But it's not so easy for the fire engines. You know, some of them, they are not able to get enough, or the light is not so bright to be able to extend to other areas.
Tell us about the cannon, the Ghana Police Service, the water cannon. Are they also throwing lights in that direction to assist?
Yes, they are throwing lights to assist. So the water cannon has just moved out of the fire area. I think there's water going to be refilled in this thing. So a fire engine is now taking over. The fire officers are getting the hose, redirecting the hose to where the fire is, so that they can connect it to one of the fire engines and get the water to be able to control the fire at the top of that building. And it's proving difficult because of what we talked about, or we spoke about visibility. Also the
earlier when you spoke with the fire chief or the fire commander, I was hoping to hear something about hydrants and access to water, how long it would take them to go refill and come back, and how that is also affecting their containment efforts. But hopefully, if you're able to get him again, let's find out from him about the hydrants, if there are hydrants available in the area, How readily accessible are these hydrants? Have people even built on these hydrants? And how close is their next source of water? And how long it takes them to be able to go refill and come back? Because we've seen throughout the day, throughout your reportage today, that at certain points they have to go restock and come. And I'm looking at the proximity to their source of water. One, how long it takes them, and if indeed by the time they return, the fire is spreading to other areas. So hopefully, if you're able to get the regional fire commander again, you can put some of these questions to him. But for now, I need you to paint us a picture of exactly what is happening. We know that the excavator is paving way for the fire tenders or the fire engines to be able to access the actual spots of the fire. But if you can help us, because the darkness makes it a little bit difficult to appreciate exactly what is happening. But since you are close to the action, kindly help us with a description of exactly what is happening.
So Nana, the effort now is to get more access to this area. So at the other end of the building, which is still where you have fire in there, it was being contained until after they saw smoke billowing from the top of the other building that didn't have fire in it. So they had to redirect efforts there. The minister had to alert them to redirect their effort there to contain that fire. But because there are still pockets of fire and they will need access, so the container shops that have been raised down are blocking the access routes, and the excavator is giving way, paving the way for the engines to be able to go through, and the fire officers would be able to contain the fire. But the fire engines are not able to go because of the nature of the area, the debris being covered, even though the excavator is making way to clear the debris. But fire officers want to devise yet another strategy to be at the vantage location where their hose can reach the building where the fire is, so they can douse it. If they mean to use the excavator to go into the building, it might be proving so difficult for them. So that's, they don't want to risk that. And because of the muddy nature of the area, you know, the excavator has been able to go through this, and it has created some kind of a muddy environment, and the fire tenders are not able to.
Of course, it's expected. I mean, they've been pouring water in this area since morning. The fire service has been firing at the fire with water since morning, and so it is expected that when the excavator comes in and is digging through the rubble, it's going to definitely create some muddy situation there. So, so is this mud?
Yes. So
the muddy
that
nature
is
of
making
the
it difficult.
place creating any difficulty for the fire tender? Because we see the fire tender turning and turning.
The fire tender is stuck now, and the people are trying to put some stones underneath the tie so that the fire tender can use the stones to station itself at a vantage location to allow for the fire officers to extend the hose to that area. But the fire is still is raging. It's getting to other areas, but the efforts now is still being made by the people who are ensuring that the fire is brought under control. So while the fire officers and the other security personnel agencies are trying to ensure that this situation is contained, we still have people who are here catching the glimpse and also looking at what is happening. They want to know exactly what is happening. They want to ensure that they have 100% of whatever is going to happen here.
And
we want to speak to...
Earlier, we saw that the minister was now covering his nose with a handkerchief, I believe. We've seen that the people in his team have also tied their handkerchiefs over their noses. And at this point, I want to believe that it's not just the smoke, because the excavator is also digging through the rubble. And so now there's a combination of smoke and dust. Is this what is contributing to this?
Exactly. Even from where we are standing, we are behind the regional minister. But we can still feel the dust and coupled with smoke in the air, and this is giving a very bad situation here. So people are covering their noses to ensure that they don't get infected. But we have some assembly members who have also been helping within the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, from areas within the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, who have been helping in this effort. Honorable, I don't know what time you have been here, but your name and which electoral area?
I'm Honorable Bakun Ahinkan Prince, Dichemso electoral area.
Okay. Within the KMA?
Yeah, within KMA. Menchia South constituency. Yeah. I've been here around 5:30. Yes.
PM?
Yeah, 5 a.m.
AM, okay.
Yes, I've been here since 5 a.m. My shop is affected.
Wow.
Yes, so I had several calls and I have to come and help. So I've been here since 5:30. And the work has been so tedious. But God being so good, with the intervention of the incoming mayor and the minister, at least we have gone afar, and we have done a lot of work here, as you see, because the fire was so much. But now it has been controlled. It's not spreading to other buildings, and I think that we have done a yeoman's job. It's just that we're trying to excavate the whole place and make the place more safety. You understand? Yeah.
Okay, so you are an affected trader and also an assembly member. Your observation about the fire situation, the fire officers complain about access getting here was very, very, very poor. Have you put this across the assembly meeting to say that the city authorities must clear the streets and the pavement so that we don't see or we don't experience some of these things?
I can say that being part of the assembly, and it is our responsibility to keep the electoral areas and the community safe for our people. We have sent this notice or information to the assembly several times, but looking at things, we thought that here was for the railway station, and they have sold it to individuals, and the place is scattered with a whole lot of containers, which was not good. But demolition was another problem for us, you understand? So we were trying to look way out, we'll be able to do that. But now the unforeseen has happened. Today we were talking to one or two honorable members, and I think that it will be our main focus that this place will not be the same. We are going to regularize the place and make it more wholesome and safety for our people.
But the other concern was the access. People trading on pavement, congesting the city. Is this something you are going to push as an assembly member?
Yes, we have been pushing a lot, but you know, politics does not help us to do our job.
What do you mean if you say that?
I think personally that now we, the assembly members, we are going to make sure the right thing is done, because those people who are found on the street are complaining that the economy is hard and they have to feed their family, so they have to come on the street to struggle to get ends meet. We, as city authorities, trying to maintain discipline in the municipality, we have to drive them away, and that is not also helping. So therefore, we have to try. That's why we're doing all these markets, because all the markets are not being completed yet. It's difficult for you to drive them away because you're looking at the sustainability of the people and the community as well. So I think that this is a wake-up call for us to make sure the right thing is done.
Okay. So finally, how much have you lost in terms of assessment, or you've not done the assessment of the burning of your shop yet?
As you see, about 3 buildings is totally gone, and the slums a lot. And when you talk about money,
no, I'm talking about you per se. You say you have a shop here.
Okay. Me, by God's grace, I'm in a Hello FM. Okay. I have a lot of goods there. By God's grace, the fire service was able to intervene, and truly nothing was lost. Just that we have evaporated everything from the shop, and we have to restock it back. But truly, nothing really has missing.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable. So that's the Assembly member for Dichemso electoral area who say he has been here since morning trying to monitor the situation. So we can give you a feel of what is happening, where the regional minister has moved to, trying to see the efforts that is being made here.
Has the fire tender have they been able to move the fire tender now?
No, they have not been able to move the fire tender.
So it's stuck?
The fire tender is still here. It's stuck here. But what the fire officers are doing is to extend the hose, the water hose,
right?
The water hose to the building which has the fire in it, to be able to contain it. So accessibility was an issue, but now visibility is becoming the issue now. Accessibility was an issue in the morning. That is being dealt with through the efforts of the regional minister and the city authorities. But now the visibility is becoming a challenge. But the excavator is still making way for the fire engines and the firefighters to have an easy way out to be able to reach where the fire is, to be able to contain it. And that is being, or that is yielding some fruits, because the fire officers themselves are commending this effort and saying that since that has been done, they are able to go to go close to the fire or the building that has the fire. They have access, easy access, so they can contain the spread. So they have been able to bring the hose to this particular building, which has pockets of fire in some of the shops here.
And this is the building that was serving as a warehouse?
Okay, this is also serving as a warehouse and shops.
Okay.
This is another building.
Is this the same? Okay, so this is a different building. I was going to ask if this is the same building from which we were recording the explosions earlier on today.
No. That is on my left from where I stand. But this is another building. So they want to contain this and then move to where the excavator is. That is that building you are talking about.
Right.
The excavator is still creating access for the firefighters to have an easy way out to be able to douse the flame. So this is another building, and the ground floor, the fire officers have been able to douse the fire. They are targeting another shop now, and the effort is being redirected to that area, and they'll be targeting the second floor of that building to be able to contain that fire. Then to the so that's the second floor of this building,
right?
And they are trying to contain it. Oh, so that fire has been contained. Fire has been contained, and then they are trying to. Wow, the excavator has been cautioned. The operator of the excavator has been cautioned.
Yes.
To retreat because of how the fire is spreading. And you know the excavator also has fuel in it, so fears are that it could also spark fire. So they are telling the operator of the excavator to be very careful, even as it tries to create access routes for the fire officers to do their work and do it very well. So that is what you find here. The fire officers are getting enough access now, trying to contain the fire. And for the fire commander, the regional fire commander, they are going to work throughout the night to ensure that the pockets of fire that are being seen now are contained.
Right.
So they can live here.
Let's do a quick recap. Let's chronicle the events of the day so our viewers can better understand and appreciate how the events have unfolded today. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it that, so the fire started in a building next to the one that houses Hello FM and then began spreading through the containerized shops and then caught on to other buildings within the area. Is this correct?
Exactly, Nana. So
right.
At about 5:20, we are told some of the traders who had already come to the market, were or experienced or noticed that there was fire.
Right.
Then they started to call some shop owners. You know, we have lockable shops.
Exactly, yeah.
Those with lockable and those without lockable shops. So these people without lockable shops, some of them keep their items in these lockable shops. So when they come in the morning,
not to catch you, I just need to alert viewers to the video we're showing them now. These are pictures from the morning when the fire broke out at Adum, the Central Business District area, where we're told that it started in a building next to the building that houses Hello FM and then began spreading through where the container shops are. If you know the area, you know the how clustered the place is regarding the shops there. So there are buildings there that serve as warehouses, and then from these warehouses, a number of container shops retail goods from these warehouses. And so it started from this building and then began to spread through the container shops and then caught on to other buildings in the area. And so the pictures you're seeing now are from early on in the day when the fire began. And of course, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani has been there throughout the day, bringing us up to speed regarding what has been happening since the morning. So let's go back to Hafiz and let's bring you live pictures of what is happening now. The major obstacle for the firefighters has been access. And currently now we're being told that an excavator has been brought in. I believe, Hafiz, early on in the morning, there was a wall that was impeding the access to the fire scene itself. Has this wall been pulled down by the excavator?
Yes, that has been brought down long ago in the afternoon.
Right.
Long ago in the afternoon. We witnessed the demolition of that wall when we were here. So that has been done since afternoon.
Right.
So that even made way for the fire officers to be able to come in and then douse the pocket of fire we are seeing. Just that some of the shops that were not involved or did not
affected.
The fire did not reach or were not affected. Just now, before even the wall was brought down, those shops were affected and the kind of materials that are contained in it. So that is making the fire, that is what you are seeing now. That is making the fire spread as you can see now.
Okay, so this is not a reignition of the existing fire in the initial buildings that were affected, but rather it has spread to other buildings that did not catch fire during the day.
Yes, other shops in that building.
Okay.
That is housing as in several warehouses here. So the fire officers are making a target and they are succeeding because they have access now. They've been able to about 3 shops coming in here. So they place the tender there. The water hose is being extended to these areas. The excavator is still making effort to pave the way for the fire officers to douse the pockets of fire that are still seen here, and that is what you find the fire officers do.
Right.
So they are targeting the building, this particular building where there's fire, and their target is also making way.
Right.
So we have
I know it's dark.
Another excavator is coming in.
I know it's dark. We're all
in.
struggling to see what exactly is happening. But from where you stand, are you able to give us an idea of the areas that still have fire, and then how long you think it would take for the officers, once they have access to these places, to be able to douse the fire?
So that building we spoke about since morning,
right,
which
where the explosion was happening.
Warehouses, that is where the major issue is currently.
So that building is still on fire as we speak.
It's still on fire. It's still
Right.
on fire. The second floor of that building, there's a shop that the fire is just raging. You from afar, you see it's very red. It's very red.
Yes.
It's so igniting. It's just igniting and all that. And the fire officers want to deal with these pockets of fire on their way that is blocking the access before they can reach that building proper.
Is this building building the warehouse that what we spoke about early on? Is it now accessible with all the work that the excavator has been doing? Is it accessible now to the fire officers?
Okay, so it's accessible at the other end where the wall underneath the
footbridge. Right.
It's accessible. Yes, and there's fire at that point too. So there was one fire tender that was stationed there, and they were able to contain the fire. But the fire is at the other side of the building, and all those places have been blocked by these containers. So now the excavation has stopped, has halted. They want to, there was a fire that was also impeding the excavation process.
Yes.
Part of the containers where the container shops are. So that is where the fire officers are making efforts to douse that fire before they will allow, or before they will let the excavator go in there and then clear that area before they will have access to this main building where the fire is still raging.
So I just want to understand how the approach of the firefighters. Are they attacking these fires simultaneously, or the approach is to concentrate containment efforts at one end, and when they are done with that, they move to the other? Because from what I see so far, two buildings on either side of where you stand both have fire in them, but it's as though the officers are concentrating efforts on the one to the right.
Yes, the one to the right, because that is where they are having access. So they just want to contain that, so that they don't have any headache to deal with that one, or to worry about that one. They want to contain that, so that when they are done, the excavator can give access, so that they can deal with the fire. They can deal with the fire that is at the other end. So I would just want my camera to pan to that particular building we've been talking about since morning, and Nana, you see the fire,
and that's where the raging fire is.
Yes, you see the fire. You see the fire that is there.
This building is what? Is it a two-story? Is it a three-story building? Is it a two-story or a three-story building?
So it's a two-story building.
Two-story
building.
Right.
And yes, and all that have been affected. All the shops in there have been affected. We are talking close to over 50 shops, because from this side there are a number of shops there, and at the other side of the building or that structure, there are a number of shops also there, where in the afternoon people were focusing their efforts to retrieve some of their items from the building, but that some of them were lucky, others were not. and the fire had to destroy or bring down all the wares that are contained at or in this building, and the fire is still raging. So that is the effort. They want to create, you see the excavator, it is parked now, it is not working. They want to create access. The containers forming as debris have blocked the way. So if they don't, so the excavator operator is going back to continue with the effort because it has some way now. The fire officers have been able to contain the fire. So the excavator operator can just go and then clear all the containers. So if all the containers are cleared, it means that fire officers can have access to this building where the fire is raging, so they can bring the situation under control. But if the excavator is not able to remove all the debris on their way, there's going to be another setback in trying to bring the situation under control. So that is what the excavator is currently doing, trying to clear all the containers leading to this particular building. Nana.
Right, so that then the fire engines can have access to this building, and then they can begin combating the fire in that building. But then again, there are some pockets of fire in the way of the excavator. So even as the excavator is creating a pathway for the
fire officers are there.
Right, so the fire officers are also...
So the fire officers are...
Right.
Yes, they are there. So as and when they bring the situation under control, the excavator moves. So I overheard the Ashanti Regional Minister also calling on neighboring regions to help with fire tenders, so that they can deal with this situation once and for all. Ashanti region borders Bunu East, the Bunu region, and also the Eastern region. So it's been calling for some
reinforcements
from the other regions, so they can bring in their fire tenders to kind of help the efforts here, so that they can contain the situation. For the fire officers, they want to do this evening because they don't want the situation where they will leave the place, they will leave the scene, and something is happening again, especially this particular building where they didn't expect that there was going to be fire still on. They were thinking that they had contained the fire, but you are seeing the fire in some of the shops again. And this cannot just be described as minor fire.
No.
But yes, this cannot be described as a minor fire. It's a major fire that they are trying to contain. But the excavator is doing that work of removing all the container shops that are on the way of the fire officers, still not giving them the access they need, so they can work at that. So there's another excavator that has come here to clear that part of that at the end of that building. So the other excavator also clears. Then the fire officers can have a full complement of the tenders or the fire engines to deal with the fire once and for all.
So are these the excavators working in opposite directions now?
Yes, they are working in opposite directions. One at the middle of the building, and the other one is at the end of the building, trying to clear the debris so that fire tenders can move close to the building.
Right. So
because
if successful,
if they mean
if they are successful,
if they mean to move their if they mean to move their water hose to these places, the water hose contains water in it, and they are not able to have that strength to move it, extending it to that area. So they want the fire engines to be very close so that getting the access will make it so easy for them to be able to contain the situation.
Rightly so, and the closer it gets, the higher the pressure in the hose to be able to tackle the fire appropriately. Now, what I wanted to understand is that with these two excavators working on opposite ends of the building, it suggests to me that when they are successful in clearing the pathway, then that means the fire attendants can be able to work from two angles at the same time.
Yes, exactly. That is the plan. That is the plan. So the fire engines are not able to come in here because of the debris, the blocks, the blockade that has been created by the debris. But if these places are cleared, the fire engines are able to come there. So one of the fire officers is alerting the security persons to ensure that people do not go close to the building, because the building is weak because of the fire incident. So he's been alerting the security officers. But the Ashanti regional minister is still here. He's still here with so much energy in him.
Yeah,
Dr.
now he has a mask on.
So much energy. Yeah, so much energy trying to ensure that this situation is brought under control before he leaves here. So, he came in the morning and he left for
that assignment with the president.
And he left for the president. Then he came back with the president. Then when the president left this place, he has come here to try and then coordinate efforts with his coordinating director and also other members of the Regional Security Council.
Well, so I mean, he heads the Regional Security Council, right? He is chair of the RegSec, is it?
Exactly, Nana. He's the chair of the RegSec, so he has to be here to give directives and also use his influence in trying to get everything done for the fire to be brought under control once and for all. And that is the effort he's still putting in here, trying to ensure that this fire is brought under control.
Right. Very well. Now, one of the issues that we also observed during the day had to do with the crowd control and the crowd management. What does it look like now? Do we still have the type of numbers we had during the day regarding the people that had come to the area, the affected traders, the passers-by, the residents in the area? What really does it look like now? Are people still there in their numbers? And if they are, is that posing any challenge to the firefighting efforts?
No, so because it was during the day and people are coming into trade and other people coming in to do all sorts of services at the market, the place was congested and someone cannot pass by and then just watch or without watching what is going on. But when you go on the footbridge, people are standing on the footbridge looking from afar what is happening, the efforts that are being made to contain the fire. But you are not seeing the numbers like we saw in the morning and in the afternoon. So fire officers are able to move through their tenders within the busy streets, the streets that were so busy in the afternoon. Now they are able to move freely. They are able to come to the fire scene. And I'm still hearing that blast and the explosion that is going on. But that excavator that is working so rapidly in trying to clear the way for the fire officers. And the fire officers are still extending the hose to be able to contain the fire. And
is work still ongoing regarding the fire tender that has been stuck?
Yes, work is still ongoing. Work is still ongoing. They have been able to extend the hose to the other end where we have pockets of fire in the containers that have been engulfed or that have been raised down, so that they can ensure that the excavator is able to clear off all the debris, so it can make way for the other fire tenders to come in. Wow, there's an explosion. It's just the materials are just exploding in that building, and the fire.
And I'm really wondering what really is in this building that keeps exploding, even up until now. all the way from the morning, we were recording these explosions while we spoke and reported on this matter, and we could see the explosions and the flames that went up into the air each time there was an explosion. I'm wondering, these materials that have been there since morning, are there still some material in this building causing these explosions, and what could they be? I know you may not be able to give us exactly what it is, but I'm just a bit curious about why these explosions are still happening since they've been going on since morning.
Yes, exactly, Nana. That's a concern for everyone. That's a concern for everyone. But people say what we're told or we're made to understand was that these are warehouses where you have the traders who trade in several cosmetic products. And it was evident when we went to the building where the fire started, around the Hello FM area. People who had most of their wares down were those who were engaging or dealing in the cosmetic products, and they had everything raised down. And we are told that these are the warehouses where the traders who are wholesalers stock their items, and that is why you are having some of these explosions and blasts, and which is making the fire so intensified, or which is increasing the intensity of the fire here. And we are not seeing the fire coming down. The fire is just raging, and because it's just at one particular shop, it's raging and raging because it's not extending to the other shops. It's just at one particular place, and the materials that are there are burning. So the effort now is to try and tackle that particular building, because that building has really become so, for lack of a better word, so troublesome for fire officers to be able to contain the fire in it.
Right. Now, the building to your right, has the fire in there been doused? Have the fire officers been able to contain that one?
Yes, they have been able to contain major part of the fire, but we still have pockets of fire in that building. But for them, if they are able to deal with the fire, the severity, they are able to bring the severity to some minimal, they are able to contain it. It's not something to be worried about, because it will not spread. It's just going to be like that. But that was the notion we got when they said that they had contained the fire, and that is what we are seeing at the other end of that building. So that building is now the focus. Now they want to clear the debris and ensure that the building is contained, because they don't know what will happen if they leave it and then say that no, so this fire is not going to extend to other buildings. Well, who knows if other buildings also could be affected. So that is the assurance we are getting from the Ashanti Regional Minister. Although he says he doesn't want to speak for now, he would want to ensure that the work is done, so that so the minister is still giving directives. He is so involved in this fight to bring down the fire. He's not just giving directives. He's looking at areas where the fire is raging, and then he will tell the fire officers to focus their strength at one areas or one of the areas that they are able to contain the fire. So that is the regional minister there, Dr. Frank Amwakohene, who is also liaising with NADMO, the Ghana National Fire Service, trying to bring the situation under control. But for the fire officers, they are not living here today. They are going to ensure that the situation is brought under control before they will leave this place.
Very well. Now, these two excavators working on opposite ends. So what I'm getting, or the understanding I'm getting, is that there's one that is working through where the container shops were. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So it has gone to the other side.
Mhm.
So you can clearly see the pathway now from where from the second phase of the KJTR market project when you are standing there. You are able to
Exactly.
see to the
I was going to ask
footbridge,
for.
but you
I was-
couldn't see that.
Yes, I'd wanted to ask for landmarks so people can better appreciate the area and how the work is ongoing. So there's one that is working its way, creating a pathway through where the container shops were, that cluster, which of course now has been raised to just rubbles. But there's one that is working its way through there. This other one, because early on in the day, we noticed that for this particular building, the fire tenders had to go round and use the Roman Ridge, sort of Roman Ridge road. Roman Hill. Sorry,
Roman Hill.
I mean I'm still in Accra. Forgive me. Of the Roman Hill road to be able to attack the fire from the back of the building. So where is this second excavator working from? Is it that same route?
Yes, it's that same route, but this is close to KJTR.
Right.
So that route that leads to the second phase of where the barricade of the second phase of the project has been erected. That is where this excavator is working. So at this place where the excavator is working, you have people who deal in second-hand clothes.
Exactly.
People who, we have local footwear manufacturers. We have people who repair phones, people who repair wristwatch, people who also repair sunglasses here. So you find all kind of repairers or all kind of artisans when you come here at this particular area, and that is where this area is. And because of the nature of the situation, the buildings that have been affected, so they are pulling down those buildings as well,
right?
So that they will ensure that.
What's the nature of these structures? Are these concrete buildings? Are these wooden structures? Are these containers? What exactly are they?
So these are mostly container shops, but we have concrete buildings that have been erected here. These are mostly container shops, but we have concrete buildings here, and those buildings have been affected, and they think that the buildings are weak. So if they are not able to pull them down, maybe it must cause troubles, or people who occupy these buildings would want to come tomorrow to maybe trade there, and the buildings are not of
the integrity has been compromised. They are no longer safe to be
they are
occupied.
no longer safe. They are no longer safe for the people to occupy in there. So they want to clear, and then with the container shops, the mangled container shops, the bent down container shops that are here, they want to try and then remove everything and contain the fire, and ensure that the fire does not extend to other shops here.
Right. Now, from what I'm looking at, it looks like this particular excavator is working quite close to the affected building. Is it that this one is pulling down the buildings? Is this also to create access, or this one is for safety reasons?
Both, Nana, for safety reasons and also to create access. Because there's fire at the top of the building, they want to contain that fire as well. So the fire engines cannot come close. You see, that area has been choked, rubble created by the metal containers that have been bent. So they want to take all the debris out of the place and put them at one side to make way for the fire engines to come in.
And so as it stands now, this particular building is the one that is presenting a challenge to the firefighters. This building, we are told, has been serving as a warehouse, a 2-story building, from which same building we've been recording or experiencing the explosions. And currently it is the building that has the fire raging in it. 2 excavators on the ground now, working to create a pathway for the fire tenders or the fire engines to be able to access this same building in order to be able to tackle the fire. This is what is happening now, isn't it, Hafiz?
Exactly, Nana. But that other building is where the warehouses are. But this building is on the lane of the Hello FM building.
Is this okay? So
the fire started.
Is this the building from which the fire started?
No. That is next to that building. That is next to that building where the fire started.
So three buildings have been affected so far.
Yes, 3 buildings, and with the container shops, we are not able to quantify.
It will be difficult to do that because it looks like the entire place where the containers have been raised.
Exactly, but with these buildings, these are huge buildings.
Exactly.
Nana, because they have in them warehouses and shops. So some of the shops, they are demarcated. So people come and, especially some of these phone repairers and people who deal in phone accessories, mobile phone accessories. They take one shop, then they demarcate it like 4, and they occupy in these shops. But others also use them as wholesale, and others just take them as shops because of the kind of products they deal in or they sell. So that is what you find here at Adum currently. The efforts being made.
These buildings,
by
all
the
these three buildings that have been affected, are all of them 2-story, or there are some that are 3-story buildings?
So Nana, your point you made about how the excavators are working, that is the exact plan the regional minister is re-echoing to the fire officers, that they should try and clear that area so that they can have access to the top floor where we are seeing fire now, so they can contain that, and they know that they are safe on this part. Then efforts can be made to the other building, which has a number of warehouses, to be able to contain it.
Very well. I was asking also about the nature of these buildings. I mean, you've told us that the one with the warehouse, or the one serving mainly as a warehouse, is a 2-story building. These 2 other buildings that are affected, are they also 2 stories, or do we have a single-story or 3-story buildings?
No, this is a 3-story building. This is a 3-story building. Yes, this is a 3-story building.
So you have the ground floor, you have the first floor, the second floor.
Yes, yes. This is a 3-story building. So you have people, you have a number of shops that are here, a number of shops that are here. So the excavator is trying to clear the debris.
So ordinarily, on what floor would you find a shop, and on what floor will serve as a warehouse? I'm asking because we know that in some of these places, it is the top floor that is actually serving as a warehouse, so that goods can be brought down into the shops, which are mostly on the ground floor and on the first floor. Is this the same with these buildings?
Exactly the point, but with the other building where the fire is raging now, even the second floor, you have a combination of shops and warehouses. Even the first floor, you have a combination of shops and warehouses, and even the second floor, the third floor, you are having a combination of warehouses and also shops there. But you don't find shops only. You find a combination of shops and warehouses.
Right. It's as though the excavator is having a bit of a difficulty, obviously due to the nature of the area and of course the number of containers that were there. It looks like now
the number of containers.
Right. It gathers the containers that have been burnt or destroyed by the fire, and then it crushes them.
Yes, exactly. Because you have people who deal in retail activities or who ply their retail activities here, and the repairers of phones and all that. So you don't find these containers very big. These are small containers that Yes, that they just get a place to occupy. You don't find that the containers are so big. Unlike the shops in the main buildings, which are so big, and some of them used as the warehouse, but you don't find these containers being so.
Right. So currently, I mean, it pulls out the containers from the rubble, and then it crushes them into smaller sizes or smaller metals, and then pushes it to one side.
Yes, and that is the directive from the Ashanti Regional Minister. He says that so the fire officers, the excavators should focus their effort there to be able to clear all the containers. Then they can get one of the fire engines to go there and contain the fire at the top floor of that building. So they know that they are done with that area. Then the excavator can come back here at the other side to clear the way and try to contain the fire that is raging in that particular building, that is giving fire officers a tough time since morning to be able to contain it.
We see windows through which, I mean, we can see the fire burning and all. Okay, so this is the other building you are showing us now. So this is the main one that we are having the explosions from. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I just heard some explosions from there. I just heard some explosions from there.
Right. So which direction are we looking at? Is this the front of the building? Is this the back of the building? Is this the
so this
the
is
side?
the back. This is the back. This is the back of the building. So the front of the building faces Roman Hill.
Right.
When you are coming from the Central Market, it faces the Roman Hill.
Right.
Then you are going through Roman Hill. But the back of the building also faces the Hello FM building. Is towards the footbridge area.
Very well. So as it stands, two buildings still have fire in them.
Yes, Nana, still have fires in them, and then there are pockets of fire at where the containers were, where or which the fire officers are trying to contain.
And this is also to help the excavator be able to access or have room enough to clear space for the fire tenders to come.
Exactly, Nana. Exactly.
Very
So
well.
the excavator has gone past the middle of the building. Just that it want to do more excavation so that it creates more space and more access for the water, the engines, the fire engines, and the water cannon from the Ghana Police Service to be able to deal with this fire. But this excavation here is also going to be very tedious, I should say, because of the nature of the containers. We are seeing the roofs from these containers that are scattered all over. And the flames are just on here, and the visibility situation or challenge is going to also hinder these efforts.
Very well,
so
Hafiz.
since they are going to be working throughout the night, I think more efforts needs to be done, like the Ashanti Regional Minister said, to bring in in some reinforcement of the fire engines from the other regions. The neighboring regions, so they can contain this situation.
Right. Thank you so much. Hafiz. We're going to have to leave it here for today. We believe that if we're to go with anything that the Ghana National Fire Service has said, then the fire should be totally doused by morning. But as it stands now, fire continues to rage at the Adum market in Kumasi. Fire which started at about 4 a.m. as we're being told this dawn, continues to burn in some of the affected buildings. Frantic efforts are being made to douse this fire. We know that it is a joint coordinated effort by the various security agencies, including the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, the military, and others. We've also seen the Ghana Ambulance Service also on standby to attend to any medical situations that may arise. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President, has been to the incident scene, the fire scene. The regional minister, Dr. Frank Amwakuhene, has been there in the morning, joined the president to visit the place, is also still there. As you can see, some explosions there, and you can see the raging of the fire there. So Adum is on fire. This is Channel 1 Television. My name is Nanatufo Boateng. Many thanks for joining us for this coverage. We'll bring you updates in the morning regarding the fire incident. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Lucknow in India is home to the world's largest school with 62,000 students. In South Korea, air traffic is suspended during exam time to enable pupils to concentrate properly. In France, a 2-hour lunch break gives school kids time to properly experience French food culture. Schools around the world vary, but they share some key challenges. Learning can be tough for kids with health or developmental issues, like for those with speech or coordination disorders. And school itself can cause illness too. For example, when bullying or academic pressure trigger anxiety and depression. Time to learn more on In Good Shape.
Every morning I somehow managed to get out of bed. I got ready, I packed my school bag, we got in the car, and then we drove to school. I cried, I panicked, I had panic attacks. When Pia moved from elementary to secondary school, she started to experience anxiety. She became afraid of experiencing stress with her classmates, of her teachers, of the lessons. The pressure that, have I got my homework? Oh, we're taking a test today, I haven't studied. Oh no, I missed the exam, I'll have to take it now. I think it all came together, and then it just burst, and I ended up not being able to go to school. Pia didn't go to school at all for 6 months. She'd wake up with stomach pains, barely able to go into the kitchen. Her mother soon realised that it was more than just puberty or not wanting to go to school. Early on, I would have really liked to have a contact person, a hotline to call, that would tell me that there were others experiencing this. I felt abandoned. And yet Pia and her mother were far from alone. School anxiety affects many children and young people. Some are even admitted to hospital as a result. There are long waiting lists. School phobia often comes with other problems such as depression or anxiety disorders. The anxiety can cause physical symptoms like stomach aches or headaches. When there's a major problem, there are usually several causes. That means that as a patient, I usually have a predisposition, so I might be a somewhat anxious person and have had fears in the past. And then something acts as a trigger, and perhaps then there's insufficient support to deal with it. Pia didn't go into a clinic, but she did have therapy. She suffered from periods of depression. Particularly tough was arriving in the school parking lot in the morning. I was unable to move. I couldn't reach over to the door handle. I couldn't do anything in that moment. School attendance is compulsory in Germany, a finable offence. Fortunately for Pia, before it got that far, she discovered an initiative aimed at helping kids get back into school. Social education specialists provide much-needed support when parents and teachers are at a loss. For me, school is still a contained educational institution. I think we need lots of ideas as to how to turn school into a place for living, one in which pedagogical ideas really have a place. It's not clear exactly how many children and young people suffer from school-related anxiety, but several international studies suggest that it is widespread. Children with anxiety are also shown to have difficulty learning. After several changes of school, Pia is now in 10th grade. Her current teachers are considerate and she doesn't have to give presentations, for example. It's still hard for her to talk in front of the class. Her anxiety has not disappeared. I don't think it will ever go away. It will always be there a little bit. But I've learned to control it, to know when it's coming and how to deal with it. Pia is lucky. She has supportive parents and now understanding teachers. Other children are not so fortunate. Some never return to school.
Anxiety about school can develop into a phobia. A common cause is bullying. Peer violence in and around school, says UNICEF, affects half of all pupils between 13 and 15. From physical assaults to sexual harassment, it all makes learning almost impossible and can lead to depression, even suicide. Girls are at particular risk of psychological bullying, either in the schoolyard or on social media.
This is Hope. She tells us her story. At first it just started with stupid comments, then it continued with me being pushed down the stairs and spat on. They deliberately set fire to my things at school and threw my bag out of the window. And it went on like that the whole time, and that really intimidated me. Let's just say I'm a very sensitive person anyway. Hope's mother and her school tried to help, but without success. They always just said, we'll talk to them, but talking to teenagers doesn't help at all. Then I received threatening phone calls, and they'd call me and put me down. And so I started locking myself up at home and not going anywhere, not going to school. How did that make you feel? Terrible. I put up a wall around myself, of course, to protect myself. Because of her many absences, she was expelled from school. She couldn't bear living with her mother. For a while, she stayed with her grandmother and friends. Then at 18, she hit rock bottom and ended up on the street. I didn't know where to start, what to do next, where to turn. She finally found help through the We Care project. Social worker Nadia Tsokaro looked after the young woman. At first it was, I need a stable situation, I need a job, I need an apartment. Those were her initial concerns. And then, as the counselling progressed, the small mountains that make the big mountains so difficult to climb became apparent. She was then able to have some therapy to help her get to a different place. Hope's case is not an isolated one. The We Care project started 4 years ago. Since then, more than 250 young people have received help here. Our threshold for support is very low. That means that we make it as easy as possible for young people to access us. You don't have to wait 3 weeks for an appointment. You can write to us directly via Instagram and social media. You can come over on the bus and have direct face-to-face contact. The emphasis is on helping young people to help themselves. Throughout the counselling process, we continually point out, look, you've already achieved this. We use small steps and we name what we're currently doing on the way to meeting the goal. Sometimes participants aren't even aware of how much they've already achieved, that they come here regularly and get things done. All these achievements, big and small, were key for Hope. It shows you that you really have fire in you and that you have self-confidence. Then I worked out strategies for myself. For example, my nails. They give me a bit of self-confidence. I didn't have that before. Others have shown me that actually I can do quite a lot. Hope is now back on track with her life and is determined to get her school leaving certificate.
Instagram, TikTok and WhatsApp are a big part of many people's lives. A third of young people, mainly girls, say they're constantly online, connected to friends. Meanwhile, boys can be excessive gamers. Social media does have good sides, but too much can adversely affect schoolwork and mental health.
Like many people, Kai spends several hours a day on social media, especially on Instagram and TikTok. On really bad days, it can be 8 hours if I have nothing to do or if I'm on the train. Otherwise, 4 to 5 hours on a normal day. I feel really empty when I've been on social media for a long time. I know I'm addicted to it, definitely. Kai says he can't control his social media consumption. All attempts to cut down have so far failed. Psychologist Hannes Vincent Krauser researches how social media use affects our well-being and is clear about when to take action. Signs could be, for example, that I'm neglecting other aspects of my life because of social media. I'm spending time on it that I could otherwise be spending with my friends or family. Or I feel bad about myself when I use social media because I see content from others who seem to have a perfect life, and I might not have that myself. One solution is to delete your accounts, but that can be a hurdle for many. Even small changes, though, can make a difference. They can help you feel more comfortable about how you use social media. Addiction experts have some tips. It can be especially helpful to create rituals in everyday life with fixed periods of downtime. That could mean not taking it into the bedroom in the evening and using a normal alarm clock again, or not having it at the dinner table, for example. In addition to rituals, you can deactivate push notifications, set your phone to black and white, set up time limits and downtime periods, remove apps from the home screen or even delete them completely from your phone so that you can only access your accounts via the browser. I have apps for everything because I find them far more practical. If I had to use the browser instead, that would be so annoying that I might well not do it at all. To establish healthy habits long term, it can be good to take a critical view of how you use the platforms. Critical in the sense of, what am I actually doing on these platforms and how do I feel about it? Do I feel bad just because there is a negative narrative in our society about what I'm doing? Once you've filtered that out, you can take a more individual approach and discover what you can cut back on. And then it'll be much easier to switch off and enjoy other things again.
Researchers are still unclear as to when screen time starts to negatively impact mental health. Many experts say that children under 3 should avoid screens altogether to allow for healthy development. Some children have completely unrelated developmental disorders, with speech and hearing, or coordination and movement. One example is dyspraxia.
Irem. Ja.
Hey, what's this?
Reading practice. What many children find straightforward is a daily struggle for 8-year-old Marika. She suffers from dyspraxia, a coordination and developmental disorder.
Wie das?
Children with dyspraxia often have clumsy motor skills, while some also have speech or learning difficulties. Dyspraxia is not a behavioural or intellectual disorder, but a neurobiological one that cannot be cured. Erika Neugebauer is an expert in this field. She says that in children with dyspraxia, it's not primarily the execution but the planning of movement sequences that's affected. We see children who are impractical, disorganised in their movements. They're also less controlled, less fluid. And they also need a long time to learn new motor skills. For example, riding a bike or a scooter. Or when it comes to developing independence. So getting dressed, changing their clothes. Even things like blowing their nose can be difficult for these children. Even as a baby, Marijke was different. She refused solid food and couldn't suck on a pacifier. When she started talking at the age of 2.5, her mother, Hannah, realised something was wrong. She pointed to things and said them in her language. She couldn't say many sounds. Mama, Papa was no problem. Grandma, too. But the sound k, for example, that just didn't work. The diagnosis was verbal dyspraxia, a term that Hannah Moller found completely overwhelming at first. It gave me stomach-churning, sleepless nights. I thought, you have a child who is so full of life, who loves to live, who is happy, and yet who maybe won't have the same opportunities as others. Despite her language struggles, the 8-year-old attends a normal school, assisted by a specialist teacher who supports her. Nonetheless, Marijke faces obstacles, for example, when classmates don't understand her. Recently, Marijke was also diagnosed with more wider dyspraxia. She has problems eating with a knife and fork, struggling to coordinate them. It's exhausting for her. It's the same with writing. Keeping everything straight is really difficult. Fortunately, the 8-year-old keeps her good mood despite all of these challenges. That's not always the case with dyspraxia sufferers. It's partly thanks to speech therapist Undine Schramm, who has been practicing speaking with Marijke for 2 years. Her intelligibility has improved significantly. She can now be understood by others. When the content is known, when Marijke knows what it's about, she can express herself well linguistically. And she also tries to explain things well. I'd say that over 2/3 of what she says is easy to understand. What with all the therapy and the practicing, Marijke really enjoys having some time to just play. Cards with her brother Paul, for instance. She really wants to learn to dance, but her coordination difficulties make that really hard. I find it very sad. I have to fight back the tears because I see how much she loves it. She wants to do it. It makes me sad that she doesn't have what you need to do it, that she can't do what others can. And that there's so much pressure to perform, pressure that she really doesn't need. But it's worth sticking at, continuing to train her motor skills and language. And what matters most is that Marijke is a happy child.
Children with developmental conditions need lots of love and attention, like all kids. And activities like sports or crafts can help train motor skills. Reading and language games can support speech development. Sometimes it's just about being patient. Strabismus, too, sometimes corrects itself on its own, but not always.
It's not immediately obvious that Atai has problems with his eyes. The 11-year-old only squints sometimes, usually when he's tired. When I read for a long time and then want to watch something, it's usually a bit blurry. And I find that very annoying, because then I can't see properly and it takes a while to focus again. And then, if I want to see something in the far distance, I can't see it at all. It's stupid. Otherwise, there are few problems in everyday life. Even when fencing, it doesn't cause an issue. Nevertheless, he needs regular checkups, as strabismus can lead to considerable problems if left untreated. The two eyes don't look in the same direction. One eye deviates, which can cause a variety of problems. Double vision, headaches, one eye shutting down. There are around 100 different types of strabismus, and it's important to recognise them early to avoid permanent damage. Squinting is much more than a cosmetic problem. Strabismus is widespread. It affects around 5% of all people. With Atai, it occurs in phases. Strabismus causes two problems. Firstly, if one eye deviates, you can't have spatial vision. Children are often not born with this. And that visual acuity develops asymmetrically. So if you don't treat it early, one eye will ultimately be permanently bad. It's very important to have regular sight tests. The problem with strabismus is if you stare at a cube, for example, two images are created in the brain that merge into one. We see it in 3 dimensions. If one eye squints, the object is not fixed correctly and the image is distorted. The brain defends itself against this. It suppresses one eye, which can become visually impaired. The main cause is a genetic disposition. There are real cross-eyed families where several members have it. But there are other factors like being born prematurely, serious illnesses in early childhood, or greater farsightedness. An orthoptist examines Atai's spatial vision. To prevent visual impairment, he used to have one eye taped shut. This is called occlusion therapy. The good, leading eye is covered up. This stimulates the eye-brain pathway for the bad eye as well, so that sufficient impulses are transmitted from it to the brain and its vision can develop. Ideally, both eyes will then later have full vision. However, the window for therapy is relatively small. You can't decide to wait until the child is 8 years old to start. You have to do it relatively early. Because Atai's strabismus has been getting worse for some time, his family have decided that he should have surgery. In the vast majority of cases, the problem lies in the control centre of the brain. You can't change that. You can only change the muscles, the actuators. These can be retracted and so weakened. They can be folded or shortened. There are various techniques to straighten the patient's eyes in order to enable the brain to have a wide range of vision again. The incisions are tiny and are made through the conjunctiva. I'm aware of what it means because it's eye surgery, even if not much can go wrong. But I'm not worried because I think it's pretty safe. So it's fine. Vera knows all about eye surgery. The 29-year-old has had strabismus all her life. She does a lot of sport and her strabismus is a problem. As I got older, I noticed it increasingly in how people looked at me. Sometimes I heard, "Oh, where is she looking now?" That wasn't always easy. Sometimes she also sees double or her vision is blurred, especially after working at a screen. She's already had 3 operations, the first as a child. Everything was fine for a while after that. Now, though, one eye has deteriorated and she needs more surgery. It's a mixture. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also nervous about how I'll look afterwards. It's definitely going to be exciting. Vera hopes she'll soon be able to see properly once again.
Childhood is all about moving, jumping, climbing, being outside. Actually, that idea might be a bit out of touch. The World Health Organization says that around 80% of children worldwide do not get enough exercise, with negative effects on mental development, motor skills, and health. Physical education is a standard part of most school curricula, but even so, the school day typically includes a lot of sitting down.
Sitting still, writing and reading is how most children spend their school day. It's no different here. But at some point in every lesson, teacher Caroline Diederichs senses it's time for a change. The children become more restless, they find it harder to concentrate, start chatting, aren't into the work anymore. And that's when I realise it's time for some exercise. Enter the movement break. What about doing power? A run mid-class is nothing unusual at this school, thanks to regular movement breaks. The programme offers heaps of exercises to get the body and mind moving. This exercise, for example, features some basic number recognition. If the number is bigger, you have to jump. If the number is smaller, you have to quickly crouch down and then stand up again. After school, one of the classrooms becomes a studio. It's time to make another video. Sports teacher René Wienen and his friend Tobias Gatzke spend every spare minute filming new exercises. Pencil throwing, level 2. Hi, and welcome to today's movement break. For this exercise, you're going to stand up and pick up a pencil. René Wienen had the idea a few years ago. And the videos have proved very popular, because they can be easily incorporated into any lesson. It needs to be simple. It shouldn't be a burden for the teachers. It has to be easy to fit in. It needs to be fun and professional, scientifically sound and effective. A university study has even confirmed the benefits. The fourth graders are now running at full speed. The video lasts just 3 minutes. Long enough to let off steam. You concentrate better. And it's fun too. I think it's really good for children and adults. If you've just been working a lot, or if you've had an argument and then you have a movement break, you feel a bit better again. These children are not the only ones benefiting. More than 60 schools across Germany are now incorporating the movement break.
A movement break, now that's a good idea. How about trying one right now? After all, the show's over now. See you next time.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 newsroom from our studios at number 5 Oula Hansen Lane at Tesano here in Accra. I am Nana Tufuobuate. Coming up. President John Dramani Mahama calls for urgent market redesign to improve emergency access following Adum market inferno.
Fire service for us. And modern boy, yeah, to me, abre a jano anwase. Na ye na yahwe na ema ni si and so ade ba ko a fire for aka kire me ne say ombedu ye no say na ombetimi awure mu etimi akodum jano eno ya ade ba ko a eha ombu ye.
Also coming up, President John Dramani Mahama pledges to restore degraded lands and combat illegal mining.
But today we're not here to mourn what we have lost. We're here to chart a new course and boldly commit to restoring our environment to its original state.
Still to come, NEDCO staff stage protest over alleged political appointments in key positions, hoist red banners at offices.
Appealing to the sector minister to avert an industrial action because we cannot allow this to stand. It cannot be our time as staff that we watch on for NEDCO to be politicized. The government appoints the managing director and the board of government. It ends there.
Later in the bulletin, a defense ministry faces service disruptions as food suppliers demand close to 300 million Ghana cedis in unpaid debts.
Food suppliers have even threatened to halt supplies to the Ghana Armed Forces. This is because government's indebtedness to them dates back from August 2023 up to December, and that is like 17 months.
In CNR Business. Finance Minister proposes debt ceiling to strengthen fiscal discipline and economic stability. Grateful that you stayed on with us. Let's bring you details of our stories now. President John Dramani Mahama has described the devastating fire at the Central Business District of Adum in the Ashanti region as a wake-up call for a comprehensive redesign of the country's market structures to ensure better accessibility during emergencies. His comments are full of concerns raised by fire officers and emergency service providers who attributed the rapid spread of Friday's fire to severe congestion and limited access routes within the market area. Now, Channel 1 News' Bureau Chief for the Middle Belt, Hafiz Tijani, has more.
On a normal Friday, this place would have been very busy with a lot of trading activities going on. So this is where we have local footwear manufacturers plying their trade here. We have other traders who are engaging in several other activities. We have repairers of wristwatch, sunglasses, and people who are in retail trading in terms of cosmetic products. But it is not a situation on a Friday like this one because fire has ravaged this section of the market. This is the center of the Central Business District, Adum. A lot of people trade here and the devastation is just unbearable for people who are coming here. We've been here since morning trying to engage affected traders and other stakeholders. The president, of course, was here to also empathize with the victims. The authorities are taking steps like this one, trying to create access points to ensure that fire officers are able to confine the fire so that there's no any further spread of the fire incidents. We'll be speaking to several other stakeholders, including the fire officers and also the victims.
However, lack of access routes
due to congestion made firefighting efforts difficult, allowing the flames to spread to nearby stores where second-hand clothing and cosmetics are sold. For victims like Eric Apia, the experience has been traumatic.
News na me say ejato akwasi my building. Me sorry ba na say the whole building no ejadem na free soro na eba fom. Eche gina ha sa me na shop so ye perfume shops are different person there. Eche ho na ja no me hu say dikin ato. Nana to tuo sa nti ani ba so no. Ye gina sa na ye hwe sa na sa duru ye ho no so. Chese store no say o de camera ni tuma from tire to tire yahye. Chese dwetire ni bibi ewom bia ni nkrofo no mo bia fie nyina ahye. Chese ye be ka say to ye ba be boska de ye ntimi moska sisi. Fe ne ye kohwe ye ka ne ade na ye hu de ye so ye.
Security personnel, including the military, police, and fire service, worked together in a coordinated effort to contain the fire. Despite their efforts, 9 people, including 3 firefighters, sustained injuries.
In fire outbreak, it's always obvious that people would have panic attacks, and people who are working to control the fire can't get involved in one way or the other, injuries and all that. So we attended to about 3 fire officers who were injured, and we moved them to Menshia and then Conformity hospitals. And we also attended to other victims or casualties who had panic attacks. Some had some trauma, things fell on them, and we have to attend to all of them and move them to the hospitals. So in all, as we talk now, we've attended to about 9 casualties.
Speaking on the incident, Chief Fire Officer Daniela Mausi Ntosapon emphasized the urgent need to better equip the Ghana National Fire Service to handle large-scale fires like this one.
Oliver would always ask for more. The president, the government has assured us that very soon they are doing some procurement for us. And we can assure you, very soon we will have new equipment to beef up the old ones we have.
Would you recommend the use of drones in fighting our fire if there are advanced equipment of fighting fire in terms of this incident? Accessibility was so down.
Yes, that's a service we are thinking aloud. When it gets there, we'll cross the river when we get there.
President John Dramani Mahama, who was on an official visit to the region, arrived at the scene to assess the damage and commiserate with affected traders. He described the fire as a wake-up call for Ghana to redesign its market structures, ensuring better accessibility for emergency responders.
So adia bakwa fire for aka kire me ne say ombedru ye no say na ombetimi awuremu etimi akodum gya no eno ya adia bakwa eha ombu yie na wo hwa yedwam bebre saa na tie enti eja tomu a say na fire for betimi edru ho etimi edum gya ntem no na abeye ohaw ama omo enti e o se ye di we su anyansa na ye hwa yedwa no da ye planning ni yie say na be ya bibi kosi a na etimi aso anu ntem enti ye ni minister ne edwadifo no ebeka ya ka kire nadmo se ombehwe na omumpe emwa bi emfa mo omo kakra ye ni chief of staff nso bekasa enti nya Asante regional minister eni ombeka no na ya hwe emwa ye betimi de aboa omo se na be ya omo so ombenya yi comfort kakra omo eni ohawa ato omo no se na be ya
As fire officers worked to contain the last flames, police arrested 5 individuals for allegedly taking advantage of the chaos to loot shops. Meanwhile, excavators were deployed to demolish sections of the market to create access routes for emergency teams. For now, affected traders are counting their losses as investigations into the cause of the fire begin.
There's still fire in this building, although fire officers are making frantic efforts to contain the situation. Smoke has engulfed this section of the market, making visibility a very huge challenge in fighting the fire. Traders here are calling today a very sad day because of the loss the fire has caused to their property. Hafiz Tijani, Channel 1 News, Kumasi, Ashanti Region.
Our Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani is currently at the Adum market to provide the latest update on the fire. Let's go over and speak to Hafiz. Hafiz, thank you so much. You have been on the beat since dawn when the fire started. What is the latest?
So, Nana, behind me you can see fire, pockets of fire in that building there. That was the focus of the Ghana National Fire Service, trying to contain that fire there, because the building here houses a number of warehouses where you have these inflammables stored in them. You are still hearing the explosions and the blast from the building. At first, or in the afternoon, there was no access, and fire officers were having a difficult time getting through to this place. But there has been an excavation of this place in the afternoon. Now they are having access. When we came here, the fire engine, one of the fire engines, was here to douse the flame, and the water, they have run out of water, and they have gone back to refill and then come back to continue. Behind me, you can see people still moving away their wares. Some of the shops, because they were broken into to salvage some of these goods, the owners of these shops are afraid that if they should leave it ajar, people might go in and maybe loot their shop. So they don't want to go that tangent. They don't want to take that risk. So they are employing the services of the headquarters to kind of evacuate all the items from those shops to a safer location. Now, let me show you something interesting I found here. You know, the president, when he came here, raised concern about the number of gas cylinders that are being used in the market. And these are the debris. As part of the debris, you see number of gas cylinders here. I can count about 3 of them just here in the pictures. And these are some of the combustibles that were reigniting the fire and making the fire spread to other areas. But the focus for the fire officers is to contain this fire. We have some military personnel. The police are also here assisting the officers of the Ghana National Fire Service to contain the fire. But I spoke with the regional commander of the fire, Ghana National Fire Service. He has assured that he and his men are here. They are going to maybe spend the night until they contain this spread. They are not leaving. And that is what he has said, the assurance he has given.
Very well. How many fire tenders are attending to this fire? Because you just mentioned earlier that the engine that was there is going to refuel or restock. And I'm wondering if it's just one that is currently fighting the fire.
No, we have several others. Other fire tenders are at the other end. So there's fire at the other end of this building, this particular building, and other fire engines are taking care of that. But in the morning when we were doing this report, we saw the drip machines, that the tankers that were used to bring in water to help in the efforts of providing water to these fire engines. So we are seeing the arrival of another fire engine.
Very well.
That is coming in here, being directed to this place so that the water can be contained. So now the fire service is having a very smooth and an easy entry here because of the excavation that has been done because of the access. So this engine is just going to stop by, and the firefighting efforts will continue, Nana.
Very well, Hafiz. Thank you so much, and please keep safe. We'll come back for some more updates as the firefighting continues. But thank you so very much. Hafiz Tijani is Middle Belt Bureau Chief, and he is at the scene of the fire currently in Adum in the Ashanti region. Now joining us via Zoom is Benjamin Obeng Entry. He is the Ashanti West Public Relations Officer for the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. He will be responding to reports that a power outage may have caused the fire at the Adum market. Well, thank you so much for your time, sir. Grateful that you could join us. These reports that we are picking up that a possible power outage may have sparked the fire outbreak at the Adum market. Are you able to confirm or deny this?
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to your cherished viewers. And to respond to this, we would say that we want to wait for the official reports of the fire service to come out first. But we want our cherished customers to note this, that when you go to the Adum Central Business Center, we have a dedicated stop line. That's a distribution line that goes there, known as the Town Hall distribution line, what ECG engineers will term as feeder. And aside that, we have an alternative source that goes there, which is the powerhouse too, because the Adum Central Business Center is viewed as one of the revenue hubs of ECG, because a lot of our customers are centered and they come there to trade. To ensure reliable power supply to that enclave has been a topmost priority to the management and staff of ECG in the Ashanti West region. However, the transformers that serve the enclave has experienced some vandalized activities in recent times. That's the last one, which occurred about 2 weeks ago, whereby some individuals went in there to steal the switches as well as cutting the cables, among other things, which resulted in an outage to that enclave. It's not just that area alone. There is one also adjoining, that's the Old Melcombe area there. For that one, the one at the Old Melcombe, when it occurred, some traders suffered an outage which lasted for 48 hours. But the one closer to the scene of the fire today, that is closer to the LOFM area, which we know as the Gadgesburg area, when it happened, next morning our team went there to replace the fuse and then relay the cables, and then our church customers got power supply. But yesterday evening, there was still power supply. But even this morning, before the fire even started, the power supply was stable until we put off power, because once the fire started, we had to put off power to enable fire service do their work. And even as we speak, we have not restored power supply fully to that enclave, because as Hafiz rightly showed, the fire is still occurring in that enclave. So some parts are having power supply, but others have been put off. And it's even important to know that we have also lost a transformer due to this fire outbreak over there. Our transformer was totally bent. We've lost about 5 poles and then some cables as well. So that is why some people are still experiencing an outage over there. And even if you look at that enclave very well, we've gone there to done education on several occasions. They are wiring system. You know, that building is quite an old building. In fact, the area is quite, and in fact, it's densely populated. So you've seen a lot of interconnections with the cable size not being the right one. We've gone there to do a couple of educations over there. And we really encourage them that per the LI 2008, they should engage the service of a certified electrical wiring professional to ensure that their wiring is done properly. That's their internal wiring. However, the power supply or the feeder or the distribution line that serves them is one of our healthy feeders in the Ashanti West region. And for the last 3 weeks, we've not experienced any outage. And I think you will recall that on Monday, the Energy Minister was in Kumasi over an outage that occurred on Sunday. That outage did not affect them because we supplied them from the Ridge Box supply point. But the challenge was coming from the Aomaso Box supply point. So they didn't experience that problem as well.
Very well, Benjamin, we'll have to leave it here, but thank you so very much and we wish you well. Benjamin Obeng NP is the Ashanti West Public Relations Officer for the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. Well, let's still stay on this matter. We have on the phone line the Member of Parliament for Subing, Kofi Obiri-Abua, to share his thoughts on this development. Thank you so much for your time, Honourable. And now, as the MP for the area, what preliminary information have you gathered about the fire?
Thank you very much, and let me use your medium to greet the two people of Subing, Ashanti, and Ghanaians as a whole. I had a call around 7 a.m. this morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a call around 7 a.m. this morning.
Right.
After my morning devotion. And as a member of Parliament for Subin, I had no option than to rush to the airport. Unfortunately, I didn't get flight until 11:40.
Okay.
And I knew something devastating had happened to my constituency. That notwithstanding, unfortunately, when I got there, what I saw was very scary. For the past 50 years that I have been on this planet, I've never witnessed such a fire before in my life. I think it's the biggest in Ghana, in the history of Ghana. Just about 5 months ago, I used to go there and campaign.
Right.
So even with that data, I can assume that almost 2,000 stores were burnt.
Wow. In your own estimation, about 2,000 shops have been burnt?
Yes. Apart from that, we have people who also come there with tables and do business.
Exactly.
To earn a living. So the combined effect of people who trade there, I think they will see more than 3,000. And that's very, very, very huge.
Indeed.
Today is one of the darkest days in my life as a person and also as a member of Parliament for the good people of Subi.
Right.
But fortunately, the president also came around.
Yes.
And he himself was overwhelmed. I mean, he was overwhelmed with what he saw. And I don't know whether you listen to his interview. Go a long way to corroborate whatever I'm saying. But one thing that I will also advise is that let us cultivate the habit of insuring our edifice.
Right.
You understand?
Indeed.
If you give it the hands of these traders, they won't do it. So I advise states that important markets such as Makola, such as KJT and PZ, and those in Market Circle in Takrady, those ones that give our people the livelihood. And don't forget that all these people, they also pay tax to the state.
Right.
I personally think that the state should absorb the insurance aspect of it. You understand?
Okay.
Because now state is going to bear all the cost.
Yeah.
And I can assure you that people that will be affected as a result of this fire will be exceeding more than 10,000. Because that enclave is not only managed or traded by only people in Subin. People come from Bantima, others come from Kuru, from all corners of Kumasi and beyond, and come and do business there. So it has actually affected a lot of people.
Right.
So let me use your medium to create the indulgence of the president. That the gravity of the fire and the havoc that this fire has caused goes beyond MP for Subin. I personally also think that is beyond the regional minister and the Kumasi Blocks MP.
Right.
Yes, today, let me greet my good brother, Subwati. He was with me throughout.
Right. Now, Honorable, looking at the CBD area, the Central Business District, and the level of congestion there, with what has happened today, are there any plans to improve fire safety measures within the CBD?
I personally think that in terms of developing our cities and towns, we should do them devoid of political influences. You understand? Today, what I heard from the fire service officer is that they were strict.
Right.
They got there early. But there was no access roads to enable them to do their work.
Right.
And sometimes people build in areas that they don't supposed to build. You understand?
Yeah.
You tell them that you can't do this, and their response is that you won't vote for you. I think that it's an right time for us to do the right thing and damn the consequence.
Right.
You understand? It's worrisome to the sense that I spent almost 5 hours there, and still they were finding it very difficult to stop this fire, to quench the fire.
Very well.
Because of access.
Right. Very well. Honorable, we'll have to leave it here, but we wish you well and the people of Subing, and hopefully the fire service is able to douse this fire and then life continues. Thank you so much for your time.
This is a national disaster.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I will create the indulgence of stakeholders to
Right.
come to the aid of these traders. Thank you very much.
Thank you
And
so
I'm
much,
grateful.
Honorable. That's the Member of Parliament for Subing, Kofi Obri-Abua, speaking to us regarding that fire outbreak in the Ashanti region, Adum, to be precise. This is the Channel One newsroom. Still to come. President John Mahama pledges to restore degraded lands and combat illegal mining. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the details.
Menya bema opese oyeme huandie.
Congratulations.
Me are very, very okay.
Sefia cha. Osidi. Medibone.
Akwata benya krasa ufie fope weningwa fie wate. Ade siripa ne so aware no. Emma so ne, Emma so na socket. Trusted by blood.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back. This is the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One Television. Let's bring you some more stories. President John Dramani Mahama has expressed deep concern over the widespread destruction of forests caused by illegal mining, pledging his administration's commitment to restoring degraded lands and protecting water bodies through the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative and other environmental programs. Channel One News' Ashanti Regional Correspondent Doris Lonta reports.
Speaking at the commemoration of the International Day of Forest and the launch of the Tree for Life initiative, part of his administration's 120-day social contract with Ghanaians, President Mahama lamented the devastation impact of illegal mining on forest reserves and water bodies. He highlighted the government's efforts to reclaim degraded lands and promote sustainable reforestation to maximize the benefits of Ghana's natural resources.
44 out of Ghana's 288 forest reserves have been invaded by illegal miners. Illegal mining, commonly known as galamsey, has become a national crisis. It is not just an environmental issue, it actually threatens our economy, our health, and our way of life. But today we're not here to mourn. what we have lost. We're here to chart a new course and boldly commit to restoring our environment to its original state. I'm proud to launch the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative, an initiative and a key pillar of my administration's 120-day social contract.
The president issued a stern warning to his appointees, stating that any official found engaging in illegal mining would be removed from office.
I've directed that no government appointee at any level should engage in any form of legal or illegal mining. If you want to be a miner, leave government and go and be a miner. You can't be in government and be a miner at the same time. And I wish to reiterate that any government appointee found violating this directive will face swift and severe sanctions, including possible removal from office.
Meanwhile, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources Emmanuel Amakufibua outlined the implementation plan of the initiative, emphasizing its potential to create employment and contribute to environmental restoration.
Engagement of additional 2,000 Ghanaian youth under the Youth Forest Championship Initiative model, who will establish 2,000 hectares of forest plantations annually, and also undertake forest protection and related assignments across our country.
President John Dramani Mahama has pledged his commitment to restoring degraded lands and forest reserves. He has urged traditional leaders and youth groups to work collaboratively with his administration in the fight against illegal mining and mitigating climate change and its effects. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I'm Doris Lonta, Ashanti Radio.
Moving on, staff and management of the Northern Electricity Distribution Company, NEDCO, have hoisted red banners across their offices in protest against what they describe as political interference in appointments at the company's corporate communications office in Tamale. Now, the protest follows reports that Jonathan Abdallah Salifu has been appointed head of corporate communications at NEDCO, while R.A. Abdul Jalil has been named Director of Public Affairs for the Volta River Authority, VRA. Both are said to be regional communication officers of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in the Savannah and Upper East regions, respectively. Channel 1 News' Northern Regional Correspondent Shawana Yusuf has more.
The Senior Staff Association, SSA, of NEDCO has strongly opposed the alleged appointment, labeling them politically motivated and a violation of due process. The association has threatened to embark on industrial action by Monday, March 24, 2025, if the appointments are not reversed. Chairman of the Senior Staff Association, NEDCO, Engineer William Asari, insists that managerial positions should be filled based on merit rather than political influence.
We have signed on to a conditions of service which clearly outlines how recruitments are done. For example, our scheme of service outlines the requirements for various positions. If you want to be a communication practitioner, you must have certain qualifications, you must have certain experience. So you cannot go to school and study, fashion design, and then you are appointed as communication manager for NEDCO. So it's a clear violation of our conditions of service and our recruitment procedures and policies.
Across all NEDCO operational areas, red banners have been displayed at office entrance as a sign of resistance against what workers call political interference. The association has called on the Minister of Energy to intervene, stressing that while the managing and board of directors are political appointees, other managerial positions must follow due process and be filled internally based on competence.
Appealing to the sector minister to avert an industrial action, because we cannot allow this to stand. It cannot be our time as staff that we watch on for NEDCO to be politicized. The government appoints the managing director and the board of government. It ends there. Managers, officers, there are internal structures to fill those vacancies. All of us here were not appointed from the office of the president. The positions were advertised, it was competitive, we went through the mill before we got our appointments. None of us here were appointed from the office of the president. That is not the process, and we will not allow that to stand. By next week, if we don't get a favorable response from our sector minister, we will speak the language that politicians understand.
Staff and management of NECO here in the Northern region are calling on the sector minister and government to reverse the political appointment of individuals to occupy the corporate communications unit of the company. According to them, this is dangerous to their operations. They want the sector minister and government to reverse this decision, else in the coming days, they would be advising themselves. For Channel 1 News, my name is Shawana Yusuf reporting from the NECO area office here in Tamale.
Now, the Defense Ministry is facing a debt issue with food suppliers who are threatening to stop services due to the government's unpaid debt of 275 million Ghana cedis accumulated over 17 months. Now, the ministry's total indebtedness stands at 3.7 billion Ghana cedis for various expenses, including equipment supply and repair, as well as the provision of machinery. The Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, made this known during a debate on the 2025 budget in Parliament. Channel 1 News' Ni Aikwe Okai reports.
Parliament on Friday continued with its debate on the 2025 budget presented by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latoforsen. Although not a member of Parliament, the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, was permitted to partake in the debate as a minister per the new standing orders of the House. He disclosed in his debate that the government's indebtedness stands at 3.7 billion Ghana cedis at the Defense Ministry, with food suppliers owed 275 million Ghana cedis. He stated that these food suppliers have threatened to halt their services if the money is not paid.
Food suppliers have even threatened to halt supplies to the Ghana Armed Forces. This is because government's indebtedness to them dates back from August 2023 up to December, and that is like 17 months. This indebtedness is 275 million Ghana cedis and over. Mr. Speaker, not a day passes without we reading from the news. NDC youth seizing offices in Kumasi and in Accra, because the jobs that they look up to is not existent, is not forthcoming. And if you cannot create jobs, you don't go sacking people who have been in employment before you came.
The Deputy Majority Leader, Kweku Rickett-Hagan, in presenting the business statement for the ensuing week, announced that the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama, is scheduled to appear before the House on Wednesday, March 26, 2025, to apprise lawmakers on circumstances leading to the collapse of some banks between 2013 and 2024.
On Wednesday, the 26th of March 2025, there will be a committee of the whole. The Governor of the Bank of Ghana will come to brief the House on the circumstances leading to the collapse of the bank, of some banks and some financial institutions from 2013 to 2024.
Many of these banks have cases in court, and if we are not careful and we are to entertain such in this House, we will actually be interfering in some work that the courts are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this part of the business statement is actually completely unnecessary.
The House approved Michael Harry Yamson as the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund on Friday. Reporting for Channel 1 News from Parliament, Ni Aikwe Okai.
Now, the managing director of the Ghana Railway Company Limited, Engineer Dr. Michael J. Anyete, has warned that the company is on the brink of collapse if the government does not swiftly approve the proposed agreement between the Ghana Railways and the Ghana Manganese Company. During a visit by the Western Regional Minister Joseph Nelson to the Ghana Railways headquarters in Takoradi, Engineer Dr. Anyete urged the minister to intervene, stressing that the agreement is crucial to reviving the company, which has struggled to pay workers for the past 6 months. Channel 1 News' Western Regional Correspondent Augustus J has the details.
Since its establishment in 1896, the Ghana Railway Company Limited has relied on hauling raw materials, manganese from Insuta and bauxite from Awaso as its primary revenue source. These earnings also sustain the subsidized passenger services. However, the collapse of the railway haulage lines and the over 90% shift of manganese transportation to road haulage has crippled the company's finances. The increased reliance on trucks has also contributed to severe road damage. During a briefing with the Western Regional Minister, Joseph Nelson, the Managing Director of the Ghana Railway Company Limited, emphasized that without government approval of the new agreement with Ghana Manganese, the company will face total collapse.
We had an agreement from GMC. GMC is Ghana Manganese Company. They made some proposals. They gave it to us. We also did a counter proposal. This proposal, I've been assured, it's gone to the minister and it has gone to the president. Honorable, please follow up for us. Follow up for us. I'm begging you in the name of God, through Jesus Christ. I'm begging you. Because if you don't do that, this company will collapse.
In response, Western Regional Minister Joseph Nelson assured the management and unpaid workers that their concerns will be addressed under the government Big Push initiative.
I'm so excited that in spite of these challenges, you have stayed on course. You have been, you've been committed to doing what you are supposed to do, except that the challenges sometimes are a bit overwhelming. And so, let me encourage you to continue to stay on course. Government will look at these issues effectively, with a vision to get railways back on its feet. A policy that will turn, railways around is what we are all looking out for. And that, I must assure you that His Excellency is committed to doing that.
You're watching the Channel 1 newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. Still to come. Funding delays stall Agenda 111 hospital project in Sanarigu in the northern region, leaving workers idle for nearly 2 years. We have the details coming up shortly. Do stay.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, you might think that your CCTV or electric fence would prevent crime. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response 1.
We had CCTV and electric fence. We thought we were safe. But when the robbers came in, they cut our fence and they didn't care. I was terrified for my baby's life. The CCTV recorded everything. But Response 1 monitored alarm system, which is connected to our electric fence, that saved us. The swift response from the alarm system triggered a signal instantly. They dispatched their response team immediately. We now feel safe. Now we truly feel protected.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response 1's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response 1. Stay connected. Stay protected.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is the Channel One Newsroom. Let's bring you some more stories. Now, the National Road Safety Authority, NRSA, has directed advertising companies to stop placing billboards within road median strips, citing serious safety concerns. The authority warns that such placements endanger road users, particularly pedestrians. It has also urged metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, MMDAs, to ensure that advertising firms strictly comply with safety regulations. Channel One News' Christopher Kevin Asima reports.
Per guidelines from the Ghana Standards Authority, billboards must not be installed in a manner that neither obstructs road signs nor compromises public safety. However, in the pursuit of maximum brand exposure, many advertisers overlook these rules. Although the National Road Safety Authority and other stakeholders have consistently urged MMDAs to refrain from issuing permits for billboards in unsafe locations, enforcement has been inadequate. Acting Director General Abraham Amalba has assured the public that strict measures will be taken to eliminate hazardous billboard placement and uphold road safety standards.
People should remove those obstacles on the media because we are beginning to wage a war against such billboards. First and foremost is the height of the billboards. It doesn't give you enough room to see beyond the billboards. And they are lined up in such a way that if there's an oncoming vehicle, because it's a bend, it's difficult for you to see the oncoming vehicle. We would first find out from those who erected this billboard, first, whether if they have a permit to erect the billboards. Then two, if they say yes, the next is to get to the assembly and find out why they approve of these billboards without considering the standards. Then we would ask them to comply by removing these billboards.
Abraham Amalba reaffirmed the National Road Safety Authority's commitment to enforcing safety regulation and ensuring the safety of all road users.
Having arrived here, we've also seen some encroachments around, particularly encroachments on the pedestrian walkways. If this continues, we are likely to have accidents occur here. We would ask them to do their commercial activities outside the pedestrian walkway. And if they refuse, we will now bring in the police to enforce this directive. If you are also aware of billboards, erected anywhere, which are a road hazard to us, let them draw our attention. But for now, we are on a war path against such misbehavior.
The National Road Safety Authority has indicated that in the coming days, they will engage metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies to ensure that they do not allot portions of the median on the road to advertisement companies, and has therefore cautioned advertisement companies to desist from this act. Reporting for Channel One News, I am Christopher Kevin Asima.
The Agenda 111 hospital project in the Sanarugu municipality has stalled due to delays in releasing funds, leaving the facility incomplete and forcing most workers to stay home for nearly 2 years. Now, despite being 70% complete, construction has come to a standstill, raising uncertainty about the project's future. Channel One News' Northern Regional correspondent Shawana Yusuf visited the site and filed this report.
The Agenda 111 project, originally set for completion in June 2024, has faced significant delays due to financial constraints. Intended to enhance healthcare infrastructure in the Sanarugu municipality, the project now faces an uncertain future, leaving residents anxious about when it will be completed. Speaking to Channel One TV, an on-site engineer, Courage Kwashiga Agbeshi, expressed frustration over the stalled progress, emphasizing that without the necessary funds, work cannot resume.
I have my register there. The carpenters, there are almost about 26 carpenters because they tackle all the building at a time. Masons, every building, there are 6 masons, and it's 9 buildings that we tackle. Before the laborers,
the laborers, because if I take the machines, they take their laborers. So each machine take 2 laborers. So if you calculate 6 times 2, that's 18 for one building. Before electricians come and chisel, that time I have more workers. I can't count them.
The prolonged suspension of work has also impacted workers, many of whom have been left without a source of income.
Up to date, 1.5 years, going to 2 years, they haven't paid yet. And still, we are working. Because it can't move like how we went to move. Because if you pick the workers more, they'll be on your neck. Demand their money. You'll be buying material. The materials people, they'll be asking for the money. So without money, you can't move. Because if the money doesn't come early, road coming to this side, taking material to this side must be very difficult. Unless we pass by different direction, through Nakpala, up to this place, like 3 times for the distance that we are going to pass.
Stakeholders worry that the impending rainy season could further deteriorate the site, compounding the delays. They are calling on the Mahama administration to allocate funds to resume construction and bring quality healthcare closer to the people. The chief of Sanar Rukmini, Na Mohammed Al-Hassan Seidu, has appealed to the government to prioritize the project and ensure its swift completion.
This is about Agenda 111. The current president promised that he will do his best to complete everything in all the countries, hospitals. I'm praying that before he started it, given awarded or still completed, he should do my community one first. That's what I'm relying for. Because the hospital is yet good for us. On this time of fitness and everything of difficulties, we are finding it difficult to go and do access to our health. So if the government will do well, and then as we promise that he will finish, he will not abandon the Agenda 111 hospitals, and then he will complete it, then all the hospitals. Then that will be good for everybody. Here
at the Agenda 111 project site in Sanarugu in the northern region, work has stalled, though it is said to have been 70% complete. Some of the areas like the administration and other blocks have been completed, with female-male ward and the theater as well as the mortuary still hanging due to lack of funding. The engineer on site tells Channel 1 News that certificates that have been issued for funding to be released for work to continue is yet to receive attention from authorities for over 2 years now. For Channel 1 News, my name is Shawana Yusuf reporting at the Sanarugu Agenda 111 project site in the northern region.
You're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom. Next is CNR Business with Neteli Neti Ajaho.
CNR Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Hello and welcome to CNR Business, proudly brought to you by MTN and EcoBank. I am Neteli Neti Ajaho. Finance Minister Dr. Atuforsen has announced plans to introduce a fiscal responsibility rule in Parliament, setting a debt ceiling to enhance fiscal discipline and macroeconomic stability. This move, he says, is part of efforts to entrench fiscal discipline and restore stability. He was speaking at a meeting with 22 bank CEOs in Accra, where the discussions focused on economic recovery, fiscal consolidation, and financial sector stability. On the domestic debt exchange program, Dr. Forsen assured that the government has no intention of defaulting, having built buffers to meet all obligations. He also outlined steps to reduce reliance on treasury bills and strengthen policy coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The meeting was attended by the BOG Governor Dr. Johnson Isiema ahead of his first Monetary Policy Committee meeting, and the GAP President Kwamina Asumeni, who pledged the banking sector's support for financial stability and market growth. The Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications is optimistic that government's commitment to reforming the VAT system will reduce the cost of data. The chamber notes that this will also enhance affordability and digital access. Daniel Sakete has more in this report.
The cost of mobile data remains a key concern for businesses and consumers in Ghana, as affordability directly impacts digital access and economic participation. The Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications remain optimistic that reforms to the VAT system could help reduce data costs. Speaking to CNL Business, the Chamber's Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Kenashibe, stressed the need for policies that enhance affordability and accessibility, highlighting persistent challenges such as fiber cuts that contributes to high operational costs.
In a very competitive environment that we are in, all the telcos and then all the ISPs and all of that are competing, and they all would want to compete on price. And so there are a lot of price reductions that are there. But then what is your margin, the cost of producing the data? And you will find out that, for the telecom sector last year, where we did the total tax report, for every 1 CD that is paid into the sector, about 40 point something pesos goes back as taxes. That's a big element of the reasons for the cost. And so we're waiting for this VAT review that the ministry has talked about. Hopefully, the COVID will go, we will restructure it again so that when you spend 100 cedis on buying data, 27 cedis of that is not paid to government in terms of the VAT and all of that go onto it. And then that can be reduced, and then it can reduce the cost of data. The other input cost in terms of the fees, the charges and all of that are going. We can all look at that, be able to price below that particular. And so it's not for nothing that you have a company like Airtel AT now. Government wanting investors to come into it. You're not getting the investors to come in. It is not attractive to invest into the sector because of the fact that the margins are low. The prices themselves relatively are high compared to the cost. So we all need to work to make sure that we can reduce the input cost of providing telecommunication services, and then we'll be able to offer the services to the consumer, to the subscriber at a cheaper cost.
These interventions, if implemented, would drive digital inclusion and foster economic growth. For CNL Business, I am Daniel Sakiti.
And that's it for CNL Business. It was proudly brought to you by MTN and EcoBank. I am Netalinete Ajahu. Thanks for watching.
CNR Business was brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Well, that'll be all for the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. Do visit our website, channel1news.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Many thanks for watching.
Have recaptured the presidential palace in the capital, Khartoum. After days of heavy fighting, the army swept through the city, trying to push back the paramilitary rapid support forces. Videos posted on social media appear to show soldiers celebrating inside the palace. Germany has approved 3 billion euros in fresh military aid for Ukraine, with a further 8 billion to follow in the next 3 years. It comes after the German parliament voted to adopt a landmark bill to ease borrowing rules. The bill paves the way for unlimited defense spending and unlocks 500 billion euros for infrastructure, marking a radical shift in budgetary policy. This is DW News from Berlin. You can get more news on our website at dw.com. There were more than 100 planes already in the air headed for London's Heathrow Airport late on Thursday when they were told to either reroute or return. All landings and takeoffs were stopped after a fire at an electrical substation knocked out power to the airport. Travelers and planes at Europe's busiest airport were grounded for most of Friday. The last time anything similar happened was back in 2010. An erupting volcano in Iceland was to blame then. What or who is to blame now? And what about backup power? Why wasn't it enough? I'm Brent Goff in Berlin. This is The Day.
It was definitely scary. I feel sort of almost like apocalyptic sort of level of just chaos.
I've been waiting here for more than 2 hours, and it's just like I feel like there's no support, there's no like help or anything.
I was extremely surprised, kind of from the standpoint of there was no backup power, you know, at the airport. That caught me off guard. So
the investigation to carry on today in relation to what caused this fire. But in due course, clearly there are questions that are always asked in relation to any major incident. This was a major incident, and we'll make sure the lessons are learned.
Also coming up, Russia agrees to a truce on targeting energy infrastructure. That's just as Ukraine starts using its homegrown Long Neptune cruise missile with a 1,000-kilometer range.
For sure, it contributed to Russian readiness to listen and to adhere, hopefully fully, very soon to this so-called energy ceasefire. So the fact that we indigenously contributed a number of strike capabilities, not only cruise missiles, but also UAVs, for sure is a factor which resulted in this Russian readiness to listen us.
To our viewers watching on PBS in the United States and to all of you around the world, welcome. We begin the day with a clear for takeoff at London's Heathrow Airport. Flights departing and arriving at Europe's busiest hub resumed late Friday after being grounded for almost 24 hours. A fire at an electrical substation knocked out power to the airport on Thursday night. Backup power supplies were apparently not enough to sustain flights and safety, so the entire airport was shut down. Even with flights resuming, the impact on connections all around the globe is expected to last at least several days. That, as investigators now try to determine the cause of the fire and, perhaps more important, why the backup power was too weak to keep the airport in business. We have more now in this report.
A major disruption in global travel, with far-reaching impacts well beyond the UK. Thousands of passengers are stranded at airports around the world.
We are sad. Yeah, we are not happy. We are sad because we had just hotels booked in Hong Kong too, and another flight from Hong Kong to another city. So we are losing lots of money.
I was surprised that there wasn't an emergency system, and since then we're trying to get back here has been chaos. There's very little happening, very little. Nobody seems to know when the buses are running and if they're running, so it's totally disorganised, I'm afraid.
It's just lots of confusion, and we don't know. No one really knows what's going on. And now they're sending us to Heathrow, but I thought Heathrow was completely closed, so it's all of it. And we've got half an hour to buy food.
More than 1,000 flights out of Heathrow have been affected.
This is an unprecedented situation, and we have not seen a closure of Heathrow on this scale for many years. Unfortunately, it will have a huge impact on all of our customers flying with us over the coming days.
Authorities are still investigating the cause of the fire but have found no evidence of foul play so far. As services slowly resume, the impact is expected to continue for several days. Passengers are working to reschedule flights, while airlines are focused on getting planes and crews to their destinations.
Well, for more, I'm joined now by Robin Preece. He's an associate professor in future power systems at the University of Manchester. Professor, it's good to have you with us. I want to start by just asking you, how does Europe's busiest airport suddenly lose all of its power? How is that possible?
Yeah, so it seems like Heathrow was very reliant on this one substation to provide a very large proportion of its energy, of its electricity. And then what's happened is that's been combined with a transformer failure, which was so severe, it was catastrophic. You've seen the pictures. That fire means that you have to shut down not just that transformer, but the whole substation. So that's a level of disturbance that the system just isn't really designed for. So being able to take out one transformer would be fine, but losing all the transformers in the substation at once, that's too much, and that's clearly overwhelmed the kind of backup generators that Heathrow has in place.
Let me ask you, as a power expert, should this type of power outage even be possible in the year 2025 when we're talking about Europe's busiest airport?
Yeah, so there's some questions there about how much you're willing to pay for backups. You could get enough backup generation in place to be able to cover all of that. You could also look at things that you could try and divest the energy supply so it's not so reliant just on that one critical substation. But that will also depend on rerouting power, seeing what capacity is available from other substations. Certainly, I think it's raising some questions about how this critical infrastructure has been supplied.
And Professor, I'm thinking that an airport like Heathrow is like a modern day hospital, that you have to have backup power supplies to ensure that there is no break in the power supply. That did not happen, apparently, at Heathrow. Do we know why that was possible?
So from what I've seen reported, they're saying that the backups worked, but the backups aren't big enough to deal with this size of outage. So in order to deal with something this big, you'd either have to have bigger backups, or you could maybe look at kind of splitting the power supply so you can keep the essential functions running, but maybe the shops and things like that are shut down. But that's a very technical and difficult thing to rewire an airport if it's not already configured like that.
But if I'm understanding you correctly, it sounds like you're saying this is not an issue of electrical engineering. This is an issue of what the corporate bosses were willing to do and willing to pay for.
I mean, all of electricity and electricity supply comes down to how much you're willing to pay and what level of risk you're willing to accept. So you can always pay more and have a more resilient system and have more backups in place and backups for those backups. But obviously, at some point, you're paying for systems that are overly redundant and never need to be used. So I guess if this fire had never happened, people would never know and wouldn't be worried at all.
So if you were advising the powers that be at Heathrow Airport tomorrow what needs to be done to ensure that this never happens again, what would you tell them that they should do first?
Well, I think they've acknowledged themselves that the electrical supply into Heathrow is a little bit of a weak point. And this has clearly shown that to be the case. So I think some examination of how they can improve the resilience of their system, not just to this type of disturbance, but to any type of disturbance. This includes things like cyber threats or even like climate threats. I'm sure they're already looking at all of those factors, but yeah, I think this incident clearly shows the importance of investigating those things.
Okay, Professor Robin Preece from the University of Manchester, we appreciate your time and your valuable insights tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Europe is planning a massive hike in defense spending to counter the threat from Russia, and Germany is leading the way. On Friday, the upper house of the German parliament gave the green light to an almost unlimited increase in defense spending. Lawmakers also said yes to an infrastructure fund worth €500 billion. All of this comes a day after the European Union agreed to hike defense spending by €800 billion. These are huge sums of money, and some of it will be spent right here in Germany. We have this report.
Now that Germany is set to unleash spending, what will the funds be used for?
Whatever it takes.
That was a reference to defence. New military spending will go to civil protection, IT security, intelligence, and aid for illegally attacked states, a clear commitment to financial support for Ukraine. Germany's defence minister is adamant that Berlin has to step up.
We Germans will have to play a central role in Europe. All European capitals see it that way. And that means more troops, more equipment, more rapid deployment. And in short, this will require a massive increase in funding.
It's not just defence that will get a boost. A special €500 billion fund is set aside for infrastructure spending. There are competing demands from all directions, ranging from small-scale projects to larger tasks.
Anyone who travels in our country, whether by train or by car, can sense that something is no longer working well. If you have children at school and in daycare, you can see the investment backlog. Our country is running on wear and tear.
Whether it's for broken bridges and dilapidated railway tracks, or repairs to the local school's roof, this chunk of cash comes with conditions. The investments have to be sustainable, as Germany plans to enshrine in the constitution that it will aim for climate neutrality by 2045. But there's still a lot to discuss, not least how much money will be pinned down for each and every project.
And our coverage continues now with Marina Marone. She's a military analyst from King's College London. She joins us tonight from Munich. Marina, it's good to see you. It's been a very good week for defense hawks here in Europe. Massive defense spending hikes right here in Germany. So what are they going to spend all that money on?
Good evening, Brent. Likewise. Well, that's the question, actually. What is this money going to be spent on fundamentally? There are some talks about investing into infrastructure. However, there is no clarity in terms of what exactly will be purchased, what capabilities need strengthening. And I think it's a much broader topic about what role is Germany going to play within NATO and what kind of war should we be preparing for in the future. And that's how you would adjust the capabilities and fill the gaps, especially now with the United States offering a lot of capabilities on which NATO depends, such as logistics, such as operational command. So you have to develop those capabilities if you are not going to rely on the United States anymore. But the other question is how quickly can you turn that money into actual capabilities in terms of arms, but also what about the human factor? How do you get people to join the military? How do you get people to fight? And I think that question is much more difficult to solve, and it cannot be solved with just pouring money into it.
Well, I mean, you pick up on the second question I was going to pose here. I mean, you'll agree with me that there is a new sense of urgency now because of acute doubts over the reliability of the U.S. defense umbrella. So is the answer to these doubts, is it simply throwing money at defense?
It is difficult because Europe has been enjoying the U.S. security umbrella, let's say, since the end of the Cold War. And the question here is, why hasn't anything been done? Why hasn't this been considered as a worst-case scenario that one day the U.S. will assume a position that is not necessarily pro-European, and then Europe will be left alone? So Europe has been sleepwalking, so to say, into this situation where now things need to be done quickly, but they cannot be done quickly because we know that the European Union plans to purchase domestically, excluding NATO members such as the UK and Turkey, for instance. And European industry, defense industry, is not even close to being on par with, say, the US defense industry. So I don't think that pouring money on it is going to solve those fundamental problems. And as I said, it's not just a problem of weapon systems, it's also a problem of manpower.
Europe has identified Russia as the main threat. Are European militaries, are they even at a basic level ready to face that threat, speaking of manpower?
Well, if we look at statistics, for instance, in terms of how much goes into the defense spending, when we compare the entire NATO bloc to Russia, NATO invests more, NATO has more, say, fighter jets. However, these are not the only determining factors. And the problem is we're seeing the war in Ukraine, and we're trying to project what a potential war against Russia would look like. And it looks like it will be a war of attrition. It will be a very long and slow war. Now, that is not the kind of war that NATO is prepared to fight. NATO is prepared to fight very short campaigns where it has air superiority, using long-range munitions. And what we're seeing in Ukraine is that a lot of NATO weapons have been rendered obsolete, with the Russians using electronic warfare systems, which are much cheaper than the weapons supplied to the Ukrainians. So fundamentally, I don't think that also in terms of the will to fight, that NATO is capable now of fighting that kind of war. And it doesn't have, especially if we take the US out of the equation, the capabilities to do so, because the Russians will be exploiting those asymmetries.
And if I'm understanding you correctly, Marina, what you're saying is if we had seen these types of spending hikes take place during the first Trump administration, we would be having a completely different conversation now, wouldn't we?
Possibly. It depends on how it all is materialized and how it all is executed. For instance, when we're talking about the European defense sector, it means that European companies want to see long-term contracts signed by European governments. However, European governments are dragging their feet. So you have to completely change the mindset in order to prepare your country for defense. And I think the basic function of every government is to ensure a defense of its territorial jurisdiction. So in other words, it is not just about defense policies, it's also about energy policies, it's also about education, it's also about strategic culture. So I think there are a lot of factors that should have been addressed. And 2016, probably that's even too late. I think the time to do that would have been after the end of the Cold War, starting to slowly move away and creating a different security infrastructure within the European Union.
Let me ask you then about Germany. It has been boosting defense spending since after the full Russian invasion of Ukraine. Have we seen a significant boost in actual military capabilities of the military-industrial base?
From as far as I can tell, not as much. For instance, Rheinmetall was planning to open more plants, also plants in Ukraine. That hasn't happened yet, and it's all is dependent on the global supply chain, which has been disrupted, on the prices of raw materials and access of raw materials, on the energy prices. So despite the rhetoric and despite the actions, yes, you can pour money into it, but the question is translating that money into actual capabilities. And this is something that I'm still missing. And I think it will take a long time until we see some sort of results from this. Depends, of course, on what the priorities will be of the German government and how this money will be allocated and where.
Let me ask you before we run out of time, Marina, even if the soon-to-be next German Chancellor, we presume, Friedrich Merz, if he has questioned U.S. reliability, do you see Germany aiming for the type of independence from the Americans that France is advocating for?
Well, we have to remember that France has different capabilities, and France has a different defense industry compared to Germany. I think it's the world's third weapons exporting country in terms of rankings. And France also has nuclear weapons, which Germany doesn't have. So I don't see Germany pursuing that very same path, because German capabilities and the neglect of the armed forces for the past, say, 20 years hasn't been seen in France. Therefore, we cannot compare the French position to the German position. Germany doesn't have those assets, and therefore it will probably be very different and still dependent on the U.S.
Military analyst Marina Marone. Marina, we appreciate your valuable analysis on this Friday night. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has announced that his country has successfully deployed a long-range guided cruise missile. Now, that would expand its ability to strike deep into Russia. The so-called Long Neptune is a version of the missiles seen here on the left, the anti-ship Neptune. Zelensky claims the Long Neptune can reach targets up to 1,000 kilometers away. Analysts say it may have been used to hit this Russian oil refinery last week. The Neptune was used in 2022 to destroy the Russian Black Sea Fleet's flagship, the Moskva. But for more, I want to bring in Mykola Bielsko. He's a research fellow at the Ukrainian National Institute for Strategic Studies, which belongs to the Ukrainian president's office. Mykola, it's good to have you with us. Ukraine now has its own cruise missile with the Long Neptune. What capabilities does this give to Ukraine that it didn't have before?
Actually, it's a third iteration of Neptune cruise missile family. The first one was anti-ship missile we've seen in 2022. The second one with more limited land strike capability actually was employed in 2024 last year. And this one with a range of approximately 1,000 kilometers. It's actually the third iteration with ability to strike the targets at the range of 1,000 kilometers, which is a huge achievement for Ukraine.
Well, I want to talk more about Ukraine's capabilities in a moment. But first, do you see a link between Ukraine deploying this cruise missile and Russian President Vladimir Putin seeking a truce on attacks against energy infrastructure?
The fact that we've seen combat debut of Long Neptune of the range 1,000 kilometers and this energy ceasefire, so-called, as for me, it's a pure coincidence. But more broadly, for sure, the fact that Ukraine in the last 3 years managed to develop different kind of long-range strike capabilities, among them UAVs of the range above 800 kilometers, and employs them extensively, for sure it contributed to Russian readiness to listen and to adhere, hopefully fully, very soon to this so-called energy ceasefire. So the fact that we indigenously contributed a number of strike capabilities, not only cruise missiles, but also UAVs, for sure is a factor which resulted in this Russian readiness to listen us.
So that said, then, do you think U.S. President Donald Trump, do you think he has understood the trap that he seems to be falling into when it comes to pushing for a limited ceasefire?
Well, the logic of President Trump is that first we agree with something and then we broaden the scope. We might see the limits of this approach, unfortunately, but Ukraine in this case is following his logic, provided that some of our concerns are taken into account. We are not ready to accept any unilateral suspension of Western aid for Ukraine during hopefully comprehensive ceasefire. But in this case, again, we follow the logic of the U.S. administration if it takes into account Ukrainian interests.
Ukraine has been given British and French cruise missiles. It has long-range U.S. missiles. Will the Long Neptune, will it make a strategic difference?
If it provided in major quantity, like hundreds of missiles with a range of 1,000 kilometers, for sure it would contribute overall to successful Ukrainian strategic defensive and hopefully in the future for the so-called deterrence package. Otherwise, we shouldn't bet any single capability, however powerful, with a range as a kind of silver bullet. We should be very careful with this overestimation and shouldn't fall in the trap of overblown expectations.
Mikola, what about Ukrainian drones? I'm thinking of the Ukrainian Pevklo missile drone. What does that add to the Ukrainian arsenal, in your opinion?
As far as I understand, it's more for Russian grouping of forces. It's approximately 500 kilometers range, so it would target everything related to generation, maintenance, regrouping of Russian grouping of forces employed against Ukraine. So it's a bit different capabilities than 1,000 kilometers long Neptune. So every single missile or UAV capability has its own niche.
With increased support from Europe and with Ukraine's own defense manufacturing abilities, how well can Ukraine defend itself if U.S. support does indeed drop off?
Indigenous missile production, missile capability is one of the niches, if properly supported by the funds, by components out of our European partners, is a kind of a good substitute if we see the deficit of ATACMS ballistic missiles. So that's a good sign that Ukraine progressed so greatly, and if properly supported, in this case, we can find a quite good substitute.
Mikola Bielisko of the Ukrainian National Institute for Strategic Studies, we appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the day continues online. You'll find us on X, also known as Twitter, and on YouTube at DW News. You can follow me on social media at Brent Goff TV. And remember, whatever happens between now and then, tomorrow is another day. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll see you here next week.
It's time for visionaries, for sustainability, but also for horsepower. It's time for the mobile revolution. REV. Next on DW.
It's his window on infinity.
Wo man dann da rauskommt und sich den Himmel anschaut und sagt, okay, jetzt weiss ich wieder, wieso ich das mache.
Astronomer Bruno Leipundgut and the Very Large Telescope in Chile.
Und das ist die Hoffnung, dass man dann könnte feststellen, ob es eben noch Leben, anderes Leben gibt in diesem Universum.
Tomorrow Today. In 60 minutes on DW.
Hello guys, this is the 77%, the platform for Africa's youth to debate issues and share ideas.
You know, on this channel, we are not afraid to touch on delicate topics.
Hello, beautiful people. You're welcome to Trending Africa with me, Ocansey. Trending Africa is a show that visits countries in Africa and bring you news from these countries. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we get to visit some countries and bring you news from these countries. Stay and stay, don't go anywhere.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Ocansey. Let's start today's episode off in Uganda, where parliamentary by-elections held in Kawempe North constituency has been won by an opposition leader from the National Unity Platform. Charles Mwangala of Radio City in Uganda has more details in his report.
Parliamentary by-elections held in Kawempe North constituency, Kampala City, have been won by an opposition candidate from the National Unity Platform NUP party. Now, the returning officer, Kampala City, Makabai Henry, declared Luyimbazi Elias Nalukola winner with 17,764 votes, beating his competitor from the ruling National Resistance Movement NRM party, who garnered 8,593. The by-election that attracted 10 candidates was characterized by heavy deployment of security forces.
I, Makabai Henry, being the returning officer for Kampala City Electoral District, having added up the number of votes cast as recorded on each declaration of results form in accordance with Section 72 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177. The number of spoiled ballots were 49. Accordingly, as returning officer for Kampala City Electoral District, and in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177, I declare Luyimbazi Elias Nalukola, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Kawempe Division North constituency, Kampala City.
Reporting for Radio City 97 FM in Kampala, Uganda, I'm Charles Mwangala.
Now let's head over to Nigeria, where the rising cost of cattle in Nigeria is not only affecting livestock traders, but also having a ripple effect on the prices of beef in Nigeria, making it unaffordable for many households to be able to purchase some beef. Trust TV News' Kabir Lawal visited the international livestock market in Abuja to assess the impact of this on market prices.
For many Nigerian households, beef is a staple protein source, but soaring cattle prices are making it a luxury. At Day International Livestock Market, sellers say the cost of cattle has surged due to inflation, high transportation costs, and insecurity affecting supply chains. Mohammed Awesu, chairman of the disciplinary committee at the market, stated that medium-sized cows now sell for between 500,000 to 600,000 naira, while large cows range from 500,000 to 2 million naira, a sharp contrast for previous years when fully grown cows cost as low as 150,000 naira. We normally pay 1,000 naira for a cow some years back, but now we pay 20,000 naira per cow, which makes it more worse. And more to the point, drivers bringing them from other states always complain that the roads are also very terrible. As a result, butchers and meat sellers are forced to increase beef prices, reducing the quantity customers can afford. Aderoju Adewale, Secretary of the Livestock Market, noted that just a year ago, they sold up to 15 cows per day, but now demand has dropped drastically due to the high cost.
Presently, we have low turnouts. We don't have much sales like we used to have before. And it's as a result of, before you see people chipping in, getting cow, people are sharing, but now the market as in the purchasing power of people has actually reduced. The major problem is because probably as a result of the increment in fuel, we realize that the prices of animals to increase and it's somehow affecting people.
Consumers like Osita Unwosu, who previously bought 2 medium-sized cows for household consumption and festivities, now settle for one due to price hikes. Meanwhile, low-income families are cutting back on beef consumption, turning to alternative protein sources like fish, chicken, or even reducing their meat intake entirely.
It's just a matter of bargain. When I came, I had to check some other places. So when I came, we started with 900. From 900, we started beating down, bargaining to 780,000. Yeah.
Abubakar Mustafa, a resident of Abuja, urged the government to intervene, saying the rising cost of food is worsening the economic hardship for many Nigerians.
We know that government is trying. Government is really trying. But we are still praying to God Almighty to talk to their hearts, to consider the poor masses, so that everything will become so affordable.
The impact is already being felt at local markets, with beef sellers struggling to retain customers as many households can no longer afford their usual portions. Experts wondered if the trend continues, protein deficiency and malnutrition could rise, particularly among low-income earner families.
Some of the factors that make cattle more expensive in Nigeria includes the breed, the location of purchase, and the cost of rearing of the cow. The cows that are meant for meat are often more expensive than those reared for meat production. Kabir Lawan, Trust TV News, Abuja.
Now, still in Nigeria, as part of the renewed hope agenda by President Bola Tinubu, especially in the Nigerian health sector, several initiatives have been introduced in their health sector. One of them being the approved subsidy for kidney dialysis. The subsidy is a reduction of fees from 50,000 naira to 12,000 naira for dialysis sessions in all government hospitals. Victoria Tokolo of Trust TV News engaged with some medical practitioners from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital and filed this report.
The cost of kidney dialysis is quite high, not just in Nigeria but globally, as patients often pay out of pocket to enable them access dialysis treatment. While some may start dialysis, after a few sections, they are unable to pay for further sections, and that ultimately results in loss of lives. However, medical professionals at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital Luth, Idiaraba, says President Tinubu's intervention on kidney dialysis will significantly reduce the cost of dialysis and increase the proportion of patients with kidney failure who are unable to access dialysis and access it for a longer period of time.
Quite a large number of Nigerians have kidney disease that require dialysis, and majorly two diseases actually are associated with the kidney disease, hypertension, diabetes, and quite many Nigerians are suffering from it. For those who are diagnosed, they need to do dialysis, pending many of them, pending time that they need to do for those who can afford the transplant. And of course, they need to do it so often that quite a large number of them are not able to afford it. And quite a large number are from those socioeconomic background and also middle class. So this initiative is it's on the spot, and I believe that it is what is required at this particular point in time.
Kidney disease, the more common form is what we refer to as chronic kidney disease. That's one that leads to kidney failure in the long term if untreated. The most common causes are complications of infections. We call them glomerulonephritis, hypertension, and diabetes. Okay, but increasingly as people are getting older, we are seeing people who are developing kidney disease as a result of prostate problems. We are also seeing a lot of people with HIV infection who are coming up with.
The Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LOTH, has its dialysis center facilities in the Lion Isiaq Olushola Dada building. The ground floor accommodates the dialysis center, which is equipped with 16 dialysis machines and is currently providing treatments for all patients that are in need of dialysis. Babawale further speaks on the importance of raising awareness for kidney disease, as early detection will significantly reduce the burden of individuals who have kidney disease.
People who don't have any illness, we want them to remain healthy. We know that the commonest causes are things like hypertension and diabetes. We know that by adopting healthy lifestyle, exercise, weight reduction, eating a lot of fruits and vegetables, avoiding refined sugars, you can reduce the chances that you will develop hypertension and diabetes. Once you reduce that risk, you reduce the risk of having kidney disease from those conditions.
As part of preventing kidney diseases, medical professionals lay much emphasis on the importance of prioritizing one's health and also being intentional about maintaining a healthy lifestyle.
Now, traders of Kano State have been speaking on the impact of the Ramadan fast on their businesses, especially in this tough economic climate. Abdulaziz of Trust TV News has more in this report.
From the neighborhood tea seller to the mixed fruit vendors on the streets whose stores remain open late into the night and early hours of each day. The Ramadan period is a high for some small business owners and a low for others. 32-year-old Sunusi Abdul Hamid has been serving tea, noodles and eggs to customers during both Sahur and Iftar for several years. With the current economic challenges, he says patronage is lower than he's ever seen before. In the past, even outside you wouldn't find space because people bought a lot of fast food both for Sahur and for breaking their fast. But this year, at Sahur time in the morning, sometimes we wait without any customers. Our appeal to the government is that the prices of most of these commodities should be reduced so that it will be easier for us to do our business. I believe the prices of apples are fair, with one selling for 400 naira and another selling for 500 naira. However, people don't have money, which is why they can't buy. While some complain of sluggish sales, others are seeing an increase in demand for Ramadan-related foods. Idris Muhammad, who spoke on how he improved his mixed fruit business, says he spends more to prepare the package, but he is able to meet up in profit due to increased patronage. We add a lot of ingredients that we left out before fasting due to the hike in prices. So our profit on each sale is not much, but people seem to love it and we sell a lot at Iftar time. While some are able to make adjustments, many small business owners are struggling with reduced patronage due to the rising cost of living. Dahiru Musa is one of those traders who says he has used up part of his capital for daily expenses, while others have been forced to shut down entirely. Sincerely, this year there has been low patronage and we don't have as much capital as we did last year. In the past, during fasting, I could sell up to 2 to 3 bags in a day. But now, even the little I'm able to display doesn't attract many buyers. Whatever the government can do for us, in all fairness, they should, as we need capital. As plantain sellers, we had to reduce the prices as much as possible because people buy a lot during this period. But there isn't much money in circulation. We don't make as much profit as we should. As the holy month progresses, businesses will continue to navigate these challenges. Small business owners say they need long-term solutions, including access to financial support and policies that ease the cost of doing business. Abdulaziz Ibrahim, Trust TV News, Kano.
You're still watching Trending Africa with me, Ocansey. We'll go for a quick break and return. We head over to Ghana, bring you news from Ghana as well.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Alfred J, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
You're welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Ocansey. Now let's head over to Ghana, where the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, has promised to relay concerns raised by Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso regarding their withdrawal from ECOWAS at the upcoming ECOWAS summit. Now, he made this statement when he visited Burkina Faso and held closed-door meetings with the military ruler of Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. There's more in this report from Channel 1 News.
President Mahama's good neighborliness tour took him to 3 countries, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. On Monday, he was warmly welcomed in Burkina Faso, where he held bilateral talks with the country's leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The discussions primarily focused on Burkina Faso's exit from ECOWAS and the broader implications for regional stability.
Burkina Faso and Ghana are the same, so I don't need any reason to come. I can come anytime I want. But by African tradition, we know that if your brother does you a favor, the next morning you have to come and say thank you. We had elections last year in Ghana, and I was elected the president, and I sent an invitation to my brother to come and attend my investiture, and he left everything he was doing and came to the investiture. And so when he was leaving, I told him I'll come and say thank you. We've discussed the issue of AES and ECOWAS, and I've got new perspectives about the concerns that the 3 countries have in respect of their relations with ECOWAS. And so I assured Mr. President that at the next ECOWAS meeting I would pass on what they have explained to me to the other leaders. I think there's a breakdown of trust amongst the leadership. It will take time to rebuild it, but we have to work on it so that we restore trust and confidence with each other so that we can work together, you know, even if we are not part of the same regional body.
President Mahama also spoke about the possibility of a direct flight between Accra and Ouagadougou.
We're also looking at a possible direct flight from Accra to Ouagadougou at least once a day. There's an airline in Ghana that wants to start that flight, and then also how we can increase the supply of power to Burkina Faso, electricity exports to Burkina Faso, and also the transit corridor for petroleum products.
And still in Ghana, the Minister of Finance, Dr. Kisel Ato-Forsen, has presented the 2025 budget and appropriations to the Parliament of Ghana. Key highlights within the Parliament were the cancellation of some major taxes, including the e-levy, the emissions tax, and also betting tax. Channel 1 News' parliamentary correspondent, Ni Ayikwe Okan, was in Parliament and filed this report.
The Channel 1 newsroom is in Parliament today because it is budget day. President Mahama, through his finance minister, Dr. Kisel Ato-Forsen, has just presented his first major economic policy to the people's representatives, that is Parliament, here today. The president has already told the nation that he inherited a criminally managed economy by the previous administration. So there has been a lot of anticipation for this very budget. Now, I checked social media a few moments ago and there was a lot of joy on there because the finance minister has just told Parliament that the e-levy, betting tax and other taxes processes have now been initiated to repeal these taxes. Now, so what else was contained in this budget that the finance minister has just presented to Parliament? Well, our parliamentary correspondent, Ni Ayikwe Okan, sat through that presentation and he has all the details from the minister's presentation and other reactions from Parliament.
The Finance Minister, Dr. Kisel Ato-Forsen, in presenting the 2025 budget of the John Dramani Mahama administration, revealed plans to cut down on wasteful expenditure by eliminating the One District, One Factory policy, the Ghana Cares and U-Start programs initiated by the Akufo-Addo administration.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we will cut waste and we will cut it very deep. Mr. Speaker, the U-Start, One District, One Factory. Mr. Speaker, we will reassign the function development authorities such as Coastal Development Authority, the Northern Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority to the district assemblies.
He also announced the abolishment of the electronic transfer levy, the betting tax and emissions levy as part of government's revenue measures.
We will abolish the 10% withholding tax on betting. We will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy of 1%. We will abolish the emission levy, otherwise as in Wusie tax. We will abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns from well-meaning Ghanaians on how we are going to close the revenue shortfalls as a result of the removal of the selected taxes, the answer is that we have stopped the bleeding. We are proposing to increase the growth and sustainability levy from 1% on gross production of mining companies to 3% to enable the nation to have its fair share of the windfall. Head of the IMF Technical Assistance Mission, I will inaugurate a VAT reform task force to hold broad consultation with key stakeholders for their input. So, Speaker, the parameters for VAT reform will be to is for them to complete this year. The Speaker, the parameters will include the following: 1, abolishing the COVID levy.
Dr. Kisel Ato-Forsen also announced some allocations to key policy initiatives and interventions of the government.
We will provide a cedi equivalent of $279 million as a revolving for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase, export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis. Big push project. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the non-academic fee policy for all first-year students in public sector institutions under the No Fee Stress Initiative. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 292.4 million Ghana cedis to commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated again an amount of 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of Akosombo Dam spillage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of tidal wave disaster that recently displaced residents in certain parts of Cape South constituency. This year, the budget for free senior secondary school education program is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. By uncapping the GET fund, we will be making available an additional 4.1 billion cedis specifically for financing free secondary education programs and other related expenditures.
The Finance Minister also estimated the government's total appropriation for the year 2025 at 290 billion Ghana cedis.
Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2025 has been programmed at 269.1 billion, representing 20.7% of GDP, down from 279.2 billion, which is 26% of GDP in the year 2024. Primary expenditure on commitment basis is projected at 204.7 billion Ghana cedis, representing 15.8% of GDP, which is a significant decline from 232.4 billion, representing 21.7% of GDP in the year 2024. Speaker, based on the resource allocation from 2025 fiscal year, the total appropriations the year ending 31st December 2025 is 90,971,212,435 billion Ghana cedis.
Whereas the Minority Caucus deems the presentation as an Azan budget, the majority believes that the government is delivering on its promises.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the jobs they promised the youth of this country was merely an Azan promise. Mr. Speaker, there is no inspiration from this budget. There is no hope in this budget. The repetition of the social intervention programs.
This clearly is a budget of a government and a party that keeps its promises. Almost every promise that was made by John Dramani Mahama is being fulfilled in less than 120 days. This budget is a budget for Makola women. This budget is a budget for assemblymen. This budget is a budget for girls.
Well, the government is optimistic that the 2025 budget would be a foundation for a resilient and equitable society. For Channel 1 News from Parliament, Ni Ayukwe Okan.
And the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, has set up an anti-flood task force chaired by the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of operations, Stanislav Dogbe, to address the perennial flooding in their country. The team embarked on a field activity assuring of ways and measures to curb this menace. Presidential correspondent for Channel 1 News, Augustus M, filed this report.
The task force embarked on an aerial recce to assess flood-prone areas to gather essential data to prevent future flooding as part of its field activities. So these are low-lying areas along the coast that are particularly prone to flooding, some due to their proximity to the sea level, and for others like drainage systems being the cause, and also sanitation. And that is why the task force has embarked on this recce to assess the challenges. The government stated that stricter actions would be implemented and announced that the local government, along with the Ghana Armed Forces, would begin desilting drains with immediate effect.
There's been a task force that has started working, and today we decided to go on an aerial tour so that the military and the hydrology department of the Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing can show us the various channels, and then where we have problems with drains that are silted that we need to work on. Our job is cut out, is to find out where we have challenges, where do we have drains that are choked that we need to desilt, and then where we have channels where the rainwater flows into the sea where there are problems. We can see what engineering and mechanical solutions we can find to it. So from the air, yes, we saw the problem, but we need to go there and then work with the Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Local Government, and then the 48th Engineers Regiment to begin the process of desilting, the drains that have to be desilted.
Brigadier General Richard Kinney, commander of the Engineer Brigade of the Ghana Armed Forces, attributed long-standing flooding in the capital to indiscipline on the part of residents.
I think the first problem that we saw was at Sakumoto, where we have two culverts, 3-in-1 round culverts, and then 2-in-1. And if you realize they are so small, they cannot contain enough volume of water out into the sea. And if you looked at it well, it was up high. And then the sea was rather pushing water back into the lagoon. That problem will have to be fixed. Now back to Weja. The Weja area is more of indiscipline. People building within low-lying areas. We will have this problem all the time because one, anytime the Weja Dam is open, we will have that problem. Anytime it rains, we will have the same problem. So the only thing is that the city authorities will have to prevent people from building in the low-lying areas.
Local government minister assured that the recce will be extended to other regions.
Clearly, we have to extend it to other regions because everything starts from Accra. And if you look at the number of areas that were given to the committee, it cut across all regional centers. But I have to give ministerial directive. Now, we work as a team. This is just an area view that we had. Whatever information, whatever decisions will have to be taken must be replicated in all the other regions.
Efforts have been put in by various administrations to help curb the issue of perennial flooding, but this new administration says the new strategies would be put in place to curb the issue once and for all. Even though timelines have not been given, the task force has just been constituted and they have given indications that roadmaps would be laid down as to how this will be achieved. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Akosi Ahotri.
And that'll be it for today's episode of Trending Africa with me, Ocansey. Make a date with me next week as I bring you another informative episode. See you.
Today we're bringing you an episode that's going to be out of this world. We're coming to you from the Wits Anglo-American Digital Dome, formerly the Planetarium, here in Johannesburg, South Africa. It's going to blow your mind. But before we get into that, let's see what we've got on the show for you today. We visit a school for the performing arts in Angola. We dish up some tasty food in Mombasa, Kenya. And we take a dive into the vibrant, trendy art scene in Accra, Ghana. I'm Colette Prince, and you're watching Afrimax. Our first story takes us to Malawi, where designer Chris Ngalu is defining African identity through fashion, and it's totally sustainable. Let's take a look.
Back to the future with old clothes? Sure, with sustainable fashion. It protects the environment and is therefore also socio-politically effective. How and why can it also create identity? And what does all this have to do with visas? Let's ask Chris Ngalu.
It was during that time when there was war, so there was a lot of migration. So my grandparents came from Mozambique, then settled in Malawi, deep there in Chikwao. So me being multicultural and having that kind of a history, it influenced me to create one of the collections that I have, which is called No Visa.
This Afrofuturist from Malawi has founded a sustainable clothing label to shape the future the way he thinks it's worth living. What makes him believe that fashion in particular has the power to change identity, environment, and society?
I have a responsibility to do social commentary for my community and for my race, and to make sure that whatever work I put out is of substance and that it represents something more than just looking good when you wear it. It needs to have a message behind it and needs to stand for something that is just much bigger than us. So this collection, No Visa, literally is just a collection that talks about how Africa is the same. We're all multicultural. Not everyone is really firmly from where they think they're from. If you try to research your history, you'll find out that your parents or somewhere down the line, they came from somewhere. So being that, there's a lot of things that make us unite than divide us.
For Chris Ngalu, fashion is more than just clothing. It is a way for people to communicate with the world. Beyond sustainability and cut, the names of Chris's collections are more than just titles. Anxious, No Visa, etc. What is his focus here?
We have Jikau and Vizwazwa, which are mostly sustainability-based collections. We also have Ufulu, which is also about representation, and Lotafinu, one of my recent ones, which is a dedication to my grandmother, but it's mainly about heritage and cultural identity.
Beautiful, this collection.
Sometimes I do collaborate with leading artists in the country, so we work together, shoot these fashion films and stuff, which I post on my YouTube. Sometimes we get news articles that write about us as well.
Across the continent, Malawians are known for their immaculate tailoring, and their luxury designers are gaining increasing international visibility. Crisp-based streetwear is the contrary. What makes clients come to wear upcycled, thrifted clothes?
I don't think you'd find something like this brand new, but also you wouldn't find something like this in the market or wherever, just because these are different materials that have been woven together. So you can see there's some parts that are knitted, and then there's some parts that are stitched, some parts that are embroidered actually, and I appreciate that as a consumer.
Kaunjuka, which means clothes sold in a heap in Chichewa, are very popular in Malawi. The term is a collective term for used clothes, mats, bedding, and even household items. New goods are often unaffordable and of poor quality. Kaunjuka, or second-hand thrifted clothing, is seen as a quick solution for obtaining fashionable and high-quality clothing. So, how does Chris manage to work with this?
People will look at it as this is odd stuff. So for me to actually change that perception and make sure that people know that when we restyle it and repurpose it, this is still as worthy as anything else that you can get in a shop. That's one of the biggest challenges. But as of now, I managed to convince the people, and they understand now how all these things are also, even though they are from Kaunjiga and we restyle them, they are just as worthy as something which is new in a shop.
As a trained graphic designer, Chris has won several awards and has also exhibited his clothing on the European continent. Chris Ngalo's streetwear brand, BASE, is an acronym for Bold Africans Striving for Excellence. Does he think he's still striving, or are his clothes at the level that he wants them to be?
Sometimes we get quite a lot of orders, so that we may need to make maybe 50 pieces a day. So that's why we need to diversify and to make sure that we widen our production scope by engaging with different organizations, like the way we are here at Judith Foundation, of which we can have, like, for example, here there's maybe 10, 11 tailors. They can all get a garment each, make maybe by the day we finish up maybe like 50 to 60 kind of garments, and make sure that the production is just moving at a good pace. And we're still pushing the boundaries and increasing the production line. We're also venturing into luxury kind of branding. So some of the clothes now, we've switched them up, the way we package them, and the way we sell them, including our retailers. As of now, we're working on an order that is going to Belgium right now. So that's kind of like where the mind is at.
In a world that is increasingly dominated by outward appearances, Christopher Ngalo wants to encourage the young generation of Malawians not only to look good, but also to take a responsible approach to clothing and their origins.
Inside this dome, we can see exactly what our skies, planets all look like, all the way from down here in South Africa, and it's absolutely exquisite. To speak to me about this is Dr. Mamita Aich, who is the head of the WITS Anglo-American Digital Dome. Dr. Mamita, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Colette.
So the dome, which was formerly known as the planetarium, right, has been completely upgraded, bringing in the corporate Anglo-America. What was the reason for the upgrade?
So the dome originally opened in 1960s, and we had a single Zeiss projector, which was an analog projector in the center of the dome, and that was built in the technology from the 1930s, originally from Germany. So with time, we also felt that there is a need for change, because rest of the planetariums across the world are also digitized. So instead of one single analog projector, what we have is 10 digital laser projectors, which is surrounding the dome. And then you've got an upgraded sound system. So the visuals and the audio kind of give you this immersive environment, 360-degree immersive environment. And you kind of feel like whatever is showing on the dome, if you're flying through the stars, it feels like you're actually flying through the stars.
How does the dome itself kind of also spill out to some of the schools, talking about educational programs?
So the idea is to bring kids from schools, and they come and watch something which is called a live show, which is basically interactive. So maybe we will travel to a planet, land on Mars, say, or like move through the rings of Saturn, or even fly through the International Space Station. So this is quite interactive. And after that, what we do is, depending on the grades of the student, we have a dedicated show for them, which is like a video.
And speaking of stars, Kamunga Ntumba is a man that believes that all street children are born to shine. His orchestra and art school in Luanda, Angola is changing lives and hitting all the right notes.
This orchestra is often booked for corporate events in Luanda, Angola. The audience loves the musicality and precision of the young instrumentalists.
They have been involved in a life of crime and drugs.
Thanks to the music, the kids are welcome guests in society. But that wasn't always the case. How has Ntumba Kamunga managed to ensure that these former street kids are no longer chased away but are in demand?
When I founded the orchestra, I had a thought. Why don't I catch these young teenagers who are on the beach making a mess, gang fights, so that they can learn music? I said, why can't I teach these young people, these teenagers, how to play instruments so that they can leave the world of delinquency?
He started with 5 children. A decade later, the orchestra had grown to 450 trained young musicians aged 3 to 16, and some former members have returned as teachers and want to pass on their good fortune. Not to forget, the audience loves them. Did this trained musician expect that?
At first, it's not easy because every young person, every teenager who comes here in the orchestra has their different behavior. They each come educated from a different family, so it's not easy. But with love and dedication to this art, I have been able to pass my knowledge to them.
But failures have not deterred Ntumba from his mission. On the contrary, every morning he searches for young people in need in underprivileged communities. He gives them a place to grow and learn, not just with the orchestra. Since 2022, also at an art school, 35 volunteer teachers look after 2,500 pupils there. How does he do that?
To manage the school hasn't been easy. The children pay absolutely nothing. Children come here, others with their guardians. They make registration and automatically begin to learn. They learn music, plastic art, literature, crochet, or theater and dance. We select children by visiting several neighborhoods around the city. In these communities, there are children with talent but no opportunity. They have been involved in a life of crime and drugs. There are both boys and girls involved in early pregnancy between the age of 12 to 14. So we campaign in different neighborhoods in Luanda so that we can rescue these young people.
Some of these students have grown fond of the orchestra. They enjoy playing as well as interacting with other members of the group. Before coming here, their lives were on a different path. How different?
Before joining the Kamunga Art School, I was part of a group of girls who did not have good behavior. We walked around aimlessly and used to go home very late, which bothered my parents. Since joining the art school, I learned how to behave within a society, respect my elders and have a purpose in life and get the education I never had.
Ntumba himself was 9 years old when his father introduced him to classical music. With a cassette and a gift of a piano, that's how Ntumba's music career began. Was it his goal back then to go deeper into the art of music making later? And what changed when his father died?
My family always encouraged me to get into music. My dream was to be a pilot because I was born in the Kasenda neighborhood, which is very close to the airport. But like my family, my teachers also encouraged me to pursue music, since they thought that's where I had talent and an area I could go further.
At the Kamunga Orchestra and Art School, it's not only about hitting the right note, it's also about changing lives.
The digital dome itself, is it the biggest one? And if it isn't, which other ones are you guys competing with within the continental landscape?
I would just say that we're not competing. I think it's great to have a planetarium in your own city. So like if you want to know the metric, so it's a diameter of 20.4. The one in Egypt is about 21 meters, so it is slightly bigger than us, but we are the second largest on the African continent. And we are definitely the largest in the sub-Saharan Africa.
And speaking about the popularity of everyone trying to go to Mars or find a planet to re-inhabit, why is that a thing at the moment?
The reason why Mars is one of the closest planets. Venus is closer to Earth, but Mars is obviously after that. But the reason why we don't target Venus is because Venus is very hostile. It's a carbon dioxide atmosphere. It's very hot. Mars, on the other hand, you can't live there without a spacesuit. It is a possibility that you can have a settlement there. So there was discovery of, say, ice. So they did find some traces of water also. Mars has a lot of volcanoes, do harbor a lot of minerals, like iron, nickel, and things like that. So these are also things which people have thought about when they have thought about, having a settlement on Mars.
From Mars to Mombasa, Kenya, where we discover the secrets to making absolutely delicious Swahili chicken biryani.
I'm Camille Deve, a chef by profession and a food tour guide here in Mombasa, where I was born and raised. My life revolves around food, so let me take you on this culinary journey about Swahili chicken biryani.
From spicy coastal dishes to the unique flavors brought by Indian immigrants, Kenyan cuisine tells an amazing gastronomic story. And the pinnacle of coastal cuisine is Swahili chicken biryani. Cooking it, though, isn't that easy, and there are many variations of this classic. But most biryanis begin at Markiti. Opened in 1914 and formerly known as McKinnon Market, it's in the heart of Mombasa Island. And you can get basically anything, but we are here for the spices. Close by, Amr Mohsen Al-Kitiri has run the Sunrise Spices Shop since 1989.
Where do the spices come from?
Here in Kenya, our spices sold them from Tanga or Morogoro.
Okay.
Tanga, they give us black pepper, cloves, and cardamom.
Amr says the Swahili biryani is prepared using less spices than the Indian biryanis.
The spice which is under the most is the Punjabi spice for the biryani, which I told you. Which they add a lot of things, the black cardamom, they add even nutmeg, and they add saffrons.
Okay.
And the bay leaves.
Now that we have the necessary spices, let's find out who makes the best biryani in Mombasa. There are plenty of candidates.
We're in Old Town Mombasa and we're heading to Tulia Backpackers. The establishment is a backpacker's paradise and it's the first location on our Mombasa Swahili chicken biryani food tasting tour.
30-year-old Rajab Semenyo is a self-taught chef who specializes in preparing Swahili chicken biryani. First, he skins the chicken meat and fries the onions. He then peels some potatoes and adds some food coloring. Next, he puts the chicken in another pot and adds some spices. But that's not all. Chef Rajab also adds tomatoes, natural yogurt, lemon juice, and biryani masala. He then covers it and lets it simmer.
So what makes your biryani special?
Like I add raisin.
I add raisins.
Okay.
When you add the lemon juice, the stew becomes a bit sour, so raisins restore some of the sweetness. Because if you consider the spices used in the dish, I think most of them aren't as common where they're from. Ours are unique, that's why they enjoy the spices so much.
After about 2 hours, Chef Rajab's Swahili chicken biryani is ready.
So we're going to try the biryani now. I'm really excited. So as always in Mombasa, you have to use your hands. So we're going to go straight in. Nice. Okay. So in this biryani, I've noticed they use sultanas raisins, which is a really nice twist. Not everybody adds this in, but it really adds a nice sweetness to the dish as well.
Let's now visit the popular Barca joint, which is located in Mombasa's Old Town, to test their chicken recipe. Head chef Miraj Saidi has worked here for the past 10 years.
Now that you work here in a restaurant, do you also cook for events or special occasions like weddings?
Labda ya special events.
Is there a difference?
Kuna tofauti?
Here at the restaurant, we make the stew and the rice separately.
Okay.
But for special occasions like weddings, we mix everything and cook it together.
Okay.
We first boil the chicken and make the stew with all the ingredients involved so that it cooks for about 2 hours.
Today's Swahili chicken biryani will serve about 150 people. Sometimes even Uhuru Kenyatta, the 4th president of Kenya, visits Baraka restaurant when he's in Mombasa. One thing is for certain though, no matter where you are in Mombasa, on the roadside, in a simple restaurant, or fine dining with friends, you can't go wrong with the Swahili chicken biryani, or, as the locals call it, Mombasa Raha.
Okay.
Our next story takes us to Accra, Ghana, where art curator and historian Nana Ofriatta Ayim takes us through the city's vibrant art scene.
Hi, I'm Nana Ofriatta Ayim. I'm a writer, art historian and curator. Welcome, this is my city. We're here in the capital of my country, Ghana, and this is Black Star Square. This is where we celebrate the freedom and the independence of our country. And I'm here today to celebrate the creativity and ingenuity of our city.
Accra is on the Atlantic Ocean on the west coast of Africa. Around 5 million people live in Accra, where there are many different kinds of industry, including fishing, manufacturing, finance, and transportation, amongst many others. It is a vibrant city with much creativity. Jamestown is one of the oldest areas of Accra and home of the Ga people. Trade began internally with the forest areas and then with those from outside, like the Portuguese, British, Dutch, Swedes, and Danes. What began as friendly trade relationships quickly turned violent, especially with the increasing horrors of the transatlantic slave trade.
In our creative expression and production, we're still grappling with the legacies of imperialism, slavery, colonialism, nation building, and what it means to make our futures. I'm now going to meet the exciting artist, Kwesi Dako.
Kwesi's studio is always a great place to visit. Every time I'm here, Kwesi's always creating something new. I'm excited to see his latest pieces, which involve him working on car doors.
So, tell me about this body of work that you're working on.
The title of this project is One Way Vision. It takes inspiration from a lot of things.
Amongst Kwesi's inspirations are the trotros, privately owned minibuses that serve as transportation across the country. The word tro comes from the Ga term for 3 pence, which was the bus fare when Ghana was still using the British West African pound. Trotros are often personalized with sayings and stickers which are known as one-way stickers.
The name comes from a certain specific printing technique. I realized a lot of Ghanaian transport adopted this technique. And for me, I was curious about the fact that these people were curating images. Some talk about life, some have political undertones, social commentary. It's a way of people just expressing their opinions without even saying the words out loud.